Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you probably got used to me doing my growly intro, but I am doing my best to conserve my voice because this is going to be a long one, y'all. The 2020 official TWitWoW Year End Awards is live. And John, you know we have got quite a few awards to hand out. If I've counted correctly, it ends up adding up to 57 awards in total to hand out, and we are fully prepared this year with all 57 of them. So before we really get into these discussions, I just want to kind of get a lay of the land. How do you feel about the state of pro wrestling in 2020 going into 2021?
Oh, God, brother, I know you probably didn't mean for this to be. That's kind of a loaded question.
Oh, no, it's fully intended to be loaded because I'm stalling.
Yeah, because here's the thing, man. And so I guess if you're stalling, you won't mind if I'm a bit winded. We already know these are going to be long commentaries anyway.
Wind my face off.
Ooh, that's the after party. But no, Japanese wrestling, I think, had a great year, mainly because I don't understand the language. American wrestling and Brit wrestling, though, I mean, we're not going to deny, right? Speaking Out happened. It was rough. I think some companies adapted to the pandemic well. I obviously would have preferred if nobody ran shows. We really should have committed like nationwide to a tight fucking lockdown. Obviously didn't happen. No use crying over spilled death count. Yeah, morbid joke to start off the commentary. Just the right tone, right? So certain actually thrived, others didn't. We're obviously going to talk about that in depth. There's a lot of great talent in pro wrestling. I just don't know if there's a lot of great writing in pro wrestling, and I certainly don't think there's a lot of great internal organization in pro wrestling, again, especially if we're emphasizing the West. And again, speaking out is a huge problem that I think is going to be under-addressed. I already feel like in ways it's been under-addressed, and it's going to continue to be under-addressed in 2021. But I do think the talent is just going to continue to rise, and then we're seeing new incredible acts all the time. And I think, to start on somewhat of an optimistic note, which I kind of bludgeoned that to death, and I apologize. There are a lot of great workers, in the business right now. I just want better people in the industry going forward and a better culture. And that, it really, you know how they say, you get the sunlight and all the cockroaches, disperse out of the room? Or you turn the light on and all the, that's kind of what 2020 in wrestling was, because the women especially flipped the switch, and, every cockroach just scattered. So I think culturally, this could have been a watershed year. I think that remains to be seen. But I guess to put it in a way so I could shut the fuck up and hand you the ball, I'm a bit ambivalent about what 2020 has been, because there was definitely a lot of good. But I think when you look at the cultural import and everything, there's potential for some radical changes, but I just don't see that coming to the fore. So how do you feel, man?
It's funny you say the cockroaches all just spread, because, some cockroaches hid under the bed for a little while and then came back out of the bed pretending to have found Jesus.
Yeah. God damn it. Yeah.
But anyway, I agree with you, though, that 2020 really was the year of Japan as far as goes. And even that was not flawless by any means. There were some definite what the fuck kind of decisions made in Japanese wrestling promotions, namely in this case New Japan, but also some serious what the fuck stuff in Stardom as well. I'm sure that there was other stuff in other companies that we don't pay as much attention to, that we're just not aware of, but stuff that we do attention to. I don't think that there was a truly flawless pro wrestling company in 2020, but I think that the by far the least flawed ones were the two major Japanese companies that we follow. That being said, though, since we're talking about flaws, we might as well get into our awards, which, as you all know, if you've been following TWitWoW for a long time, we go out of our way to make it a point to get the worst out of the way first so that we can save the best for last, which means that our 12 negative awards that we hand out every year are going to start us off here. And we're going to just get the big one out of the way right off the bat. Worst match of the year. Now, John, I want you to deter. Actually, no, you know what? I have a little bit of precedent here. In 2018, I went first. In 2019, you went first. So I guess it's my turn this year. I'll go first. My worst match of 2020. And again, I'm sure there were worse matches that happened in bingo halls, but the worst match that I saw this year was Matt Hardy versus Sammy Guevara at AEW All Out.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what, I thought I fixed this on my copy, because that was at All Out, right? It wasn't Full Gear. I don't know why I had it at Full Gear.
We skipped Full Gear.
That's right. So yeah, you know why? I thought it'd be a funny joke to like have Full Gear as worst match of the year 2 years running. But I will just say, since it was All Out, that you and I agree. That's unanimous. You go first though, since again you're starting us off.
Oh yeah, I mean the thing is, this match could have avoided being the worst match of the year if it would have just ended earlier, right? Because as soon as the spot happened that just destroyed the back of Matt Hardy's head and probably the back part of his brain as well. If they would have, if the referee or an official in general would have used their authority to call the match rather than letting Matt Hardy's concussed ass overrule them, this wouldn't have even been on my radar for worst match of the year. But because it kept going, and because not only did it keep going, but it kept going to the conclusion of Matt Hardy concussed and not knowing where the fuck he was, beating a young upstart like Sammy Guevara, everything about this match was just awful.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick. Actually, let me ask you, did you have any honorable mentions?
No, I didn't, actually. Surprisingly enough, this is one of the few awards that I did not have any honorable mentions for. I probably have honorable mentions for like 70% of my awards, and this just wasn't one of them.
I will say my honorable mentions, just before I forget, because I got to be mindful that I did have honorable mentions for a few of these. Not every single one, but a few of these. Women's Survivor Series match from, obviously, this year. I fucking hated it, especially the way they made Lana Soul Survivor. I felt like the way we fantasy booked it was a lot better than what they ended up going with. Randy Orton versus Edge from WrestleMania. God, that was painful. I think it almost nearly killed the hype from Edge's return, honestly. And Evil versus Naito at Dominion, where Evil won the title. But yeah, I think you already said everything perfectly. Them not knowing how to handle this, like, Jesus Christ, it was really bad. With the things we've come to know about, CTE and concussions and, the brain science and just everything, it just stopped the damn match. Like that's it. You could even, and really, if you're a smart pro wrestling company, you would have known how to make it work in Sammy's favor, because the Inner Circle, now keep in mind, folks, I just want to preface this by saying, obviously I don't watch AEW, so I don't know. But it really does seem, whenever I tune into it, it's like Jericho's still the biggest thing about the Inner Circle. And I get that it's probably always going to be that way to a point, but like, get other people to do some shit. And it would have been cool if you would have almost kind of had Sammy in that Orton role. Like, oh, I took out this legend, this tag team specialist, this guy that knows how to take it to the extreme with all those TLC matches, and I ended him, and he's bragging about it and this and that. And you could have given all that heat to Sammy, could have given him a lot more mic time, built him up. But no, we continue with the match, and Matt Hardy wins anyway, and like nothing makes any goddamn sense. So really, just with every fiber of my being, fuck this match. This was awful. This was the very worst of pro wrestling this year. And that's really saying something.
Yeah, so. You know what? I didn't put this as an honorable mention, but I'll mention it now since you didn't mention it, the Swamp Fight.
Yeah, I didn't care for that at all either. I think it's a great choice by you for an honorable mention.
All right.
Yeah.
Next up, though, and you get to go first for this one, worst feud of the year.
Thank you, friend. Honorable mentions, I'd almost affectionately want to call them nominees before we get to the winner. Cameron Grimes versus Dexter Lumis. Randy Orton versus Edge, and Nikki Cross versus Bayley, because God, was that done to death. But my winner, ultimately, is Lana versus Nia Jax.
Oh.
Because I thought the way they did it was just ridiculous. The repeated announce table. Like, maybe it's cool the first time, because, I get it. Nia, well, I don't get Nia Jax at all. Literally, why Nia Jax? But, you want to flex her size and everything. So one dropped to a table once. Cool. 2 times. Okay. 3 times. It better be leading to a tables match. They did it so many goddamn times. And the payoff, like, Lana beat Nia in a random Raw match. Didn't even get a pay-per-view moment because she was dealing with an injury. The whole thing was a flustercluck. So, yeah. Just fuck this feud. I think you took one of the worst baby faces and put them with like one of the worst heels, although not the worst. That award's still to come a bit later. And yeah, they did nothing for me, and I doubt they did much for the crowds either. I mean, the virtual crowds, obviously, but yeah, Lana and Nia, worst feud, and I gave my honorable mentions. Hand the floor over to you, bud. Who were your honorable mentions?
My honorable mentions for this, I'm surprised that only one of them was mentioned in your honorable mentions, and I don't share an award with you either, and my award isn't going to any of your honorable mentions either, so we actually had very unique responses to this. For my honorable mentions, I have Randy Orton versus Edge, which is the one that we have in common. But then the other two of my honorable mentions are Viking Raiders versus Street Profits.
Great choice. Great choice.
To me, it really ruined the Viking Raiders' credibility, and it did nothing to help the Street Profits. And then the third one, which actually is one that I added earlier today at the suggestion of, I want to say, DBK in the Discord, because it won his award, and I thought that's a really good idea. I'm going to add it to my honorable mentions, is Evil versus Tetsuya Naito.
Yeah, great choices, man. I really like that.
And the true award, worst feud of the year, goes to Seth Rollins versus the Mysterio family.
Oh, God, so fucking long.
It blows me away that you didn't even mention this feud.
Give it time.
But for worst feud of the year.
Well, yeah, for worst feud of the year, I passed over that. But yeah, don't worry. I do shine a spotlight on this whole thing, because how could you not? Because it took up, I feel like it almost took up 2/3 of the year, dude. That's how it feels like to me.
Well, I know that the first sort of big interaction was the Monday Night Raw after Money in the Bank, because it was the same night that Becky announced her pregnancy.
Right.
That was when Seth, it was when there was a match and Seth was acting like a zombie on the apron, like he just saw a fucking ghost. And then like Ray tried to get in his face and confront him, and Seth fucking lost it on Ray. That was the whole beginning to the whole thing.
Yeah.
And it's been going on, I feel like it was still going on as recently as like November. So yeah, 6 months. So half the year, not 2/3, but half the year.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, dude.
And yeah, I feel like it really lowered Seth Rollins' credibility because of how many times he looked bad in the ring with fucking Dominic Mysterio. They tried their asses off to make Dominic Mysterio a thing, and he's just a complete charisma vacuum. And Ray lost an eye. That's what was, a net gain loss for Rey Mysterio is, minus an eye. That's the whole thing.
Yeah. So moving on to worst storyline of the year.
I go first.
You go first on this one. So worst storyline of the year for you. First of all, honorable mentions, of course.
I have one honorable mention for worst storyline of the year, and that is the Murphy-Aaliyah relationship.
Okay.
And my actual worst storyline of the year is Alexa Bliss indoctrinated by The Fiend.
Okay.
Nothing that has happened this year from a storyline perspective has completely ruined a super overact, to me at least, more than Alexa Bliss being added to the act of The Fiend. So to me, the worst storyline of the year is the whole idea that Alexa went from being attacked by The Fiend to wanting to be around The Fiend to now being a full-blown part of The Fiend's act. I think it's completely ruined The Fiend, and I think that applies to both of us. So worst storyline of the year to me, but I'm curious what you bring up here.
Dude, I'm going to treat this like 5v5s when if we share something, I'm just going to keep quiet until you pass the ball to me, because I know I jumped the gun on worst match of the year, but that's just because I'm just so excited to be here. We actually have it inverted, dude, if you could believe it, because my honorable mention is Alexa Bliss getting covered by The Fiend, but my worst is Aaliyah and
Murphy.
Fucking Murphy.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I completely inverted your order for my own. Here's the thing. I agree with you completely. Like, fuck Alexa Bliss's involvement with The Fiend. It's so goddamn cringe. Aaliyah and Murphy, though, I obviously have a raw nerve because I stuck my neck out for this company. And I actually not only stuck my neck out for this company, which is bad enough, I actually took wrestling fans to task. I'm like, we need to get our minds out of the gutter. Not everything has a sexual dimension or a romantic component. It was the same thing with, like, Sasha Bailey, I said. And then it does. And I look like a goddamn idiot. And I think for the company, it's really bad when this came after Speaking Out was already a thing.
Yeah.
And, like, this 19-year-old is with this over 30-year-old dude, which, like, it sparked a conversation. A lot of people had opinions about it. I don't think any of them were good. Just in the sense of, like, they looked at it unfavorably. And it's weird, man. It's weird. And, like, I worry, because here's the thing, right? And I'm not even trying to be hyperbolic. We talk about why we chose the things we did, right? With Kane getting Katie Vick, we still talk about that to this day, but you know why it was never going to hurt him in the long run? Because he's fucking Kane.
Yeah.
Like, I think the character almost insulated him from the worst that storyline could have done, honestly. With Murphy, I am terrified that him doing this is going to be like an anchor to his ankle the rest of his career. And that is really fucking unfortunate when the dude has a great look. I think he has an understated charisma, and he can go in the ring. Like, he didn't need this. I don't even like that he's hanging with the Mysterios, even if it was what I originally postulated that it should be. You know, kindness wins out over vengeance, which it was so fucking simple. I cannot say enough how simple it was. I almost, you know what, if they would have gone that route, honest to God, I probably would have spared this thing altogether despite going way too long. Because I'm like, you know what, that's actually a really poignant message that you told in the most convoluted way, but you got there. But no, it's just, oh yeah, love, sure, but we're talking that, you know, damn near jailbait kind of love that we got going on for you here. And in the middle of a huge cultural shift, again, with speaking out. It's just gross. It's gross, and it really didn't need it. I mean, you already had a man losing a fucking eye. Did you really need anything else? It annoyed me. It dispirited me. We talk about how optimistic I can be in wrestling. This was like a serious blow to that this year. Because again, I talked for several minutes on here about how, guys, look, I get the storyline's bad, but let's not jump to conclusions. You know, they've got to read the room, right? Well, they're reading something. Because the room sure as fuck wasn't it. Yeah. So yeah, worst storyline of the year for me. I fucking hated this. So yeah, I guess moving on. Next category, worst pay-per-view of the year. I start out on this one. Yep. I will say this is one of my awards where I do not have an honorable mention. My worst pay-per-view of the year, AEW All Out 2020.
Nice. I will say that is one of my honorable mentions, but it is not my award. So
I mean, for me, it had the most disgusting match of the year, putting Matt Hardy at serious risk. The tag title matchup went on way too long and just fuck everything about the finish. MJF didn't beat Moxley when I feel like he should have, so they just did not pull the trigger on him. I really didn't enjoy the Mimosa match. I know I'm kind of in the minority there. And you know what? I think it's because the show was already going on so long at that point. And length matters when you're not as accustomed to a brand as we are with AEW, because we don't watch TV shows. We don't watch the, you know, so like if I'm in a strange land, it would be like if we did a big, I don't know, OTT show or Pro Wrestling Eve. Like, yeah, it's okay, but like at a certain point, I want to get out of here. And AEW definitely has that same effect. So yeah, I really didn't care for this. I feel like maybe the first two matches were okay, but man, I don't think they ever really fully recovered from Hardy Guevara. So fuck this show. What about you though, man? What are your honorable mentions for worst pay-per-view of the year?
I have 3. So that was one of them. But then the other 2 are WWE Super Showdown and The Horror Show at Extreme Rules.
Okay, so I'm curious who won then of that crop.
Backlash 2020.
Oh, nice. I heard somebody even mention that in the chat just now. Yeah.
It was Mark. So let me run down this card, all right?
Okay.
And I can do this because it's not a fucking 11-match card like All Out was. Bayley and Sasha Banks defeated Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross and the Iconics in a 3-way tag title match. 8 minutes, 50 seconds. The second longest match on the show, Sheamus defeated Jeff Hardy in 16 minutes, 50 seconds.
Wow, Jesus Christ.
Asuka defeated Nia Jax, or actually no, she didn't defeat Nia Jax. Asuka versus Nia Jax ended in a double countout for the Raw Women's title.
Right.
This was the show where Strowman beat Miz and Morrison in the 201 handicap match because the Miz was stupid.
Fuck the Miz, man. Fuck.
The one silver lining on this show, we got McIntyre Lashley and it was good.
Yeah, they showed out.
But here's what else we got. I don't know if you remember this, and I feel like we've actually heard people talking about this over the course of the last couple of weeks, but what's not on the card itself, because it wasn't ever an official match, but what was supposed to happen on this show was the Viking Raiders versus the Street Profits for the Raw tag titles. But what actually happened on the show was the Viking Raiders and Street Profits fighting in the parking lot for a while until they came across Tozawa and his ninjas for the first time, at which point a weird-ass cinematic brawl broke out that included Ivar using Thor-like powers to summon a turkey leg into his hand, and Zawa summoning who we now know as Omos, the big-ass 7-foot ninja, to intimidate them to the point that they retreated to the roof of a production truck and continued fighting each other until they got thrown off of it and into a dumpster, at which point Ivar dove off of the production truck, landed in the dumpster with them. We got the Jessica Carr cameo where she came out and mentioned something about them not having a match anymore, and did the whole bit where Rowan isn't cute but Ivar is, and then they got chased out of the dumpster by a tentacle monster. And that led us into the main event, which was a 45-minute match between two 40-plus-year-old men.
Yeah, it was a rough time. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
So I legitimately had Extreme Rules here for the longest time. And then just recent weeks being reminded of that cinematic parking lot brawl with the fucking tentacle monster and the introduction of the ninjas. I had to put this as my worst show of the year. My worst pay-per-view of the year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Greatest wrestling match of all time. Edge versus Orton going 45 goddamn minutes.
Bro, they called that the greatest wrestling match ever, and not even on WWE's own marquee list did it make number one. The Boneyard match made number one.
Which like... For main roster only, yes, you are correct, WWE. You got one right for once.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
That Boneyard match was the shit.
All right, next up, overutilized talent of the year. You go first on this. Any honorable mentions?
This is one of my favorites. I have seven honorable mentions for this list.
Okay.
And to me, an overutilized talent is literally just somebody that's getting pushed too hard and can sustain that being pushed too hard status for the entire year. My honorable mentions, I'm going to go in order from like who cares all the way up to like actually had major impact and really should not have been pushed this hard. At the very bottom of my list is Yuki Aino, who most people don't even know who she is. She's a Tokyo Joshi wrestler who got a world title shot this year and damn near broke Yuka Sakazaki's neck because she's not strong enough to hold her. Next on my list is Rika Tatsumi, who is another TJPW girl who I just think sucks and is like treated like a main eventer, and I'll never understand why. She held the tag titles for a good majority of the year with somebody that I actually do like, but I felt like she was holding her back. Third on my list is Yoshi Tatsu, because why the fuck would you ever put any kind of titles on this talentless shitter? And then we got Joey Janela. Now we're starting to get into more like mainstream stuff. Joey Janela really getting television time at all is fucking silly to me. The dude's really not good at anything in the wrestling business other than like having connections, which is exactly how he got signed to the AEW contract in the first place. Which brings me to number 3 on my honorable mentions list, Cody Rhodes. I mean, it's a perpetual one at this point. He won it for me last year, but apparently there were 3 guys ahead of him this year. Which brings me to number 2 on my honorable mention list, Randy Orton, because people are acting like, oh my God, he really is at his best. You know, he's never been better than he is right now. He's peaked. And I'm just sitting back like, guys, he's boring. Please, no. Number 1, though, on my honorable mentions list is Evil.
Yeah, that's a great honorable mentions list, man. Holy fuck.
And my overutilized talent of the year, the person who ruined entire shows for me at one point, to the point that anytime they came on, I wanted to do nothing but tune out and really tune out for the entire remainder of the show, Dominic Mysterio.
Great pick. Sorry, got something in my throat there. No, I know you've hated his push from the beginning. And, yeah, I know that you're kind of worried that he might become even more of a big star as the years progress. So talk a bit more about that.
I'll tell you exactly why I hated the Dominic Mysterio push, because it is entirely a product of nepotism. And we know that now because as passable of a worker as he is, and I'll give the kid credit, he can bump, he can sell, he has some cool stuff that he learned from his dad that he can do in the ring. I don't think he's terrible in the ring. I don't want to shit on him in the ring. But at the same time, he's a charisma vacuum on the mic, and I don't think many people would disagree with that. Frankly, I think if you would disagree with that, I would really have to kind of challenge your point of view. I would really have to be like, you sure you're not a little biased here? Just because we heard him cut a few promos, we've seen him try and act. He's bad at all of it. The performance side of pro wrestling is not natural to him at all. And that is kind of what brings me to the second half of why this pisses me off, because he's getting this spot instead of literally any other far more talented luchador that could have been in this exact same spot. It could have been Humberto Carrillo. It could have been Angel Garza. It could have been one of the three guys in Lucha House Party. Hell, it could have been Santos Escobar for all I care. Any other talented luchador could have been given this exact same spot, would have been putting on absolute bangers with Seth Rollins rather than Dominic Mysterio basically having to get carried to good matches rather than amazing ones that could have been done between Rollins and someone who's more established. And those guys might actually be able to talk by the end of the feud because they would be starting at a place where they would be able to actually learn from the experience. So at the end of the day, the reason that I hate the Dominic Mysterio push is because he does not bring anything to the table that at least 5 or 6 other guys aren't already better than him at, other than the fact that his name is Mysterio, or the fact that he's Rey Mysterio's son in general. So that's why I hate the push. That's why I think he is incredibly overutilized, and maybe I'm a little biased here putting him above Evil, because Evil is definitely a really strong candidate for number 1. But at the end of the day, I just really wanted to get my point across. Fuck the Dominic Mysterio push. Fuck Vince for his obsession with nepotism. And really fuck capitalism in general for making nepotism a thing. But anyway, John, who is your overutilized performer of the year?
Great picks all around, bud. I only have 2 honorable mentions for this.
Nice.
Evil and Natsuko Tora.
Nice.
And I will say my winner for overutilized talent of the year, Nia Jax. They really gave her a lot this year, between her being the reason Charlotte got taken out. So they gave her that quote-unquote heat, even though it was probably the most babyface thing she ever did. Several matches with Asuka for the Raw Women's Championship. Obviously, they'll still give her stuff where she interacts with male competitors. I don't know if she did that with Truth at all or anybody this year. I feel like she had a moment this year that was kind of like in that vein. And then obviously, the fucking tag titles of Shayna Baszler. She was in the Women's Money in the Bank this year as well, I believe. And she was part of that whole cinematic. And she gets a lot of TV time, and she's part of very prominent angles. One, because of the nepotism that you already told to go fuck itself, very similar to Dominic Mysterio. But also, unlike Dominic and unlike Evil, I think why I went with Nia is you are really promoting this woman when she injures people. Like, she even very recently, injured Mandy Rose. Now, Mandy Rose is still green as goose shit, but I do think that injury came down more to Nia than anything else.
Well, and even just this year, just earlier this year, she fucking injured Kyrie as well.
Yeah, which I'll never forgive her for.
Very well could have ended her career.
Yeah, exactly. So I think when you over-promote somebody, and that person isn't even just there talent-wise, I mean, she's fucking boring as shit, but is, like, actively dangerous, yeah, fuck Nia Jax and fuck every angle she gets to be a part of that constantly endangers other people. So, yeah, very easy pick for me for overutilized talent of the year.
All right, awesome. I do want to point out that a couple of streaks were actually broken here, because the last 2 year-end awards that were for overutilized talent, you gave to Baron Corbin.
Oh yeah.
And the last 3 overutilized talents of the year from me have been for Cody Rhodes. So even though he made my honorable mention list, this is the first time in the last 2 years that it was someone other than Corbin for you, and the first time in 3 years that it's been someone other than Cody for me.
Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of all those names, we've got overrated talent of the year. I'll start us off. Honorable mention, Kenny Omega. And then my winner is Cody Rhodes. Jesus fucking Christ. I guess we've come full circle, folks, because in the very early days of this show, I was a huge Cody Rhodes fan, and I've come all the way around. The dude literally got to have like a huge stake in a wrestling promotion that might as well be his, even though I know Tony Khan's really like financing a lot of it, just so that he could promote himself as a main event talent. I mean, because I know pandemic time has fucked all of us, but I want to remind people that the MJF Cody Rhodes feud, which honestly could have very well been an honorable mention for me, for worst feud of the year, happened this year. And the only reason I mention that is, what were some segments that happened in that feud? Cody Rhodes versus Wardlow in a steel cage, where obviously Cody had to blade and make the fiery babyface.
That happened this year?
It did. I checked.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. Cody getting, in fact, I'll even doubly confirm it. I'll confirm it again. Let's see. Cody getting whipped by MJF with the belt, with the fucking strap. Yeah, that was February of this year.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so I knew, because, you weren't the only one that dug deep, brother. I don't want you to think every award was like recency bias on my part. No, Cody getting overrated even goes back to that feud this year. Because I think you had a great line about it when we talk about it. This dude wants to look like the fucking savior of pro wrestling. Look at what I'm willing to put myself through because I love wrestling. And, dude, get the fuck over yourself. I'm going to be honest with you guys, and I don't even know if I should say this right now, because I know it's like an emotional, sensitive time. But like even the Brody Lee tribute, and like Cody closed and stuff like that. I don't know. I felt uncomfortable about him having the closing promo. It's like, I don't know. It just had a tinge of narcissism to it to me. And again, maybe that's a really insensitive comment at this time when everybody's like grieving. But like, I feel like the dude has to be at the center of everything. Mm-hmm. And it's like, dude, you're not that fucking special. Christ. Dude, like the MJF feud was fucking awful because he had to look like a goddamn martyr. The stuff with Dark Order, dude, oh my god. Cody and Super Friends, when Cody was out, and then Matt Carbonara and fucking his brother Dustin and all them, and they beat the fucking Dark Order.
QT Marshall, yeah, that for.
Yeah. And then Cody comes back with this elaborate entrance, and oh my god, the entrances this fucking dude gave himself this year. I mean, Jesus Christ. And he comes back with the dark hair, and he's feeling like a badass because he's taking out the Dark Order, and I think he got Stu Grayson in the figure 4, and he's tapping out, and he's probably feeling like, yes, I'm so fucking good at this. Of course, he had to be a part of Sting's debut with AEW, sharing the ring with him, and I think he got to be a part of Sting's first promo exchange. Like, this dude wanted an ownership stake in a company so that he could just be like, I'm the best at wrestling, and now I finally get a chance to prove it, because it was WWE Creative that was holding me back, which, I mean, to be fair, in a way, yeah, because I still feel like he could have been a world champion in that company. But, like, there's a difference between being a world champion and being an ace, being, like, a carrier of a company. Cody absolutely could have been a world champion in WWE. Could he have ever been the ace of WWE? Hell fucking no. He's a boring as shit ace for AEW, the company that he has that stake in. So, yeah, dude, fuck Cody Rhodes. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but I'm just going to say it again for both of us. Fuck Cody Rhodes. Yeah. Really horrible year this year for, like, Cody promotion. But I'm very curious, if we didn't share this, who you have as your overrated talent, and you can start with honorable mentions.
Okay. Do you remember back in 2017 when my overrated talent of the year was Kenny Omega, and I got kind of shit on for it because, like, Meltzer called him the best wrestler in the world, and a lot of people kind of bought into that and stuff. And my whole point wasn't that he sucked. My whole point was just that he was overrated because I didn't think that it was fair to call him the best wrestler in the world and stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Just try and keep that in mind when I name my overrated talent of the year this year. But my honorable mentions are Toni Storm and Charlotte Flair. Charlotte, obvious reasons. We already mentioned it. Toni Storm, though, I genuinely just don't think she's very good. I think she's boring. I don't really get into her matches unless she's against someone else really, really good, which kind of puts her along the same lines as Charlotte. And I think a lot of people think that she's like, oh, because she worked Stardom and she worked the Indies and stuff, that she's like one of these, like, you know, female Gargano types where she's going to put on these like 5-star classics no matter who you put her in and win, or like a wrestle a broomstick type. But I really don't think she's that. I think she's pretty mediocre. And I think a lot of people just like her because she's got a fat ass. But anyway, overrated talent of the year. I'm just going to come right out and say it, ripping the Band-Aid off, MJF.
Okay. Yeah.
Because here's the thing. I think casual audiences wouldn't overrate him, but I think that the internet audience has gotten to the point that they absolutely overrate him. I think that the internet audience, the Meltzer audience, even the Cornette audience, and a lot of people in our audience even, I think see a lot more in MJF than I do. And this could very well just be me kind of dying on the wrong hill here, but I do think he's good. Again, I don't want to kind of bring this back to the Kenny Omega, or I do kind of want to bring it back to the Kenny Omega thing. I don't want people to think that I think that MJF sucks. I think that he does suck in some ways. I think that he's way too try hard. I think that when you're always on, it gets old fast, and that's exactly how he is. And it annoys the shit out of me, and not in a heel way, but more in like a dude get over yourself way. And God, there was something that happened, or somebody that we were talking about. Austin Theory, I think. I think MJF almost reminds me a lot of Austin Theory in the way that he's always on and that he's going out of his way to play this character. And like, it just comes off as way too try hard to me. In the ring, he's fine. I don't think he's bad in the ring. He may be a little boring in the ring sometimes. I know that we watched his match with Moxley and I thought it was just okay. And you rewatched it and you're talking about how amazing it was. So maybe that influenced my decision to make him overrated here. But I think with MJF, he's so much more of a prospect than he is like a finished product right now. And I think that there's also a size issue there because, you know, we always talk about how, you know, pro wrestling, the more you look like a superhero, the better. Or I guess in his case, the more you look like a supervillain. And I really just don't get that vibe from him at all. With MJF, I really kind of get the vibe that he's just like a wrestling fan who wanted to cosplay bad guy. That's the vibe that I get from him. And yeah, so I again, not trying to say that he's garbage or anything. I know that he is definitely somebody that has appeal to people. You know, look no further than you. I know you're the biggest fan of MJF that I know. But he just isn't for me. He just doesn't do it for me. I'm just not into him, and I don't think he's anything special. So
that's fair enough, man. I really appreciate you stating your.
I know this is a really stupid comparison because like we're comparing somebody that's playing a bad guy to somebody that arguably very well could be an actual real life piece of shit. But like we talk about like mic prodigies, and to me, MJF doesn't hold a candle to Enzo Amore.
Okay. Yeah.
Because when I go back and I hear Enzo's promos in NXT and even some of his early promos on the main roster, there is a fucking energy there that like if WWE really wanted to, they could have built the company around this dude. And with MJF, when he cuts promos, I feel like he's cutting promos for Dave Meltzer. Like I feel like he's specifically cutting promos because he knows who his audience is and he leans into that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think MJF would ever connect with a mainstream audience the way that Enzo could have.
Yeah, and see, like, I don't want to get us off track because it is about, like, year-end awards. That's probably the biggest disagreement I have with you of everything you've said, because, like, I could just be like, you know, cool. That I definitely had a reaction to. But no, I mean, I understand, man. I should have seen this coming, too, because I know you've talked about MJF, but very cool choice, man.
And to be fair, I do want to like hear your side. I don't want us to get into like a heated argument or anything, but I still like hearing you defend MJF just because I know that you're a big fan of his.
Well, no, because it just kind of reminds me of the Simon Godshoot interview, and I don't know, like I just seeing how Enzo probably is. I kind of, you know, and of course it's subjective, right? Like I choose to make Simon Gotch a reliable narrator, so I just want to, you know, preface that. And, you know, he talks about how, like, Enzo has, like, notebooks full of promos, and Gotch is just like, well, you can't just talk. And I feel like MJF can just talk. Even if it does kind of fall back on some material, which I won't deny that he does, because he has an established character. And maybe being young, he just feels comfortable swimming within the waters of that character. I still would trust him more to talk than Enzo, who I feel like would need, like, 30 minutes or however long to prepare for whatever. Doesn't make Enzo a bad guy. I enjoyed the hell out of him on the mic. But I think, you know, if you're in a clutch situation, I personally would trust MJF in a clutch situation more than Enzo. And then you look at some of MJF's, you know, mic work this year. And again, I'm only really responding to that emphatically because that's where I had a visceral disagreement with you.
Right, okay.
Where he declared his candidacy for the AEW Championship. I thought it was a great segment. I thought he spoke about a lot of truth to pro wrestling, but still in a heelish way, like, wow, what a dick. And, you know, I think I think my hope for MJF, because I know you're not alone in how you feel. Like, I know for a fact that other people have come out, like, against it. Well, not even necessarily against him. That's very strongly worded. But, like, as, like, come on, guys, what's it all about? He is only, I think, 24. Maybe he's 25 now. I would hope maybe in, like, 3 to 5 years he would maybe have a character evolution, because I would like to see him. I think he's done this character his entire career. Yeah. I would like to see if he's capable of evolving, because, again, I do think some of your criticisms are valid. And valid in the sense of we don't really know how true they are or not, but just because we haven't confirmed it the other way, we don't take it off the table.
Right.
I think for me, because I just really had that, I was like, ooh. I do think he could just more talk on a cuff than Enzo can. Something about Enzo tells me if you really put him on the spot, he would, like, out himself as, like, I really carefully constructed this, and I can't perform like that.
That's fair. So, I'm not going to go up to bat for Enzo, but, like, just, like, going back and watching some of his promos, it's like, holy shit, this dude is...
Oh, dude, I get it, absolutely, because there's just, like, an energy and a magnetism to it, and I feel like, for me...
And the only reason I even brought him up, too, is because, like, that's the type of promo that I feel like people hype MJF up as being. And I just don't...
See, yeah, that's weird, because I think, for me, it's not even that. Like, I would say him and Enzo, like, are two different type of mic workers. I will say, though, I like how committed MJF is, because I know Cornette was fun to say, right, you can't get the toothpaste back in the tube, but, like, I appreciate that he at least tries. And then the funny thing is, I know you've used the phrase try hard, but I at least appreciate that he tries, and I think for me it just connects more often than not. But you know what, really hearing your reasons and stuff, I totally get why you'd be on the other side of, like, okay, guys, he's good, but maybe let's all calm down before we call him the second coming of the next great whatever in wrestling.
Right, yeah.
Because
I've seen a lot of Ric Flair comparisons, man.
Yeah, and you know what, dude, that's... When you see comparisons like that, because here's the thing, man, I've seen fucking Ric Flair promos, not just for, like, WCW, but what was that one territory that he did a lot?
NWA?
And NWA. I've seen those Flair promos. He lives that shit. And then maybe that really is the crux of why I'm sympathetic to your argument, is that you hear Ric Flair talk, and it really is like, oh, he definitely lives this when the camera stops rolling. With MJF, it's a mixed bag, because there are some promos where, if I'm honest, I could believe it. In fact, it's funny, because I feel like on Twitter a lot of the time I believe it more than some of his mic work. And then with the mic work, again, it is kind of a mixed bag. Sometimes I believe it. Other times I'm like, okay, you were just really trying to reach here. Yeah. So no, I think especially when you're working with that kind of comparison, I'm definitely sympathetic to your claims here. So good stuff.
I think you've helped me to get my point across without me coming off as a dick here. So thank you.
Yeah, dude.
Next award, though, it's funny because your overrated talent of the year falls right in line with my worst superstar of the year, and that's Cody Rhodes.
Dude, go off. I've been waiting for this.
Well, and I don't know if we even really discussed this, but I am considering AEW talent as superstars. I think they actually refer to themselves as superstars. Maybe they do kind of refer to themselves as pro wrestlers as a way to stick it to WWE, but AEW is far more sports entertainment than they would love to admit. I think they would never admit to being sports entertainment because they pride themselves on being not WWE, even though to me they feel very much just like WWE light or even just like WCW basically. And we talk about all the time these days about how WWE feels like late era or dying era WCW. And Cody is the front of it. Cody, I think, is, you know how, and we don't have an award for worst non-wrestling talent of the year, unfortunately. Otherwise, it would go to Josh Matthews every single year. But you know how we talk about how Josh Matthews is the sole reason that he is the number one barricade preventing us from getting into Impact Wrestling?
Yeah.
Cody Rhodes is that for AEW to me. And he's not the only one, just like Josh Matthews isn't the only reason that we aren't watching Impact. Sami Callihan is a problem too, and there might be a couple other reasons if we would actually start watching it, like actively trying to start watching it and just ignoring Matthews. But that's Cody Rhodes to me. Cody Rhodes to me is the biggest reason, the number one reason why I have no interest in watching AEW. There are some systemic issues as well that would be obstacles. But Cody and really the way that the company feels like it revolves around Cody and his connections is the biggest obstacle to me getting back into AEW again, because Cody to me is a mediocre, middling, good hand in hard quotes type of wrestler. He is basically, to me, the way that the WWE booked him is exactly where he should be booked. He's a mid-carder. Maybe you'll let him flirt with the main event every now and then, maybe like once every few years even, not even once a year. And he's a perpetual mid-carder who will have his fan base of hardcore fans, and maybe you tease like he's going to get a title shot every now and then, and you don't pull the trigger until, he's really, really hot. But because it's his company, because he's one of the executive vice presidents on the board, he gets these elaborate entrances. He gets more pyro than anyone. He gets more TV time than basically anyone. He gets to come out with his whole posse. He gets Arn fucking Anderson as an on-screen coach. He gets to make sure that his brother has plenty of TV time. He gets to make sure that his brother's good friend, QT Marshall, gets TV time when the dude looks like a fucking balding 45-year-old truck driver who has no business being on television. And then by even further extension, because QT Marshall is friends with the Rhodes family, the people that he trains then unnecessarily get put on TV for AEW and get time, like Anna Jay, who I've seen wrestle. She's completely mediocre, and that might even be giving her too much credit. There was absolutely no reason for AEW to put Anna Jay on television other than A, she's kind of cute, and B, she was trained by QT Marshall. So like the whole like you could find just about anybody in AEW, and you would be in AEW, and there would be fewer than 6 degrees of separation between them and Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes is the centerpiece. He is the driving force behind the company. He's the face of the company, regardless of who the champion is. I don't care what you say. And to me, that is the reason that I have no interest in paying attention to AEW.
Yeah. I'm just gonna take the ball here. Honorable mentions for me for worst superstar of the year: Charlotte, Lana, Dolph Ziggler. Just why Dolph Ziggler? Nia Jax, and yeah, pretty much copy paste. I had Cody Rhodes as well. I think you summed up everything.
Honorable mention: Charlotte, Lana. I didn't catch all your honorable mentions.
Oh, Charlotte, Lana, Dolph Ziggler, and Nia Jax.
Okay, and you had Cody as worst superstar of the year as well.
Yeah.
That's amazing. You gave Cody 2 straight awards.
Yeah, because, dude, like, it really is something when one guy, and I really do, like, put it all on him because of the stroke he carries in that company, is the reason you don't watch a product. Like, Ashton can vouch for me here. I would practically, like, beg him or just, like, casually, like, float around the idea, we don't have to do AEW live reactions because I was just waiting for the day to be like, yeah, man, let's call it. Like, he stopped with the shot pads to revive the patient, and he's finally ready to call time of death. I've been so ready for it. I'm like, can we call it? Can we call it? It's not getting any better. Can we call it? And like, God bless him. He'd be like,
I wanted to give it a chance, guys. I really did.
He did. I was out, guys. You guys need to understand how quickly I was out of AEW. In fact, you guys really need to give Ashton more credit in like 2021 because like I would drop so much stuff so quick, and he's like, no, wait, give it a second. And a lot of times, to his credit, it does turn around. AEW, though, I wanted to get out immediately. I'm like, I don't care. My time. Like, because again, especially, commentaries like this, you guys know we do a lot of long commentaries. Dude, our time is valuable,
Can we be completely transparent about this?
Yeah, sure.
You wanted to stop covering AEW before they even went live on television.
Yeah, absolutely.
You were ready to be done with All Out 2019.
Exactly. Like, I really did not care. Yeah. So credit to Ashton for any of you guys that actually did enjoy our AEW content. You can thank him
Yeah, so for those of you that are hardcore AEW fans that get pissed off at me for us not covering the show anymore, I'm the reason that we covered it for the last year that we covered it at all.
Exactly. Please find me on Twitter at John_TWitWoW. Give me all that hate. It feeds me. I've seen what makes you cheer. So yeah, because I fucking hate this company, and honestly, like it's probably the first time in a long time that I've really wanted a company to fail, and the only reason I don't actively wish it into the universe is because it's employing people.
Yeah, dude, 100% same. I really like. The thing is, I don't even necessarily root for NXT to win the ratings war because NXT hasn't been good lately either. But like, I just hate when people brag about how well AEW is doing, not because I don't like anyone in AEW and I want the company to fail, because it's really good to me and really cool to me that they're going out of their way to make sure that pro wrestlers have jobs. The problem I have is that they're making sure that wrestlers who are cool with the Rhodes family have jobs. It's nepotism all fucking over again. It's just a different kind of nepotism.
I heard a story, dude, about a guy that got fired, I guess, from working Pyro because he scared the Rhodes family dog, Pharaoh.
Yeah.
And Brandy's like, oh, we came to the bag, we fired him on the spot. And I'm like, shit, man. Like, holy fuck. So, yeah, fuck Cody Rhodes. I've really done a complete 180 from our early, like, Four Horsemen days. And, like, yeah, just fuck this dude. And, dude, thank you, DBK, because 2021 isn't looking any better when he's going to have a feud with fucking Shaq.
Yeah.
For what price? He's going to be the fucking spokesperson for Gold Bond Powder? The fuck is this? Yeah, Alex, just Alex is here. I'm happy you joined us, bud. Yeah, fuck AEW. I've even told you that. I know we've had talks. Not lately, but there are times, you know, when we have time, we kind of check in with each other how we feel about wrestling. Yeah, fuck AEW. You can, again, all Ashton, baby. He was the one that was like, look, you want to give it a chance. It's an alternative, this and that. He's a better man than me. I was like, no, let it burn. I want to burn it. No. And yeah, just fuck this program and fuck Cody Rhodes. So
boom, there it is, out on the table.
Next award, worst promo of the year. I go first on this one. Honorable mention, Charlotte Flair stirs the pot between Bayley and Sasha Banks.
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah, this promo had a lie in it, because I think she more or less said in so many words that Charlotte Flair equals ratings, which no the fuck you do not, okay? Stay in your goddamn lane, which if I had my way would be in Gorilla. Fucking never even coming out to the goddamn ring. And worst promo of the year, and I'm so happy I found this. Did I include the date on this? I did, so that everybody knows that it counts.
I swear to God, if you say October 2nd, I'm going to lose my shit.
No, it's June 22nd.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
Charlotte Flair and Nia Jax debate who has benefited more from nepotism. This is the worst realization of the Spider-Man meme. I want everybody to understand that. Where the one Spider-Man's pointing and the other one's pointing, it's like, you, and it's the same thing. That was this.
Was this on an episode of Raw?
Yes.
And you said it was July 22nd?
June 22nd.
June 22nd, okay.
June 22nd. Yeah. This was just bad. And
I love that Charlotte got both your honorable mention and your actual award.
Dude, let me tell you something. I didn't miss her at all, and the only use she had for me this year was padding out my worst categories when I really just wanted to dig my heels in there. I think we're almost past the anti-AEW part, Alex. At least for me, maybe, possibly. Actually, no, there's still more shitting on it.
I actually only have one more negative award to give to an AEW anything.
Let me see. I have... As far as negative, yeah, I have two.
Okay. I was waiting for you to be like, I have 5.
So I'm straining on the toilet, Alex. I have just a little bit more shit to give. But yeah, it's so goddamn tone deaf when Nia fucking Jax, who again can injure people without so much as being suspended, wants to complain about somebody else's nepotism in kayfabe. I fucking hated this. And again, there were a lot of bad promos. I do not deny that. I guarantee you Ashton probably has a better pick than I do. I pick this because of how fucking disingenuous it is. Mm-hmm. Like, don't act like either one of you earned anything on hard work. I'm that father that's telling both of you, you're both terrible. I regret having you. My life is wasted. It was over the moment I knew you were being born. I plead with my senator to please, for the love of God, legalize postpartum abortion. For the love of fuck. I hate them both. The performers like this and Cody Rhodes, since we're just getting all the venom and toxicity out there, make me, and I want to really stress this into the mic, fucking hate pro wrestling. Fucking hate it with a passion. You're awful. You're terrible. You hold the business back fucking decades, and I despise you for it. And how dare you? Both of you. And because here's something else, too. You want to debate about your merits. You know somebody who actually earned things on merits? Because don't think I wasn't going to find a way to rant about this, brother, because people underestimate my fandom if they did. Kairi fucking Sane, who came to another company, or came to another country, and another company, so that technically wasn't wrong, learned the language, promised her dead best friend, I'm going to make my dreams come true in America, kept an upbeat attitude through everything. Fucking people at Full Sail, I don't think it happened this year, to be fair, but fucking, she dealt with in her tenure people chanting Pearl Harbor at an NXT show, and she responded with a picture of people holding hands around the globe. Never once complained. And these two fuckwits, Nia Jax almost killing her in the one, and then let's not forget fucking TLC with fucking Charlotte, fucking slapping her in the face when she was fucking concussed. That person has earned things on fucking merit and didn't have a name to coast on. You people could break 5 fucking necks straight and still wake up tomorrow morning with a fucking job. And yet you want to complain to each other? She benefits more than me. I hate you people. I actively, viscerally hate you fucking people. And it's really something, because, I've been told lately in my philosophy circles, thank you for your positivity, thank you for your love. And hey, yeah, I love those people. That's my fucking community right there. If they only knew the hatred that I'm capable of because of this. I was raised on this shit, and this is the thanks I get, watching women bicker about who benefited more when they both suck and they both have names that they coast on. Fuck this promo. So, yeah, God, I was holding that in.
You know what, dude? You win this category for passion alone.
Yeah, dude, it got me so angry, man.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Is that an entry that you've actually added in just over the last month or so, or was that one that you actually added in as soon as it happened back in June?
No, dude, that was last month or so, admittedly, because you have to understand, we're all operating on pandemic time.
Yes.
So, I had to remember a lot, and I'll tell you, early stuff in the year really did come through for me in the clutch. But, I know you, of all people, can resonate with me on this, because, we don't like that heels tell the truth. That was a big Alexa Bliss problem for a long time. But, just disingenuousness in general, in a way that's, not, I'm better than you. Not in the classic heel way of, I'm better than you, even though I clearly won this match with a fucking low blow. No, this is just purely, no. I can't even articulate in words. I'm so enraged. Fuck. It was bad. So I'm really looking forward to see what you chose here.
Yes. Again, I don't have nearly as much passion behind mine. Mine is more just about cringe factor. And mine is Alexa Bliss on the Kevin Owens show on October 2nd, trying to explain why she's so into The Fiend.
Oh, God. So why'd you hate it?
I don't even want to try and impersonate Alexa because it hurts my insides to even think about the way that she said it. But it was the way that she said it. It was how hair tingling and making me want to curl up in a ball in the corner and die. The way that she talked here was she acted like she was all cozy and she was getting all I don't want to say turned on because that's not the right way to put it, but she was clearly getting very excited in a different way, in almost God, I don't know how to fucking explain it, but if you just go back and watch the promo, you'll understand what I mean. I don't know how to explain it, and I don't want to.
Would you say she's entranced by him?
No, it's not even
Like,
an entrance, because entrance would be like if she was like monotone, and she wasn't monotone. She was very like creepy and like cringe inducing, and it's really hard to explain if you don't just. Did you just want me to send you a link to the promo? Because I can do that.
maybe, because another word I was thinking of was maybe like mystified, like talking about him like he's like this otherworldly kind of transcendent.
Kind of, yeah. Here, I'm just sending you a link.
Mystified, stupefied. I'll fucking give live reaction to this. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Oh God, I somewhat remember this. I think I actually skipped out on this. Oh God,
wow. So
it's 8 minutes. I can't like expend that kind of time, but I'll listen.
Okay, no. You don't. I don't want you to react to the whole thing. I just want you to start reacting to it at like, let's see, what's a good time? How about?
I'm just going right to when Alexa Bliss talks. So I think like around 4 minutes, maybe.
Yeah. You could start. You could start around like 5 minutes actually, and you'd be good.
Okay, yeah, let's do this.
The way that she talks, like slowly and like, I don't know, it's so hard to explain.
Yeah, dude, it's funny that like we were talking about. I'll finish that thought after. Oh my God, I don't even need. Yeah, like I think she's trying to imitate. Like how you see in those movies and those TV shows when somebody encounters something like ineffable, like you can't put it into words, but you try, right? And it's like everybody knows that person's seen some shit. She's trying so hard to imitate that, and that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
A word that I know you've come back to, and not even before the awards.
Intoxicated. Intoxicated is the word.
Okay.
She's trying so hard to come off as being like super intoxicated by the Fiend and like enamored with the Fiend, and it just comes off as so. And you know what I think I hate most about this new Bliss character is that they're infantilizing her and sexualizing her at the same time. It's fucking gross.
Yeah, I feared that would happen. Thankfully, I've avoided that, but I really feared that would happen, especially given like the Alexa Playground segments recently and everything.
Exactly.
I'm like, ooh.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I know a word, and again, even in our conversations like in Rocket League and stuff that you'd use like with MJF would be like try hard. Shit, that is this to me.
Yes.
Like, dude,
that dude, 100%. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh my God, dude, it's so nice when we're unified in our hatred. Because like I'm just like, burn it, because I hate this. And you know, it actually kind of surprises me in hindsight that I didn't fully commit to this for any awards and only honorable mentions. Because you know, I fucking adored the Fiend when he first debuted and everything. God, this woman. And here's the thing, like if people were to really press me, and I think what really depresses me, why I love that you like pick this and you've been kind of dogging on this, if people were to say, well, should Alexa Bliss just not be in wrestling altogether? I would honestly say, well, no, because I do think she could be a good manager character or this and that, but like this character specifically does not work. I would still say, to be truthful, dude, and maybe I'm kind of being hyperbolic here, I still say the best work of her career was the being the manager of Blake and Murphy. I liked Blorfexa. I still like Blorfexa to this day when I think about, the stuff that they accomplished. The moment you took her out of that and really pushed her as like a serious roster member on the in-ring side, which I feel like long-term you would have gotten more mileage out of that if you would have committed right out of the gate with Zelina Vega, right? It didn't work. Yeah. It didn't work. So I am happy that you're like on their head today about this because no, I 100%, I am with you on this. God damn, like I'll always support you even when we disagree. But when we do agree, I got your back 100% on this. Fuck everything about this.
All right. So I guess our next award is Worst Heel of the Year. And I actually want to go out of my way to kind of explain this. I know last year Jericho won my Worst Heel of the Year because he didn't really try to be a heel and he just kind of continued pandering to audiences a lot. And I give that award a lot. Like I interpret this award that way quite often. 2015, I did the same thing for the Bella Twins because they kept like trying to appeal to the audience. 2016, same exact thing with Charlotte. 2017 and 18, I think I actually just gave it to 2017 was Stephanie McMahon. And it was because of the fact that she was never going to get a comeuppance, and I hated that. And then 2018, I actually gave it to Dean Ambrose because I just hated that he was a heel and the way that he was booked. And I think that was the year that he was like the fucking hazmat suit and shit like that. It was just a garbage book, like writing for a heel character. This year, though, I am specifically saying that this is my worst heel of the year because this is somebody that should never have been heel in the first place. This is somebody who I think has an amazing babyface run in them that the company they work for has just not been willing to let them get out of their system. And for that reason, my worst heel of the year 2020 was Elias.
I love that pick. I love that pick.
Like if Kevin Owens wouldn't have had that second babyface turn in 2019, I would have given him the exact same award for the exact same reason, but they saved him. Or I guess they let him save himself by letting him go back to face in May or whatever it was. But this year, Elias comes back from a long ass injury and immediately turns heel for the dumbest fucking reason. Like, it's absolutely flabbergasting to me that they're trying to say that this dude is so dumb that somebody said that the person that hit him was a guy with red hair and a red beard, and he's still going after Jeff Hardy. Like, if you're going to go after anyone not named Sheamus, you should be going after fucking Sami Zayn over on SmackDown. But right now you're on Raw, so you should be going after Sheamus. This is so dumb. And, like, his album came out, and a lot of people said that it was really good, but it was really religious, too, so I wasn't interested. But a lot of people loved it. And you're going to have him be a heel with an album to promote? Are you kidding me? This is the dumbest heel move, or the dumbest heel booking, I should say, of the year, by far, in my opinion. But I know that there are different interpretations to this award, so I'm very curious who you gave heel of the year to.
First of all, I'm loving your energy right now. Good shit. Second of all, worst heel of the year, I have a few honorable mentions.
Oh, nice.
Natalya, Lacey Evans, and Lars Sullivan. Fuck Lars Sullivan.
Times
winner
two.
for me was Evil.
That's a really good one. I'm just going to add on my honorable mentions then, since you didn't mention him, Velveteen Dream.
Oh, dude. Oh, God.
I'm going to add one more, Austin Theory.
Yeah, Believe me, we're gonna have, this is gonna be a long commentary, as you already know. We're gonna have a lot to talk about. Evil gets it for me because it's bad enough when somebody turns heel that, like, had a really good thing going for them, but especially when they turn heel and they immediately get the rocket up the ass, and it's almost like the heel turn was meant to get them to be a main eventer. And really more long-term, I guess, to be a heater/legitimizer for other people you want to push.
Yeah.
Evil's push this year was the most painful part of New Japan.
Yes.
I adore this company. I'd probably give a kidney to this company if it meant keeping it alive. But pushing Evil was one of those rare moments where it was bad. And the push hasn't exactly ended. At least I don't think it has, because I honestly think he's going to even do some big things in 2021, not meaning that he's going to be world champion again, but just be in big angles that he probably shouldn't be in. And it just doesn't connect with me because the way he gets heat, I want to articulate this carefully. He does like a lot of in-match tactics, low blow, manager distractions, whatever. And, fine, those are legitimate ways to get heat. But I think you need a certain level of charisma to really milk it. Like I'll give you a perfect example, bro. Perfect contrast. Jay White does the same shit, and I feel like he does it so much better than Evil does it. Because there's a certain charisma and a way he carries himself when he does it. Evil is just so by the numbers and bland to me that even with those accoutrements, the manager, the distractions, the low blow, like everything, it doesn't connect the way it connects when a Jay White does it.
He's a polished turd, man. There's only so much you can do. Like, a turd is a turd, no matter how hard you polish it.
Precise. That's it. So next award is worst face of the year. Do I actually go first on this?
Yep.
This is fucking perfect because he was just my honorable mention a few moments ago. Worst face of the year, Lacey Evans.
Yeah. You don't have any honorable mentions for this, though?
I don't have any honorable mentions for this.
Oh, nice. Me neither.
Because, dude, how bad of a babyface do you have to be when you play both the motherhood card and the, I served U.S. imperialism card and not win a women's championship?
And really not get over.
Like, you do the two big things. I'm a mom and I was in the military.
Yeah.
And you don't win a championship. You don't get over. And a country that will boo anybody that so much as looks at the American flag wrong.
Dude, we need more good female foreign heels for a Lacey Evans in 2020 or I guess 2021 gimmick to work.
Dude, honestly, you saying that, we actually do just need more female foreign heels. And by foreign heels, I mean people speaking the truth of U.S. imperialism and power. Like, fuck yeah. Dude, I know Q&A's been done with, but retroactively add that to my list of things I want in wrestling in 2021. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. But Lacey was such a horrible face. And really, like, you know, it's funny because I really am giving consideration to you giving MJF overrated, like, because that's what I love about you. Like, you really do, even if I disagree with you, you do make me think about things that I believe, and you make me question some things. Because with Lacey, I also feel like very similarly to MJF, potentially, because I still want to see where he'll be in the next 5 years. I feel like she just has that one gear. You know, just that one gear of, like, you're a mom, you're a soldier. Can you do any other character? Is any other character inside of you? Because I don't want to give up on her. You know what I mean? Like, because I do feel like she's a better in-ring worker than Charlotte. I will stand by that, and I'm assuming you would too. Or I don't want to speak for you. But character-wise, it's a dud. And I feel like a character's always going to matter more. Mic-wise, it's fucking cringe. I think she's a pretty horrible person outside the ring, from what I understand. And yeah, just fuck anybody that, you know, is an apologist for imperialism. So that's more of a political thing by me. But as a face, when you go with all the cliches and you still don't get over, I mean, I really would have expected her to be on her third women's championship reign by now. It actually kind of shell shocks me. She still has.
You know what, dude? I almost have to wonder if she would have gotten over if they would have had a proper crowd.
Maybe. I will give you that.
I genuinely wonder if Vince was like, this is too good a shit to waste on no crowd shows. We're saving it till we get a crowd back, damn it.
Yeah. Like, I'm honestly shocked she still hasn't won a women's championship, and maybe, again, to your point, she would have if there was a crowd. But I don't know, man. She just really flopped this year when I really thought it was going to be her time, for better or worse. And so this is a pretty easy pick for me. I'm very curious, though, who you picked as worst face of the year.
This is going to be controversial. I don't want it to be controversial. I really hope that most of us are on the same page here. This isn't me saying that this person is a bad performer. This is me strictly saying that the difference between this person as a heel and this person as a face is so significant that they really just shouldn't be a face anymore, and that's Sasha Banks.
100% agree. You're not going to get any fight from me.
Yeah. I fucking love Sasha Banks. I want to preface everything else that I'm about to say with I fucking love Sasha Banks. We've done plenty of fantasy wrestling drafts in the Discord where we're trying to draft a roster that is like imagining a fantasy wrestling show that we're going to run. And Sasha Banks is my number one pick most of the time. I think she's got it all. I think she is the one of the, I would legitimately say she is the best non-Japanese in-ring woman in the world right now. And she's top 5, top 10, even if you include Japanese women. So I fucking love Sasha. I think she's amazing. Her face promos this year have been ass.
Yeah, dude, they really have.
She has fallen off a cliff character-wise, and she was doing amazing character work over the summer. The match with Asuka where she says, tap out, I need this. The way that she kept staring at Bayley's championship. Her character work over the summer was so goddamn good, but ever since she's turned face, everything outside of the ring has just completely gotten killed.
Yeah. You hate to see it.
I love Sasha, but she's the worst face of the year because of how much better she was before she turned face.
Dude, I love that we both had women for our worst face of the year. That's crazy to me.
Because we have standards, people. We have standards, and the WWE refuses to meet them, goddammit.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, next up, we've got worst finish of the year. Now, this could apply to worst booking decision of the year for a finish. It could be a really stupid finish that made no sense, which is a common WWE thing and recently an NXT thing. really just about any match from TakeOver War Games could apply to this award, I feel like, other than the War Games match itself. But I didn't go with any of that stuff. My honorable mention might actually be your actual award here, John, so I'm sorry if I'm kind of stealing your glory a little bit. But my honorable mention is Lana winning the 5-on-5 Survivor Series match by doing nothing. And my actual worst finish of the year is Evil winning both titles at Dominion from Naito.
Excellent choice, man. Excellent choice.
I don't think that there was a decision in pro wrestling this year that made people lose faith in an entire company the way that Evil beating Naito for both titles did.
Yeah, that really sent shockwaves. Like, a lot of people seem to be questioning New Japan's judgment. So I really love that pick, man. That's good.
Yeah. All right, now your worst finish of the year?
Thankfully, you didn't step on my toes, friend. You're good.
Yay! That makes me happy.
Because we share the same honorable mention. I realized I didn't have one, and I very quickly penciled in Lana Soul Survivor, because all my hate. But my winner, sorry, Alex, I did warn you this was coming, 2 pile drivers to win the gold. FTR versus Omega and Page from AEW All Out. In fact, I specified 2 spiked pile drivers. I fucking hated this finish.
Did you want to add Walter Dragunov to your honorable mentions?
You know what? Yeah, because I keep telling you that was a near impeccable match, but I really didn't like how. But even like the finish, like the final moments were great. Almost had a cinematic quality, but yeah you can still add it there. But yeah, FTR versus Omega and Page. I'm still going to call them the Revival. Because what are they now? Like Fear the Revolution or something? But I love the Revival. Always love the Revival. But man, fuck Kenny Omega specifically. I think I even said a lot on these live reactions, fuck Kenny Omega. Like repeatedly. Because I like Page, and again, like the Revival. But Kenny Omega is fucking garbage. Oh my god, is he hot fucking garbage. Because he's getting his leg worked over in this match from what I remember. Match went on way too goddamn long and had that early ROH quality that you know I fucking hate, dude.
Dude, I was gonna say, that's become quintessential AEW. Like, after an AEW show, even AEW fans are like, I loved it, but some of those matches went too long. That's just the new thing now. It's AEW's style. They're trying to steal it from New Japan.
Yeah, and Javaris, we'll get to that. We will get back to that. We will get back to that in the words of Trevor Lee. Baby. I appreciate that you appreciate that I flexed there. So Kenny's legs getting worked over. All these fans are talking about, and you know what? Let me just pump the brakes. Maybe they have a point because I don't watch AEW TV. I gotta just keep stressing that. But they're like, oh man, the storytelling between the tension with Page and Omega, it's so great. And I'm just like, cool, Revival's finally getting a tag title shot. Cool, let's fucking do it. You bury the finish. The first spike pile driver should have won the fucking match. And Page kicks out, and again, I love Page, so it's not on him, it's on whoever fucking produced this goddamn shit. And then they immediately go, they do it again. There isn't even like a babyface rally or anything, which still would have been ridiculous, mind you, but like, still something. Nope, pick him up and do it again. And that does it. And then Kenny doesn't sell the fucking leg at all. Page goes to like be supported by him. Omega just moves out of the way, lets him drop. Everybody's like, oh my god, the drama, can you believe he did that? And me, again, not watching the TV product, I'm like, okay, kind of a dick. But you know what I was fixated on? That the leg was completely fucking fine. Completely fine. Dude, he was able to walk. I think he may have even had a bottle of water. He's hydrating. My god, I don't have to deal with this crap. Oh, you don't. You know what would have communicated that a lot more effectively to me? If you were walking so gingerly back to your car. Like, legitimately, that probably would have resonated with me more. Like, wow, he is so pissed that he is determined to get out of this arena, even if he's limping to do it, because he can't stand the sight of Hangman Page.
Yeah.
But no, you still could have ran a marathon, apparently. Thank God the Revival suck at what they fucking do. Fuck Kenny Omega. Fuck Kenny Omega so god. Dude, Kenny, I know you like to play games, so I have a game for you. How fast can you eat my whole fucking ass, Kenny? How fast can you eat my whole fucking ass? Okay? Fuck yourself, dude. Fuck yourself.
Oh God! I really hope that we can stay on the AEW thread for the next category: overrated match of the year.
Oh God! But yeah, let me. God, I think I'm done. So I guess we will just go to overrated match of the year. Am I going first on this?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess I never corrected my honorable mentions from last year. I thought I did that with every category. God damn it. I guess if I did have an honorable mention, Cody Rhodes versus MJF, whatever show that happened at. I personally would add the Mimosa match. I didn't care for it. I'm sure there were WWE matches, but again, this was an oversight. I apologize, guys. So I wasn't able to have many honorable mentions. But yeah, my winner, FTR versus Omega and Page. And let me just say something too. I hate AEW with a passion when I'm like, well, wait. They did Fear the Revolt versus Young Bucks this year, and we never watched it. And like Meltzer, of course, jizzed over it because what else is he going to do? He has to cling to the people that actually look at him somewhat positively rather than the fucking slime bucket he is. But I couldn't bring myself to watch it. I'm like, no, I'm good with this. Because I did watch this. I live reacted to this. We made content out of this turd. And again, copy paste, and really everything wrong with this match was Kenny Omega. You are a problem, sir. And I want to like you, Kenneth, because I actually went back and I listened to his interview where he's like, I support Ibushi. I want him to be world champion. And I'm sure as a human being, he's cool. And you know what? I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be 100% honest. Your pal John, guys, I joke all the time. I was raised on Lifetime movies. I still ship Omega Ibushi. Big time. Big time. Those two ever formally get together, do the fucking thing, I will root for them so hard. As a wrestler, though, take time to smell your shit so that you can confirm with the rest of us that it does in fact stink. Okay? Shut the fuck up. I don't like him anymore at all. This is another person I've done a complete 180 on compared to a few years ago. And yeah, he's really, really fucking annoying because it's an insult to the other three guys in the match that you don't even sell your leg. And I know Alex said Paige wasn't supposed to kick out of the first one. One, you improvised, so still fuck that finish. Because they could have done that submission that they used to do in NXT and get the pass out or whatever. Mm-hmm. And that still has nothing to do with Omega not selling the post match either. Which again just shits on the entire concept of the match. You guys went over 30 fucking minutes. And you just not selling the leg exposes the business more than anybody using insider terms in an actual promo ever could. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. So yeah, overrated match of the year. Easily that. Fuck that tag match. And I'm sorry for not having a substantive honorable mentions list. I think I actually intended to. It was just an oversight. So what do we got for honorable mentions for you?
Yeah, I have 3 honorable mentions here, and I've actually come up with all of them in probably the last 5 minutes because I didn't originally have honorable mentions, and then all this talk has gotten me to realize how overrated some matches are. First one, which I don't even know if it's been mentioned in chat, maybe because a lot of the people in chat are genuine AEW fans and really loved this match, but I've seen this mentioned as a match of the year candidate, and fuck you if you think it was one. Stadium Stampede.
Oh, wow. Yeah, there you go.
Second one, though, Kyle O'Reilly versus Finn Balor TakeOver 31, literally one match of the year on NXT. No fucking way. And then the third one, Edge versus Randy Orton from Backlash.
Yeah, great pick.
It was literally billed as the best wrestling match ever. I had to give it overrated match of the year.
Fuck yeah, man, for sure.
Or at least an honorable mention, because my actual overrated match of the year has also been mentioned in chat, but I've had this one penciled in literally since January. Omega and Page versus the Young Bucks from AEW Revolution.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I've literally had this as my overrated match of the year since it happened, because the night it happened, everyone was on Reddit talking about how it was the best match of the year. They don't think anyone's going to be able to top this. And this happened after Okada Ibushi. I was like, fuck you. We watched this shit. We live reacted to it. It dragged. It was boring. It took way too long. And the only people that could appreciate it to the fullest extent are the fucking no-lifers that watch every goddamn episode of Being the Elite and all of AEW's garbage-ass online content that no casual viewer in their right mind is going to keep up with. So yeah, Omega and Page versus the Young Bucks can go fuck itself. The match wasn't that good. And yet Meltzer gave it like 5.5 stars, and all of their hardcore fans jizzed themselves over it. Fuck you, AEW.
I love it. Let that anger consume you. Oh, it's so good. All right, underrated match of the year.
Yes, we transition from the negative awards to the positive awards, and I get to go from ranting angrily to ranting angrily at people who didn't appreciate something enough. John, I want you to know, I have a system where my overrated match of the year is and my underrated match of the year are both based on Reddit's nominations for match of the year. Right? So my overrated match of the year, I go through all of these matches, and the ones that I thought were kind of shitty or nowhere near match of the year candidates, I put in my overrated section. And then I look and I scour and I look for my favorite match of the year that was not nominated. Are you ready for this shit? Hello?
I'm sorry, brother. You cut out for me a little bit there. Can you say the last part again?
I said, for my underrated match of the year, I scour the entire match of the year thread looking for my favorite match that hasn't been mentioned yet. Would you like to know what I landed on this year?
Oh, dude, yeah, go through it, man. You know that.
My underrated match of 2020, Hiromu Takahashi versus Ryu Lee from New Beginning in Osaka.
Amazing, dude. That even applies to me because I completely forgot about that match. So great fucking pick.
It was them recreating Kobashi Sasaki. It was the chop fest. Overhead chops for like 8 minutes straight. It had the incredible Ryu Lee tope that knocked Hiromu over the fucking barricade and made him tumble out over the announce desk. It was an amazing match. And I just watched it with my mom like a few days ago. She had no context. She doesn't know anything about either one of these guys, and she fucking loved it. This was a genuine match of the year candidate, and it wasn't nominated at all on Reddit. It blows my mind.
Wow. Dude, I love that you picked that. That's a very inspired pick, man.
Well, dude, the thing is, I was so eager to tell you what my actual winner was that I didn't even get to mention my honorable mentions. So let me go through those now.
Yes.
Queen's Quest versus Donna Del Mundo 4-on-4 match from Cinderella Summer in Nagoya, July 24th.
Nice.
That was the time limit draw. Utami Hayashishita versus Momo Watanabe from the 5-Star Grand Prix Day 5 evening show. That was also a time limit draw. And Tam Nakano versus Kagetsu from Stardom's 9th anniversary show on January 19th of this year.
Awesome, dude. Great fucking picks. I guess for me, am I good to have the ball?
Absolutely. Let's do honorable mentions first so that we don't forget again like I did.
Absolutely. I'm glad we're on the positive category. This is the shit I live for. Honorable mentions, you know what? They worked hard for this, so I'm going to give it to them. Bayley versus Tamina for Money in the Bank. That, I think, was an underrated match. It's going to easily be Tamina's best match of her career, and I think it really showed how great Bayley is as a heel to get that kind of a match out of somebody like Tamina.
I mean, hell, dude, if we're going by best matches of a person's career, Carmella, Sasha, TLC.
Yeah, really. So Bayley Tamina was for Money in the Bank 2020. Swerve versus Escobar, NXT TakeOver 31. Fucking amazing TakeOver match. ZSJ versus Ospreay, New Beginning in Sapporo, my earliest entry for this award category. Fucking love that match. Ripcord Octopus. God
You worked out so hard for that. I think that was your match of the year at one point.
Yeah, it was. I switched it over and I kind of cleaned some stuff up. But I did want to at least spotlight it. This was such a great fucking match. I mean, fuck Ocean Spray. But, I mean, goddamn. Just
yeah.
So goddamn good. MJF versus Moxley, AEW All Out. And Suzuki versus Ishii from G1 Climax 30. I mean, when you do nothing but, like, strikes and you only go for one pin attempt the entire match, which is the fucking finish.
That was day one, too, dude. That was day one. That's how good they started the tournament with.
Yeah. But here's my underrated match of the year, only because of how divisive it was, and I think a lot of people were way too hard on these guys. The G1 Climax 30 Finals, Sonata versus Ibushi. I have been kind of taking a line of commentary the last couple months talking about New Japan, and I think, Ashton, you've noticed, at least I hope you have, where I've really been going out of my way to praise the workers that don't necessarily do the, Sonata, definitely, that don't have to do, like, King of Road style, where it's like you're killing yourself every match is like part of the story, and you do things safely, but it still looks fucking great. Sonata exemplifies that. I actually kind of hope that Sonata is a harbinger of an era to come in New Japan Pro Wrestling. And I think what disheartens me is that a lot of people didn't seem too receptive to the possibility of that era. I've seen people say that the match was boring, the match was slow, etc., etc. And I thought it had well-coordinated spots that were safe. Both guys looked good. I will just kind of tip my cap and say I'm not done talking about this match for my year-end awards, but we'll get to that much later in the show. And both guys put in a great effort. And it genuinely had me believing, like, oh my God, could Sonata go to a Wrestle Kingdom? That would be fucking dope. So I had to really, this to me is a defense.
I forget, was this the match with the crazy ass near fall, like the 2.9?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Yes. So yeah, man, I really had to come on here in defense of this match because I feel like this is what New Japan could be if guys like Kota Ibushi weren't so committed to breaking their goddamn neck to do the most insane spots we've ever seen.
But Ibushi was in this match.
I know, and he did really well. I'm just saying, like, you're at a 20. I need you to take it to like a 15 to start. But I really do hope that Sonata is a harbinger for an era to come in New Japan. I really do, because I think we'll be all the better for it, and wrestling will be all the better the more we normalize workers like Sonata, rather than continuously celebrating workers that feel they have to kill themselves, even though I adore them, like Ibushi. So my underrated match of the year, because it's both forces colliding and may very well determine the course of history, Sonata versus Ibushi, G1 Climax 30 Finals.
Awesome.
So
let's get to the big one. The one that people are tuning in for. What is your match of the year, John?
Okay, honorable mentions. Sasha Banks versus Bayley, Hell in a Cell. QQ versus DDM, Tag Team Warfare Draw. I think you gave the actual proper name of the show. I couldn't find it.
Yeah, it's let's see. Let me find it one more time. It's from Cinderella Summer in Nagoya from July 24th.
Yes. And Tam Nakano versus Julia for the Wonder of Stardom Championship, Yokohama Cinderella. And my actual match of the year, if there was ever any fucking doubt, Kota Ibushi versus Okada, Wrestle Kingdom.
Same. We're here.
I mean, here's the thing, guys. Because I am gonna claim my time here since I am going first on this.
Oh, absolutely! Please do.
This is before everything went to shit.
Yes.
And we entered pandemic time, which I don't even know. I'm lucky I even know what my name is. And these guys, why I pick this, I'm going to be completely transparent. I haven't even gone back and rewatched this match. Why this was my match of the year anyway was because there was a time before it got copyright struck that there was a highlight video of this match that I watched multiple times a day, every day for like several weeks. So I can tell you, I remember the spots where Ibushi catches Okada in midair for a powerbomb, where Ibushi tried for, I think, like a head scissor spot, and he ended up like doing a fucking headstand, folding up his fucking neck.
Yeah.
Okada does a tombstone to Ibushi on the apron. Ibushi goes murder mode. Ibushi tried a Phoenix Splash and he misses. Do you see how I remember that? Because again, I wasn't lying when I said I rewatched a highlight video of the best fucking shit multiple times a day for weeks.
Yeah.
Weeks. Angel, who I wish he was here, and I don't think he is. Oh, Javaris. Nobody does it like us faux billionaires. You fucking know that. Angel. I could almost hear it in his voice, even though it was just a Facebook message. It wasn't even like an audio recording on Facebook. He's like, what do we even do now? What is wrestling? Okay, you are here. I'm so happy you're here because you can vouch for me. I could almost hear it in your voice, bro. It's like you transcended. It's like you saw something and you're just like, how do we communicate this to other people? You're a Nietzsche fan. It's like when Zarathustra comes down from the mountaintop and he tries to communicate the truth to the commoners. How do they have ears to hear? How do they have eyes to see? And that's the thing. I affectionately, and I love that I got to go first here to really contrast this because, yeah, I did take a slight dig at Ibushi in the prior award. But I don't want people to see it the same way, Ashton. I know, like, I don't want to say you got defensive, but you kind of prepped yourself for some of your award choices. I want to clarify, I have nothing against Ibushi, and I think you know that, dude. It's just, for me, I don't want Ibushi to think that he has to break his neck to entertain me because I adore him as he is. But, like, this is how this dude sees his art, and I didn't think they got any crazier or more warped in their concept of art until, like, Jeff Hardy, and then Ibushi happened. And then I'm like, okay, so, backing off there. This match, I'm going to be honest, like, a lot of people said that, like, Omega Okada from their Wrestle Kingdom matchup, like the first one of their series, that redefined wrestling a lot. I almost felt like this did that job, but even better. Like, I have never had a match affect me like that. When I wasn't even really emotionally invested in either guy, because, like, Alex can tell you, he's still here. I've always respected Ibushi, but I never really cared what happened with Ibushi in New Japan. I was like, cool, you want to be world champion, so does everybody, and you're really good, and you probably deserve it, but after this, I'm like...
Same.
I want to see you with that fucking title. I want to see you win. This... You know, it's amazing, because I'm going to out myself as a total nerd, as if you guys didn't already know, you diehards out there. I've watched all of Naruto, and then most of Shippuden. There was way too much filler for my liking. But there's this attitude in Shippuden, right? Because Naruto's trying to save Sasuke, because Sasuke's a little emo bitch, because my clan was the victim of a genocide. Listen, bruh, okay? I get that was bad, but, like, get a hobby. If there's a hell, my place is set. I just want everybody to know. But, you know, Naruto, like, he doesn't understand why Sasuke's done what he's done, you know, defecting from the Leaf Village, become evil. Why are you a villain now? And he's always like, we can understand each other through our fists. Like, we have to fight each other to understand each other. I felt like watching these guys fight each other, I understood them so much more than I did before the matchup. Mm-hmm. And that's some Lucha Underground level shit, done on a purely in-ring level. That's how fucking transcendent this match was. Yeah, I don't want to take all the talking time from you, Jesus Christ, but, like, this was just really good. This is why we stick with New Japan through the evil moments, honestly. That's the best way I could describe this fucking match. God damn. So
we tolerate the evil to get through it to the Ibushi and the Okada and the Naito, you know, etc.
I mean, dude, you have anything you want to add? Like, how did this match make you feel? Walk us through your emotional
I kind of want to go through my honorable mentions before I dive into the match itself.
Yes.
Because I have like 6, I think, or 5. I have 5 honorable mentions. A couple of them I actually have in common with you, so I'll just start with those. Well, actually, I don't actually have 2 in common. I have 1 in common with you, and that is the Mayu, or Tam versus Julia from Yokohama Cinderella. We have that in common. It's actually kind of funny that we both picked the same Tam-Julia match, because they had 3 of them, and we both agreed which one was the best. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the other 4 that I had were Ospreay versus Hiromu Takahashi from Wrestle Kingdom Day 1. That was the one with the fucking crazy ass goddamn Sasuke special into the German suplex into the Sasuke special spot.
Yeah. I actually saw a GIF of that recently. I saw a GIF of that very recently. Yeah,
that was what that match was. The Dusty Classic Finals, Grizzled Young Vets versus the Broserweights on NXT on January 29th.
Right.
Tam Yokohama Cinderella. Mayu Iwatani versus Takumi Iroha from Stardom's Tag League show on the 18th of October.
That was their first one?
That was the second one. That was the one that Mayu won.
Yeah, that was really good. Yeah, that's a great one.
And my final honorable mention is Mayu Iwatani versus Momo Watanabe from Stardom's 9th anniversary show on January 19th.
Also a really fucking good match.
But then, yeah, I also had Okada Ibushi from Wrestle Kingdom Night 1 as my match of the year, and I really wanted to replace it because I really wanted to be like, oh, that was all the way back in January. You can't have your match of the whole year be something from the first week of the year, but nothing beat it.
Yeah, like Ibushi and Okada, and, you know, we're just like, the fuck you can't.
It really just was the best match of the year. Like, what do you even say to that? It was so good.
Yeah, like, I just love that you try and be reasonable, and Ibushi's just looking at you, and, like, neck spots
with that face that he makes when you hit him, and he just decides to be over it.
Yeah, and, like, I gave my neck for you. Wasn't that enough? And then you're just like, I mean, it was. I just want to be thoughtful on everybody. I just want to be thoughtful on everybody. Put me on their fucking list, okay?
Slap, kick, spin, kick.
Yeah, dude, I hear you though. I hear because like I have the same weird feeling that you do. I never want to be called out for being like lazy. Like, oh really, John? You went with the first match of the first week of the year. No, well, yes. I mean, yes, but no. Fuck you.
It doesn't matter what order you watch all of the best matches in the year in. I would still walk away the conclusion the same. Okada Ibushi for Wrestle Kingdom Night 1.
Dude, this match was so good. I actually worry about Wrestle Kingdom 15.
Dude, I've had that fear for so long now that Wrestle Kingdom 15 is going to be a dud. I'm so scared.
Dude, we share the same fear. See, I know I can count on you.
I know. I think we had the same fear going into last year too, though, and that's what we got.
Yeah, because, I love Naito, but, I feel like he's a better character wrestler than actual, in-ring. Because, Okada's a once-in-a-generation fucking athlete. And that might even be underselling it, for fuck's sake.
I'm sorry, say that again for the people in the back.
Okada is a once-in-a-generation athlete. Adapt!
Thank you.
But yeah, Naito doesn't have that athleticism, and he shouldn't have to, right? We don't need a million Okadas, although, God, now I know what it's like to be an early ROH fan thinking about a promotion with nothing but Okadas wrestling each other. But dude, the things they were able to do that I think only those two can do, fuck, man. Fuck.
I think that a common thread for some of the awards that I handed out this year were people who made me believe in them. And for this match, it was Ibushi for sure.
Dude.
Because I mean, we were on the same wavelength with Ibushi all year. Because I think going into Wrestle Kingdom, we both liked Ibushi. We both appreciated his work. But we didn't really feel that emotional connection. And this match gave us that emotional connection. And it made us root for him that much more in the G1 and stuff. And we were both really excited when he won it, even though we were both rooting more for Sonata.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Angel just straight up said in the chat, Okada versus Ibushi changed my life. Changed my life. God damn.
I'm waiting for someone to up the ante and say, Okada Ibushi changed your life? Okada Ibushi saved my life.
Dude, I am willing to bet. If Christ's text line wasn't so fucking anal, and I had a fucking texter that was like, I want to kill
know where
myself.
You're going already, and it's killing me.
Yeah, I would be like, listen, I know you want to do it, and life's really awful. Watch this match. But I'm not even wrestling. Watch this match. Okay? And
you will be moved to tears that make you want to stay on this earth so that you can experience something of this majesty again someday.
Yeah. And then for the people that were I'd be like, well, I guess there's no helping you. Thanks for, 24/7 service. Thanks again.
Well, clearly there's nothing I can do for you. You need to find another helper.
Yeah, exactly. I've done all I can do. No, man.
Laziest therapist ever. They come to you like, yeah, I've just been really sad all the time and I don't want to get out of bed, and all the hobbies that I used to have, I don't really have interest in doing anymore, and my family doesn't like me anymore, and you're just like, okay, watch this. And then a half hour later, you're just like, so how do you feel now? And they're just like, I feel pretty much the same. And you're just like, well, there's nothing I can do for you.
I mean, I think the only thing worse than that would just be like, have you tried not being sad? Just leave it like that. But
thanks,
no,
Doc.
dude.
I'm cured.
But dude, this is why I love the positive half of our awards, because it feels so much better talking at length about things we love than things we hated.
Yeah.
And this match was fucking art. And the only other time I've really said that seriously was Hell of War. So privilege.
I don't know if I would put this match above Hell of War, but it was still goddamn amazing.
I think narratively you can't, but in ring you definitely can. You definitely can. So with that said, we switch gears to Feud of the Year, and now, you beautiful bastard, if you would get the ball rolling here on Feud of the Year.
Yes, my two... Wait, did you say Feud of the Year?
That's what we got next, right? That's after Match of the Year. That's how I have it in my award list. Unless, did you do a switch up that I didn't correct on my list?
Finish of the Year is supposed to be between Match and Feud of the Year.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. Because okay. I know where this is going. All right. Yeah. So,
I'm assuming you have this already on your chart. You just didn't have it in the right spot.
I don't even have it on a chart, I guess, because I never did like update the stuff. But I know what I'm going to go with because I know why this award was created. So
yes.
Yes.
I have, dude. This is actually hilarious for me. My 2 honorable mentions. Roman Reigns versus Braun Strowman versus Bray Wyatt at Payback, where Reigns was fashionably late after the ring broke and just fucking beat everyone and won.
Yeah.
My second honorable mention is Roman Reigns versus Jey Uso at Clash of Champions, where Jimmy had to throw in the towel. And then my actual award goes to Roman Reigns versus Jey Uso Hell in a Cell I Quit match, when Roman locked Jimmy Uso in the guillotine and made Jey say I quit to let him go.
Yes.
Roman Reigns had the 3 best match finishes of the year consecutively at pay-per-views.
Dude, I am living for Roman head of the table / Daddy Reigns energy right now. Yeah, good shit. I'm just going to cut to the chase of mine. Pretty much copy-paste your honorable mentions. I would also say I agree with Mark Schoeneman's honorable mention. Azumi versus May, that finish was fantastic because it really was a game of one-upsmanship. You good. I feel you, though.
Let it go sweet into the night.
Oh, my God. I think that's the first time I've ever really been made uncomfortable by you on stream. I'm proud of you.
Holy shit, I'm evolving!
I know, I'm proud of you. I love how you talk about biology with this excitement, because you said evolving, and I think that almost unseated, oh no, mitosis!
Oh no, I think he broke himself, guys! Oh, Jesus!
You are the most delightful weirdo and never change.
Thanks,
so
Bob.
Yeah, copy paste all of that, but obviously triple threat ladder match, Clash Champions IC title.
Yeah.
The most innovative shit I've ever seen from a heel.
We might as well call this award the Sami Zayn Award.
We might as well call it the Sammy, because, we had the Sammy.
Alternatively, based on my list, the Roman.
Yeah, really. The Sammy and Roman Award. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Sammy's just been so good since coming back. I admittedly didn't see the Lumberjack match where Big E won the title, because I'll be honest, shows that we're not formally reviewing, I'm still not at a place with WWE where I'm like, yeah, I could, I could sit down and watch this. I kind of side-eye it a little bit. But it was a great finish. It was a great finish, and Sammy's a great IC champion, still my Intercontinental champion forever. The only person to really straight up call out U.S. imperialism on Twitter, and maybe Mustafa Ali did it before him, but it's not even a contest. Everybody should do it. Everybody should do it. So Ali and Sammy, my fucking kings right there. And yeah, I just felt so giddy with how Sammy won that fucking match. It was beautiful. So I apologize. And since you did go first on Finish of the Year, and because we're kind of doing that, I will remember going forward just to add that accordingly. I'm actually really happy then that means I get to go first on Feud of the Year.
Yes!
If I can find my place. There it is. Honorable mentions, I only had 2. Sasha Banks and Bayley, obviously. And Kota Ibushi and Jay White. But my winner, and I'm so fucking happy I finally get to start talking about this, Tam Nakano versus Julia.
Beautiful.
Like your face, first of all. Second of all, holy fucking shit. Because here's the thing.
By the way, this was one of my honorable mentions, just to mention that.
Okay. Here's the thing. And I'm actually talking to Javoris here because him and I've gotten him on Stardom this year. And I love it because I live for his reaction. So I'm talking to you, and I know you're here. You know what I'm talking about when I say, when you have somebody watch a Tam Nakano promo, maybe even the one she cut on Tony Storm, it's Tam time. And you're like, oh my God, she is fucking precious. She is fucking adorable, right? Absolutely adorable. And then you watch her fight somebody like Julia, and then, you don't want to acknowledge it at first. It's kind of uncomfortable, like that racist grandparent at Thanksgiving, and it just gets a little worse until you have to acknowledge it, except the difference is, it's not that Tam's a horrible person. No. You're realizing the depths that she's willing to go and what her hatred looks like, and you say to yourself, oh, she's crazy. Oh, that's what this is. Oh, okay. This whole cutest wrestler in the universe, that's a complex. Okay.
Yes.
I see what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah. It takes a minute for it to click. But also, we discovered the catalyst that started this feud recently, because throughout the pandemic, when we had all of the goddamn fucking shutdowns, and even in Japan before they got their shit together, long before we ever will, the Stardom was running streams with their talents, literally just streaming like conversations amongst themselves on YouTube. One of the factions is Donna Del Mundo, DDM, whatever you want to call them. And it was Julia, Micah, and Shuri, and they were talking, and Julia at one point in April, after winning the Cinderella tournament, decides to just go on a tangent, absolutely shitting on Tam, making fun of her. She put on a wig. She starts trying to talk like Tam, completely mocking everything about her. So it shouldn't have surprised us if we would have watched this when we came back and Tam wanted to pick a bit of a fight with Julia.
Yeah, and like, God, because like I had to be careful what I say next here,
dude.
Because it was a rough year.
On the last show, when Julie was asking the Cosmic Angels how old they were, I was fucking dying.
Oh God, dude. It's such a weird thing for Stardom too, because like, unfortunately, Stardom had a really rough year this year.
Yes.
And the biggest thing was obviously Hana Kimura. So I want to be careful when I say this. Like, it's just so weird for them that the bully wins the feud. Like, I can't put it any other way but directly. And I want to again say that seriously. Like, Julia bullied the shit out of Tam, and like, you'd think, very basic storytelling, but Stardom is anything but basic. And, fucking you'd think Tam's going to get her vindication. She's finally going to win the white belt. Doesn't happen. But it's still feud of the year, because I really, if you would have made me just watch this with no context, I would have genuinely thought in parts that these two were shooting on each other. They really communicated the animosity so well in this. And let me tell you something, and I'm talking to you now, Alex. Just Alex, that is. I don't even know if Foster's here. You need to watch Stardom. Because Stardom is, without a doubt, the best women's wrestling in the world. It's not that Bayley and Sasha are bad, or I'm not going to be like, they ain't shit. But, like, you really don't know the full possibilities of women's wrestling until you see what these fucking women are doing. And I will die on that hill. And I'm far less confrontational. Like, I'm very slighted about the hills I die on. That is one. And this feud exemplifies why. Tam really should, by all accounts, be a champion next year. I'm actually kind of disappointed that didn't happen for her this year. And I mean singles major champion, because I know she's already 1/3 of the artist champs. And yeah, like, the character development that resulted for this, for Tam, and really what it's done for Julia's credibility within Stardom. Like, Julia's at the point now where the moment they decide to give her the red belt, I believe it at any time they want to do it.
Yep.
She is so well protected, and it's such a great act, and it's a great faction in DDM, which we may be talking about later. I don't know.
And the thing is, it's not like she's like undefeated. Like, it's not like they're overly protecting her the way that they have, say, in NXT with Karrion Kross or something like that. She's taken L's. She has lost matches. The really interesting thing about the way that they're protecting her is that she's never lost to the same person twice.
Exactly.
She'll lose to somebody. She'll even tap out to somebody. But if she loses to you and then you get a rematch with her for that white belt, she is going to put in the time and study your ass. And she is going to know how to counter the thing that you did to beat her. And she's going to find a way to beat you.
Exactly.
Or in Shuri's case, she's going to find a way to not lose to you.
Yes. Oh my God, that fucking match too. Yeah, this was easily.
By the way, I think I'm adding that to my honorable mentions for an underrated match of the year.
You can second that for me too, dude. That was a fucking war. Jesus Christ. So I'm curious who got your feud of the year, because you really seemed happy with my pick. I want to know who you picked. Going through your honorable mentions.
Well, your pick was one of my honorable mentions, and then my other honorable mentions were Cosmic Angels versus Stars, which kind of stemmed from Julia Tam, because Julia basically broke Tam's confidence to the point that Tam felt like she had to surround herself with other pretty girls and try and become the star of her own faction. And Kabuki Warriors versus Golden Role Models.
Ooh, great choice.
But my true feud of the year is also another Stardom feud, Queen's Quest versus Donna Del Mundo.
Oh, yes. Preach that gospel, sir. It's all yours.
It's match quality out the ass, for sure. Like, a 4-on-4 tag match was an honorable mention match of the year for me this year. Like, I don't know if I'll ever be able to say that again, but if I do, it'll be because of Stardom. Because of Queen's Quest, probably, most likely. Queen's Quest, I don't want to give away too much for later on, but Queen's Quest is the best tag team wrestling faction in the world right now. And you cannot convince me otherwise. I love Los Ingobernables de Japón. I love all the other factions in Stardom and New Japan. I love Legado del Fantasma. I like versions of Imperium. I'm not going to go as far as to say I like them in general, but I like versions of them. I love Undisputed Era. I like a lot of factions in wrestling, but there is no faction in pro wrestling today that consistently puts on fucking stellar tag team wrestling matches than Queen's Quest. It is unbelievable the way that these 4 women in particular are able to put on compelling tag team matches no matter fucking what. And John, you always tell me how much of a fan of tag team wrestling you are, and you're always pushing for more mainstream companies to start having good tag team wrestling. I don't fucking need it. You just give me Stardom's tag division any day of the week over anything else anyone does. Even New Japan's tag division is incredibly underwhelming to me compared to everything QQ has done this year. And it's only fitting that a QQ representation or that QQ's, represented as the tag team champions for most of the year because they fucking deserve it. But yeah.
Love it.
QQ versus DDM and DDM too. Like DDM, I won't give them as much credit for the tag team stuff, but in DDM, that's like, I always give them credit as like, there is no weak link in DDM. You can either get your fucking face mashed in by Julia or submitted by Julia, or you can get your fucking lungs collapsed by Shooty's kicks, or you can get put to sleep or tossed around by Micah with her sleeper and her Tasmission really is what she uses, or her judo throws, or you can get fucking squashed by Himeka, or you can get your head kicked off by Natsupoi. Like, there is no weak member of Donna Del Mundo. And when you take the 4 original members, it's the 3 original members plus Himeka, who was the 4th member to join, and you put them against Queen's Quest, and then you can even add in Natsupoi towards the tail end of this feud because they're still feuding. We're getting Momo versus Shuri on the 3rd. I'm stoked as hell to get that. They went to a time limit draw, a 30-minute time limit draw. Match felt like it was under 20, no doubt. That match went so fast. It was so good. It was like breathtaking. And the final exchange between Momo and Shuri got me absolutely salivating for that match. And then Shuri ended up having to miss out on that exact match in the 5-Star Grand Prix, which was incredibly tragic because it was the passing of her mother. But now we're getting that match on the 3rd. I'm stoked. I can't wait for it. Because at the end of the day, this was my favorite feud of the year because of match quality. And I also love the story, too, of QQ being the true, Stardom originals and defending Stardom from these outsiders because DDM is an outsider faction. Every member of DDM is not a Stardom original. Every member of DDM was trained outside of Stardom. Shuri is like a 12-plus year vet. She's been wrestling since before Stardom existed. Julia got her start in Ice Ribbon. Natsupoi got her start with, I believe, Actress Girls. Himeka has been working, I want to say, Oz Academy for most of her career. Micah started in JTO, aka Michinoku Pro. None of the 5 women in DDM started in Stardom. Every woman in QQ was trained and born and raised in Stardom in a way. So I absolutely love that factor as well. And yeah, it's maybe not the best overall storyline of the year, but because of the amazing match quality that they're consistently producing, it's my feud of the year.
Excellent. And nice segue there, friend, because I do believe storyline of the year is our next award. Yeah. So you go first on this one.
My 2 honorable mentions, again, Stardom, Tam Nakano being broken. I actually have her psychic break. and the formation of the Cosmic Angels are my 2 honorable mentions. But my actual storyline of the year, I mean, come the fuck on, it's the big dog. Roman Reigns breaking Jey Uso.
Ooh, great choice, man. Great choice. All right, you wanna go more in depth with that, or did you want me to just go?
I mean, what even is there to say, right? Roman comes back, he's this badass heel, and the very first thing that he does is, quote unquote, give his cousin, a break, right? Because he got him into that contention match, and it's like, oh, that's cool. You're such a good cousin. You're looking out for your family. And their first match together, he beats the shit out of him and demands that he acknowledges Roman as the tribal chief. And that was the whole story, was either you acknowledge me as the tribal chief or I'm cutting you off from the family. And eventually he does. And now Jey Uso is an against his will heel who annoyed the shit out of you at TLC in Roman's match with Kevin Owens, which I loved. He was really getting under your skin when he kept stopping Kevin from climbing. I'm gonna love it when Jay finally gets to turn on Roman and kind of stand up for himself again.
Yeah, man, I think that's a great pick by you. For me, I'm just gonna say my honorable mention: Kota Ibushi's rise back to Wrestle Kingdom. Watching him through the G1, and then
this is an honorable mention.
This is an honorable mention for me, yes. And then my actual winner, if I could get rid of the honorable mention. Some people already kind of called it on chat, Mark and DBK. I titled it Boss and Hug Disconnected. They played it beautifully. I think it's especially even more impressive when they do it in a pandemic era where they had to stall for time, because I think they did want a crowd. They didn't quite get that. Now we're in the Thunderdome.
Thunderdome.
Exactly. The little things. I mean, you even mentioned some of them earlier, like Sasha telling Asuka, I need this. I have to be the best. I have to be. Looking at Bayley's championship, Bayley talking for Sasha, and yet always staying together. The initial turn by Bayley, the beatdown was great. The promo afterwards was great. Just a really great storyline. And I think, too, why this happens, and sometimes I do grade a bit unfairly, and I will cop to that, but I think also was the storyline really great? Did it really help people in the aftermath? I could say Bayley's gone down a few notches, but I'm only okay with that because this is kind of the relegating that I always ask for. She had a really dominant run with the title over a year, and now she's kind of cooled down a bit now doing this feud with Bianca. That, I think, is appropriate. Sasha, meanwhile, they are kind of elevating her. She's actually held on to the championship. She didn't lose it in her first defense. They're doing things differently. So I think for both women, they're doing it right post-feud, which I think only strengthens the case here. Because this is what a storyline should do. It should elevate the person you're trying to elevate, and it shouldn't bury the person that, is already elevated, of course, but it should kind of prepare them to be kind of relegated to another spot. And everything in between is just fantastic. So Boss and Hug Disconnected, definitely my storyline of the year.
I love it. That's awesome. Next award is Pay-Per-View of the Year. Now, this specifically includes any show that was actually available for pay-per-view, which could apply to New Japan and some Stardom shows, if you select Stardom shows, as well as AEW's pay-per-views, and we're also counting WWE's pay-per-views, but not their network specials and not any NXT takeovers.
All right, so I go first on this one, which will be really easy because I had no honorable mentions for this. My pay-per-view of the year, Money in the Bank 2020.
Wow.
Really, really great show. Just to run down the card for everybody, we had New Day, Big E, and Kofi Kingston defeated the Forgotten Sons, Steve Cutler and Wesley Blake. John Morrison and The Miz and Lucha House Party, represented by Grand Metalik and Lince Dorado. Lashley defeated Truth. Bayley defeated Tamina, so that was like an underrated match there. Got a great match out of her. Braun Strowman versus Bray Wyatt. So this is before the Swamp fiasco. This was Mr. Rogers, Bray Wyatt. And they had that great finish where, Braun made Bray believe that he came back to the flock because he put on the whole sheep mask.
Yeah.
And he kind of duped him. McIntyre versus Seth, which quite honestly could have also been a contender for underrated match of the year. I remember really liking the match that they had. Asuka won the Money in the Bank, and Otis, before they completely fucking crashed and burned it, did win the men's Money in the Bank, and we were so excited about it, and it had Rey Mysterio getting tossed over a building. So the show...
Who else got tossed with him? Do you remember?
I want to say that Aleister Black.
It was Aleister. Yep, it was Aleister. Thank you.
Yeah. So Money in the Bank 2020. Yeah, my pay-per-view of the year, especially because the two ladder matches, Asuka would go on to become women's champion, and Otis, again, before they crashed and burned it, at least had the intrigue of, oh my god, we've never had a Money in the Bank winner like this, what are they going to do with him? Until they answered, absolutely fucking nothing. So yeah, the easy pay-per-view of the year for me, I thoroughly enjoyed it. And again, when you have a match like Bayley beating Tamina and it actually being a good match, this pretty much ran away from my pay-per-view of the year. But I'm very curious, given the qualifications you had at start, I'm very curious.
Yeah, I was going to say, it surprises me that you didn't have Wrestle Kingdom as your pay-per-view of the year.
To be honest, dude, and this could be because of pandemic time, I only really remember the main event, and I felt uncomfortable. Like, I remember Jay White versus Ibushi as well from night 2, but like...
Yeah. So to be fair, Wrestle Kingdom 14 night 1 is my honorable mention.
Okay, that's fair.
Because my pay-per-view of the year, and it was actually available on pay-per-view, is Osaka Dream Cinderella.
Oh, dude, yes. I love that. That's a great pick.
Yeah, this is the show that literally just happened 11 days ago on the 20th. It was an amazing, 3.5-hour show. The card was stacked as all hell. There were 4 amazing matches on this show. Not a bad match in sight. And really, I think that there were probably 3 potential match of the year contenders on this show. I would say Azumi versus Meiho Shizuki was a contender. I would say that Shuri versus Julia was probably the strongest contender on this show. And then Utami defending the red belt versus Momo was a contender as well. So 3 potential match of the year contenders. Just an amazing show overall. I just absolutely loved this show. I think you enjoyed the hell out of it as well, which I think if you would have realized that this was a pay-per-view, you probably would have named this your pay-per-view of the year as well. But yeah, it turns out there were 2 shows that Stardom did this year that were actual pay-per-views that you had to buy in Japan if you didn't have access to Stardom World, and then they had to hold off. Because you remember the first time they had the pay-per-view, and then the Stardom Twitter put out a tweet saying oh, because of rights issues, we're not able to put the show on Stardom World until we get clearance from the pay-per-view company. And then it ended up taking a few extra days but for them to be able to get it up. Same exact spiel went down with Osaka Dream Cinderella. They just didn't tweet about it. So, yeah, we got really lucky that they got it up as early as they did because it was a legit pay-per-view.
Yeah, you know what, dude? Honestly, retroactively, I'll give my pay-per-view of the year to that as well, only because, and I'm doing some last-minute fixing here, I did give that to non-pay-per-view show of the year because I forgot that it was a pay-per-view, so that doesn't count. So yeah, I'll give it that, and Money in the Bank will become an honorable mention because Osaka Dream Cinderella was fucking lit. Oh my god. Oh my god.
And then we move on to non-pay-per-view show of the year, which can apply to literally anything else. This could even apply to an episode of Monday Night Raw if they really wanted to hit it out of the park. But for me, I gave my non-pay-per-view show of the year to Stardom's 9th anniversary Korakuen show. This happened back on January 19th. This was the probably second most stacked Stardom card of the 2020 year after only Osaka Dream Cinderella. The show was absolutely insane. I'm going to just pull it up so I can run down the card really quick just to kind of remind everyone how ridiculously stacked this show was. And especially because I know a lot of the people in our chat right now are relatively new to Stardom, that they haven't been following it since the beginning of the year. So this was the first, I believe, Korakuen show of the year. Our dark match was just the kids. It was, Leo and Hina versus Ruka and Rina. First match of the show, though, actual first match, was Azumi versus Starlight Kid. I don't know if you remember this woman, John, but versus Zoe Sky. So it was those 3 in a triple threat. It was a high-speed triple threat. Then the second match was Oedo Tai versus quote-unquote young stars. It was Natsuko Saki and Natsu versus the 2 Sayas and Itsuki Hoshino, who I know you loved. Then we get into the first actual match of the year candidate on the show, Kagetsu versus Tam Nakano. The emotions that ran through me during this match were overwhelming. And then the post-match, when they were both on their knees and Kagetsu told Tam to follow her heart and they hugged, I was so emotional. This should have main evented a show, but it was the third fucking match on this show because of how stacked it was. Then we had the tag title match where B and Jamie won the tag titles from Jungle and Konami. Then we had the debut of Donna Del Mundo with Julia bringing in Shuri and Micah to take on the TCS team of Hana, Death, and Layla Hirsch, who I know people have become familiar with now because AEW has started using Layla Hirsch. Then we had Arisa versus Utami for the white belt. And the main event was Mayu Momo for the red belt. And then, of course, we had B turning on QQ at the end of the show.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Yeah, it was fucking incredible. So, yeah, non-pay-per-view show of the year for me easily. I literally penciled that in once it happened, and I haven't thought of anything that would change that. So...
All right, non-pay-per-view show of the year for me, honorable mentions, NXT Halloween Havoc. I had a good enough time with it. NXT TakeOver 30. Although I will say with NXT TakeOver 30, what makes it an honorable mention?
TakeOver. Oh, no, you're right.
Karrion Kross versus Keith Lee happened on this show. Yeah. And to be quite honest, I would have made this an honorable mention, and I should have, so I guess I'll add that retroactively for worst match of the year. I really was bored by this, and I really felt like this exposed Karrion Kross. Sorry, Dolores, I know you're a huge Keith Lee fan. But, say that again, Ashton?
I said I'm adding it.
Okay, yeah. So, I am going to go with, for starters, since I really got caught with my pants down here because I forgot Osaka Dream Cinderella was a pay-per-view, because that was a fucking lock. That show was transcendent. I will still go with another Stardom show. I'm going to go with Yokohama Cinderella. And, yeah, because that
was the one with Shuri Mayu on it, right?
That's the one, yeah.
And Julia Tam?
Julia Tam and Kamitani and Utami defending successfully against Himeka and Micah.
Yep.
And, yeah, I just felt like there was a lot of great stuff on this show. Not nearly as good as Osaka Dream Cinderella.
Dude, I think that was the other show that was a pay-per-view, though, wasn't it?
Was it?
I think that was the only other proper pay-per-view that Stardom has had this year.
I mean, dude, I really got fucked on this one then, because like now I'm really being exposed.
It was because there is no individual matches listed, so that was a proper pay-per-view. They had to upload that whole thing in one.
God damn it. I really was so nice that I was so prepared, and I'm caught with my pants down.
I mean, dude, do you just want to go with one of your honorable mentions as your actual show? Like, you could just
no, because I'd really want to recognize Stardom for this. That's the thing. Okay. I think I'm going to go with, you know what? I'm going to go with the 5-Star Grand Prix Finals. I know that wasn't a pay-per-view. Fuck all of you.
No, you're correct. You're correct.
So, yeah, I'm going to go with the 5-Star Grand Prix Finals.
I'm adding Yokohama Cinderella to honorable mentions for pay-per-view of the year for both of us.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that absolutely works for me. 5-Star Grand Prix special, and Utami ultimately, gets the fucking win, and goes on and does her fucking thing. I really enjoyed the tournament this year. I thought it was great, and just love those fucking women. So I'll go with that. Again, really wasn't my intention at all, but my spot got blown up not once but twice. So we're just doing what we can here. So let's move on from this. To Superstar of the Year.
This is the big one, or at least one of the big ones.
Yeah, absolutely. So who's going first on this? Is it
you
me?
Are. Yep.
Let me just type in 5-Star Grand Prix Finals just on my list to keep track. Yep. I know I have honorable mentions for this, or at least I should. Okay, yeah. Honorable mentions, Bayley, Drew McIntyre, Roman Reigns. So my winner for Superstar of the Year is Asuka.
Yeah!
Because nobody worked their fucking ass off more in the pandemic era to be entertaining than Asuka, to me. And it's all the more impressive because she's not a native English speaker. She is a Japanese performer, and we've talked about WWE's racism, and they're kind of maligning non-American performers. But Asuka's like, fuck all of that. I'm going to seize the moment. I'm going to be one of the defining aspects of this era. And, I it's amazing to me that I didn't go with Bayley on this, because I know Mark is like, for him, winner Bayley. And Mark, I absolutely understand and respect that, because every chance I got, I've even gone on this podcast, and I know you can vouch for me on this, Ashton, and I multiple times said Bayley is one of the best wrestlers in the world, like with this heel run that she had. Yeah. But Asuka's work ethic and everything, at a time when work ethic was really going to matter most, was just undeniable. the way she worked the environment, her energy, her authenticity, like just everything about her, the way she got the championship, I know put a lot of eyes on her because it was almost like Becky literally passing the torch to Asuka. Like, hey, I built this. Now you've got to maintain it. And if it was just on Asuka's efforts, she absolutely would have succeeded. Absolutely would have succeeded. I feel like booking and writing got in the way because, again, they don't know what to do with non-American talent. But even with the stuff that was shit, Asuka always tried to make it work. No, it's not even trying to justify Mark. It's just like, it's funny you pick Bayley because she was the closest competitor to me for Asuka. But Asuka, to me, give that woman a raise. Give that woman her own statue outside of WWE headquarters. You know, she fucking earned everything this year. And
there were a lot of episodes of Raw that she was the only thing worth watching on them.
Dude, absolutely. Absolutely. I'll be honest, if WWE was more of an intergender promotion like a Lucha Underground, she should have been WWE champion this year. Yeah. Like, that's how fucking good Asuka was. If WWE had that mindset, she absolutely should have been a world champion this year. Like, no doubt. And by all accounts, she is. I'm just saying, like, that's how much praise I want to give to Asuka, that if we lived in a different universe, fuck Randy Orton. Hell, I'll even say fuck The Fiend, who, you know, I still do love despite everything. Asuka's my world champion. Like, she... fucking workhorse. What else is there to say? So who is your superstar of the year?
Well, just because I felt bad not listing any honorable mentions, I threw a couple in there, Asuka being one of them, as well as Io Shirai.
Yeah.
I mean, if it wasn't obvious enough already, Mark already gave it away. My superstar of the year is Bayley.
Yeah. Yeah.
I pretty much agree with Mark here entirely. He actually said what I was going to say. If Asuka's final few months were a little stronger, she probably would have won it for me too. Bayley's entire fucking year, though, has been stellar.
Yeah. Yeah, I can give you that.
Like, I'll agree with you that Asuka's best this year was better than Bayley's best this year, but Bayley's had more consistency. Bayley's worst this year was still quite a bit more entertaining than Asuka's worst this year. And it's not even the fault of Asuka or Bayley in her case. It's the fault of the way that they're booked and the way that they're written, and their characters are just given bigger, like Asuka specifically is given bigger lulls in her character than Bayley has gotten all year. Bayley's been on fire. Even after losing the title, I feel like Bayley has been more entertaining without the title than Sasha has been with it.
Yeah. That's insane, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah. So Bayley got my superstar of the year here. And I guess we can just kind of smoothly transition into our non-WWE wrestler of the year. And this really, we should change it to just wrestler of the year because, again, we kind of refer to superstars being WWE, NXT, and now AEW as well. And the wrestler of the year would be just about anyone from any other promotion. And to me, my non-WWE wrestler of the year really kind of came down to a landslide, in my opinion, which I'm not trying to discredit whoever you picked. Maybe we picked the same guy, and this is going to be just a super obvious thing. But to me, it's Kota Ibushi by far. I really cannot think of anyone else that could be my non-WWE superstar or wrestler of the year other than Ibushi. The dude's year, like, match of the year, locked down, amazing performances at Wrestle Kingdom, amazing, really easily, in my opinion, the best 5-star Grand Prix that we've seen in a long time, right up there with Ishii's 5-star performances most of the time, and I would say better than Ishii's 5-star this year even. Won the briefcase, defended it once or twice, lost it to Jay, but still retained the right to face Naito because Naito's just a good guy like that. Like, Ibushi's year was just fucking incredible.
No denying that. He was actually my first honorable mention. So, honorable mentions, Kota Ibushi, Mayu, and Julia. I gave non-WWE Wrestler of the Year to Utami.
Oh, wow, okay.
Utami has been so dominant. I think one of the most protected acts in Stardom. Won the fucking 5-star, which you said 5-star when you meant G1, but I knew what you meant. Won the fucking 5-star. I think only suffered 2 losses and a draw. and actually
No. 1 loss and 2 draws, dude.
1 loss and 2 draws. She was even more dominant than I gave her credit for.
Yeah, she literally only lost to Micah and went to a time limit draw with both Shuri and Momo.
And she successfully converted her 5-star Grand Prix title shot and became the world champion, beating fucking Mayu of all people clean in the middle of the ring.
Which has only ever happened before on accident, because it was another Mayu match and she broke a fucking elbow in the match. And
not only did she beat her clean, I would say for good portions of that match, she dominated Mayu. Like, you go back and you watch that, she overwhelmed her with a lot of the power offense. Not to mention, a little thing, she fucking was a double champion until very recently with the Goddesses belts with Saya Kamitani. And wasn't she also like or was that last year? See, because again, pandemic time. Did she retire, like, her reign as Future Stardom champion this year?
Yeah.
Was that this year?
Yeah.
It was? Yeah, after successfully defending it, I might add, against Kamitani. So she had successful defenses as
yeah, dude, that was in, like, February or so.
Yeah, so she even, like, started the year a champion, and she ended the year a champion. That's fucking crazy to me.
She started the year the Future champion. She won the tag titles in the middle of the year and lost them before the end of the year, and is exiting the world fucking champion. Holy shit.
That's poetry. That's poetry. When you start the year as a Future of Stardom, and then the future becomes the present at the end of the year, or close to it, yeah, I feel so much more comfortable picking Utami now, because, I mean, you're right. Ibushi had an amazing fucking year, but so did Utami, and I really wanted to give it to her. I'm so proud of her. It's amazing to see her prosper. So we go from that to Female Wrestler of the Year. God, I was all over the place with this, because honorable mentions, Sasha, Asuka, Utami, and Mayu, because this award I ended up giving to Bayley. Bayley, everything you just said about her, copy-paste. Really, I can't say it better than you already said it. The heel turn was probably one of the biggest risks she's taken in her career. Maybe she doesn't feel that way. I certainly did. And my God, did she get a home fucking run. Jesus Christ. She deserves it. I was worried about her for a time because she was the last called up from NXT. And I know there was a big narrative point when she was initially a babyface. If she isn't outrunning damn near everybody, in fact, God, I don't want to be insensitive with the way I say this. It does kind of suck that Becky got pregnant, because I'd be curious if Becky's momentum, where it would be right now, relative to Bayley and the run she had, because I like Becky. I never liked Becky nearly as much as a lot of like our TWitWoW fans and like other people that we know that watch wrestling. Bayley had that Becky effect for me for a lot of the year, and definitely a credit to women's wrestling. And somebody like Bayley, at times even more than Sasha, I would love to see in a Stardom ring just with the personality. You want to talk about a leader for Oedo Tai? Bayley's heel work tells me if she were to be transplanted into Stardom, she'd boot fucking Natsuko out. I'd love a Bayley-led Oedo Tai. I think that'd be fucking dope. So Bayley, Female Wrestler of the Year, pretty easy for me. What about you, bud? Who you got?
Well, the thing is, Bayley was already my Superstar of the Year. So I would have felt weird having her listed in 2 of these categories. So I did have her listed as an honorable mention, but I didn't give her this award. But I had like 12 honorable mentions for this one.
Yeah.
So let me list them. Bayley is 1, Mayu Iwatani, Io Shirai, Takumi Iroha, Julia, Utami Hayashishita, Momo Watanabe, Yuka Sakazaki, Asuka, Sasha Banks, and my last honorable mention, which is more of like a maybe next year kid, Shotzi Blackheart.
Yes. Love it.
Whose name did I not mention, John, that you think I might have given this award to? I feel like I named pretty much every possible name that most people would even...
Yeah, I can't think, brother, who you might have forgotten that you actually did end up giving this award to. So who got it?
Well, let's see. Who is the woman that is the common denominator between our honorable mentions for Match of the Year, in my honorable mentions for Underrated Match of the Year, us in Storyline of the Year, and Feud of the Year? Tam Nakano is the Woman Wrestler of the Year.
Holy shit. I
love it. I kid you not when I say she was under most improved for me until maybe 2 days ago when I had a realization. She came into this year pretty damn good. Like, she was pretty good to start. I mean, literally, on January 19th, she had a match of the year candidate with Kagetsu. That match blew my mind because I didn't know that Tam was capable of doing those things. I didn't know that she was capable of putting on that kind of a match. But I chalked it up to, I mean, it's Kagetsu. I'm not surprised that someone who's pretty good can have an amazing match like this with Kagetsu. But then she kept fucking doing it. Like, she kept having these incredible matches, and she had two of the most compelling storylines of the year with the psychic break caused by Julia and the formation of the Cosmic Angels, also arguably caused by Julia's psychic break. And the fact that I think she ended up having like 4 matches this year that were genuine match of the year contenders, plus the amazing character work, plus multiple storyline of the year candidates, plus all of the extra work that she's doing for Stardom. She's commentating shows for them. She's doing voiceover work for them. She's selling shit for that. Like, she does so much for this company. And how many world title shots did she get this year, John?
0. I can answer that definitively.
Not a single goddamn one. I'm sorry. She's a candidate for underutilized of the year too, honestly, now that I think about it. I'm adding her to my honorable mentions for underutilized performer of the year. Let me find it. Underutilized. Where is it? Where the hell is it? Oh, we haven't even gotten to it yet. Well, she wasn't in there already, so I'm adding her to it. I thought we already talked about that, but we hadn't. So I'm adding Tam to my underutilized talent of the year honorable mention list because she is doing everything for Stardom and she hasn't gotten a single world title shot. Now, granted, she's gotten 3 intercontinental, world title, one Wonder of Stardom title shots, but she hasn't won a single one of them. She just recently won arguably the least prestigious title in Stardom in the trios titles, the artist belts. But yeah, man, Tam has been the MVP of Stardom to me in 2020. And because I genuinely feel like Stardom has the best women's wrestlers in the world and the best women's roster in the world, I feel like she deserved this recognition. I feel like she's the female wrestler of 2020.
Excellent. I love it. It's fucking great energy right now. Let's see. Tag team of the year. Who you got?
Well, I have 10 honorable mentions.
Okay.
Gorillas of Destiny, who I actually had chalked in as my tag team of the year until like the last 2 months. Aphrodite, which is Stardom team Utami Hayashishita and Saya Kamitani. Momo Oz, which is another Stardom team, Momo Watanabe and Azumi. MK Sisters, another Stardom team, Mayuri Watani and Starlight Kid. Golden Role Models, Kabuki Warriors, The Young Bucks, FTR, The North, which most people might not know, but they're an Impact team, Ethan Page and Josh Alexander, and the Golden Aces, Kota Ibushi and Hiroshi Tanahashi. And my tag team of the year, I really hope we have this in common, but we might not. I should actually mention, too, another honorable mention, Grizzled Young Vets, because they were a part of one of my match of the year candidates, and it was my only normal like 2-on-2 tag team match that was a match of the year candidate. So GYV, I'm adding to my honorable mentions just because I forgot them. But my tag team of the year, Zack Sabre Jr. and Taichi, the Dangerous Techers.
Oh, nice choice, man. Damn, that's a great pick. For me, honorable mentions, the one that really comes to mind, Momo Oz. God, they were so fucking good in the tag league this year.
Yeah.
My winners, though, going to cut to the chase, Aphrodite. I did pick Utami and Kamitani as my tag team of the year. I love the story of how they came together. I love how they worked together as tag team champs. Hell, even the title win itself, it was quite emotional for Kamitani. They're just a great team. They did lose the belts very recently to Black Widows. But you know what, though? In a way, that's exciting because I'm really looking for Kamitani to take the next step in her singles career. And I really just want all the focus on Utami being world champion. But I love them tagging when they were. And no doubt they're not done tagging. They're in the same faction. But just as a 2-woman unit, just really good shit. So easy tag team of the year for me. We then go to Best On-Air / Non-Wrestling Talent of the Year. And I'll go first on this one. Honorable mentions.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, John. What were your honorable mentions for Tag Team of the Year again?
I really just had Momo Oz as like the big one, and
okay.
that's about it.
All right, gotcha.
So on-air non-wrestling talent, honorable mentions: Paul Heyman, Omos, and Malcolm Bivens. My winner though, fucking easily, Robert Stone.
Yes, we have this in common. Yes.
Because even though he's been off TV for an uncomfortable period of time, yeah, like, he's had some of the funniest fucking moments this year.
Yes.
That have consistently had me laughing. And you guys need to understand how big of praise that is, because I hate with every fiber of my miserable being when WWE tries comedy. It is so cringe and it is so bad. With Robert Stone, they've gotten it right. So I had to give him all the praise in the world, because this dude used to be Robbie fucking E, which I hated.
Yeah.
And now he's like one of my favorite acts in wrestling. I mean, granted, Bivens Short King is holding it down, but when Robert Stone comes back, it's simply going to breathe some life into the product. So easy win for me. And you excitedly said that we have this in common. So did you even have any honorable mentions that I didn't have?
No, I had 0 honorable mentions because this is the only person that I even considered for this award.
Awesome. So anything you want to add that I didn't already say?
I mean, dude, I'll add some stupid serious shit. I know that sounds like a paradox, but you'll understand once I'm done. It's stupid that I'm being serious, but it's true. Before signing with the Robert Stone brand, Chelsea Green was a nobody in NXT. She signs with the Robert Stone brand, and suddenly she's on TV more frequently. She gets a huge tag team opportunity teaming with Charlotte Flair, and they win. And then she drops Robert Stone for no reason, and we haven't seen her on NXT since. She's had one appearance on the main roster since, and she got injured in that match. Aaliyah, prior to signing with the Robert Stone brand, had not won a match in, like, I want to say it was like 14 or 16 months or something like that. Signs with the Robert Stone brand. She ended up picking up a win at some point this year. I don't remember when it was. I want to say it was in the May-June area. But it was her first win in like almost a year and a half. So that's huge. Mercedes Martinez, a total badass who didn't really need Robert Stone, but she can't really talk. She signs with Robert Stone, and immediately she starts getting big matches. She got put into that big match with Rhea Ripley. Like, he legitimately, like, from a purely kayfabe perspective, Robert Stone's an amazing manager, and nobody wants him because he's a goofball.
Yes, 100% agree with everything you just said, dude. I think you hit it right on the head.
Yeah, all right. So, yes, Robert Stone is the best on-air non-wrestling talent of 2020. Now let's move on to underutilized talent of the year.
I'm so fucking excited for this one, but I know you're going
Dude, I am pretty excited for this one, too. Honorable mentions, I have 7. I'm going to just start at the bottom because I already told you I was going to add Tam to this, so she's number 7 in my honorable mentions. I actually have Wadi Unagi on here, which is literally the same woman that's in Stardom now, Unagi Sayaka. But when she was in TJPW specifically, I felt like she was underutilized. I feel like Stardom uses her much, much better. Elias is one of my underutilized talents of the year because why the fuck would you turn him heel? And why the fuck wouldn't you push him as a mid-card babyface champion? Maki Ito is an underutilized talent of the year because she should be the face of the company and she's a mid-carder. Azumi is an underrated talent or an underutilized talent because she's never had a shot at any singles title in her career, and she's too good for that, goddammit. Konami is an underutilized talent of the year because she should have been Wonder of Stardom champion by now, and she's had like 3 shots at it, and she's never won it, and it feels like she's perpetually underrepresented, and she should be named the leader of Oedo Tai, goddammit. And finally, my 7th and final honorable mention for underutilized talent of the year, Mustafa Ali. Fuck you, Vince. Make him world champion, you coward.
So who won?
Eric Bugenhagen, goddammit.
Yes. Yeah, I'm so happy you didn't pick mine. I was starting to get scared that you might have figured out who my underutilized talent was, but that we shared it. We don't share it, so I'm already relieved. But go, talk about the Boogs.
This motherfucker debuted in 2019 to This Is Awesome chants. The only other time that we've seen that was Tyler Breeze and admittedly fucking Adam Rose, but let's not talk about that. But Tyler Breeze was one of them too. But this dude, like, you compare this dude to Tyler Breeze and Adam Rose, and those guys look like total geeks by comparison. Eric Bugenhagen looks like a guy that would be like a bouncer at a club. He's ripped to shreds. This dude's posting videos on his YouTube channel and on his Instagram of him deadlifting weights while playing rock music on an electric guitar. This dude screams professional wrestling. He could be the next John fucking Cena, and fuck you if you disagree. And they're not doing anything with him at all. Literally, he hasn't been on TV. We haven't even seen him in the crowd in months. What are you doing, NXT?
Dude, honestly, just for that passionate rant, you can add him as an honorable mention that I didn't have. Do you know why I didn't even have him? Because
he's not around!
Yeah. Like, NXT's done such a great job of suppressing him, I actually forget about him sometimes. Yeah. And I am so sorry. But, like, you're right. Like, what else do I say to that? You're right. I hate it, but you're 100% right. In fact, I can even say that you beat my pick, but I'm still very proud of my pick for this. So I'll go through my honorable mentions. Aleister Black, obviously. Andrade, obviously. Shayna Baszler. This tag team is way beneath her. Cameron Grimes. I've had an axe to grind on Grimes for a long time. And because she was with the company for a good bit of 2020, Kairi Sane. I'm sorry, I know she's been gone for a good bit, but you still didn't know what you had.
No, that works, though. That's a really good pick for you.
Yeah, so fuck you, WWE. My winner, though, and again, I was really proud of this because I gave it a lot of thought. I have to give New Japan some flack here. My underutilized talent of the year is Juice Robinson.
Oh.
Because how the fuck do you have a guy that can go through so many aesthetics, still be the most lovable guy on your roster, is a quintessential babyface that I don't hate because his schmaltz has nothing to do with the culture or the period. To give you an example, guys, of what I mean when I say stuff like that, think Hulk Hogan in the 80s, like doing
Say your
Real
prayers,
American
take
stuff
your
like that.
vitamins, yeah.
Yeah. He's just a genuine dude. I think if anything ever came out about him when we speak of like the specter of speaking out, it would actually emotionally and psychically break me because I believe this dude is so genuine. He had a great fucking match with Naito in the G1 that I think most of us were rooting for him to pull off the upset win. I am waiting for him to really be a serious contender for the Intercontinental title, but you keep him in the U.S. Championship, which he won't even be contending for that because he has an injury that's going to keep him out only a few weeks, and he's just going to miss Wrestle Kingdom by that much. But when he's not doing that, what is he doing? He's tagging with David fucking Finlay.
Oh.
That is an insult to him. That is an insult to a dude that, again, a lot like Sonata, albeit in a very different way, has a moveset that isn't going to kill anybody, gets you emotionally invested because he's a great character. And might I remind everybody, because it's funny how everybody forgets every year, maybe even me included in that, what a great fucking promo this dude is. Like he's...
Yeah. I want to tell you right now, as somebody that I consider to be my best friend, if I ever hold you back the way that David Finlay has held Juice Robinson back, I want you to tell me to my face and I will leave you the fuck alone.
Yeah, because, dude, Juice cut a promo this fucking year about how he sharded in a match. I forget what even the context was, like who he faced, and it was still one of the most endearing promos, like of that day's cycle.
Yeah.
Such a great fucking promo. And he's working with a guy that's lucky he gets to main event New Japan Strong. Or whatever the fuck. That's what it's called, right? Yeah, whatever it is. Look, I'm going to be honest. I don't care how fucking hyperbolic it sounds. This dude's fucking world title material. This dude is world championship. If you give him the time, and I know Ghetto does the 2 years booking, and you give Juice that time, he could be a world fucking champion. It actually kind of bothers me. I mean, not so much now that he's clearly going the heel route, that they are investing so much in Ospreay. Because, yeah, Ospreay in the ring and stuff, crazy good. And I'm thinking him and Okada may have a really good match. But, like, Juice really is, like, he's the best part heart of pro wrestling. When you think about that hero that you root for, the Daniel Bryans. For me as a kid, it was Benoit. For a lot of people, it was Guerrero. Stone Cold, The Rock. I feel Juice has that quality. I really do, and I know what I'm saying right now. I am fully cognizant of what I am saying right now. I just want New Japan to believe in him. Really, just him even tagging with David Finlay semi-seriously alone, and they almost won the tag league again this year. Thank goodness Gorilla of Destiny won the finals. It's an insult to him. It's an insult to him that he's already been a two-time U.S. champion, and that's all New Japan sees in him. Oh, challenge Kenta for the briefcase. Hey, not knocking Kenta, but he hasn't been U.S. champion yet. I can get invested in that story. I want Juice to beat Naito. I want Juice to fucking upset Okada and all of us to make that face like, what the fuck did we witness? But we're not even bothered by it. Because it's just the greatest fucking insane shit. And New Japan doesn't see that. So see, that's why I adore New Japan, but I knew I was coming for them with this, which is why I was really proud of the selection, because what the fuck are you doing? When you have a gaijin and you're really emphasizing your gaijin because you're expanding in the U.S., and this isn't your poster boy? This isn't the guy you go with as the baby face. That isn't even oh, shucks, guys. Just remember, be good to each other and take your vitamins. But, is honest? And it's just like, yeah.
Sweet. Dude, he's sweet.
Yeah.
He's a sweet boy.
He's sweet. Dude, I actually went back, and I'm glad I remember this, because, once I yield the floor to you, I don't want to take it back. I want to get everything I want to say, out in the first time.
You're announcing the next award, too, man.
Oh, wow. Yeah, sweet. So G1 Climax 27, August 5th, 2017, the night Juice Robinson beat Kenny Omega, that is still one of my favorite moments in New Japan history.
Yeah.
Because the crowd, the commentary lost their shit. They didn't expect it. And the way Juice sold it in the backstage comments, like, holy fuck, I just beat one of the best wrestlers in the world. And that's another thing, too, going back to Juice's promos, the way this dude puts everybody fucking over. How this man understands the business. Oh, my God.
Dude, how about G1 Climax 29, day 18 versus Jon Moxley, grabbing a hold of the referee's pants leg to get him to stop himself from calling the match and prevent himself from tapping out at the same time.
I remember you freaked out over that.
I did. That was actually my markout moment of the year last year, I believe.
Juice fucking Robinson doing all of this and not one world title shot and not even one intercontinental
it was an honorable mention in markout moment of the year for me last year.
But it got recognized by you, though, and that's the important thing. This dude gets all the little nuances about wrestling, and I think it'd be hypocritical when, especially me, because I know I drone on about this, when I'm like, oh, but they should be doing this more. And then the guy that actually does it and does it really well, I don't go to bat for when I really should. Well, this is me going to bat for Juice Robinson. Get your head out of your fucking ass, okay? If he's not challenging for the Intercontinental Championship next year, you're wrong. You're wrong. That's just all. Unless he gets, God, please do not do this to me. Unless he gets a serious injury or something like that, you are fucking wrong. You're out of your goddamn mind. And honestly, I have questions. And I'm going to keep saying it. Do you know why? Because this year you decided to make Evil a double champion, Intercontinental and World. If he can do it, Juice Robinson sure as fuck should be able to do it this year. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. That sweet boy deserves the world. And he really has made me. When I told you a few commentaries back, it might have even been an NXT review or something random like that baby faces were starting to turn a corner with me.
Yeah.
Look at the leader of the fucking pack right here. Like, holy fucking shit. I love this dude. I can't wait for his next upset win because I swear to God, I'm probably going to strip and just pace around my room while I'm screaming just loud enough for the mic to pick it up because that's how hype this motherfucker gets me. So, yeah, I was really proud of this pick. Juice Robinson, easily underutilized talent of the year for me. Shameful. Shameful, New Japan. So we go from that, and I'm so glad that I get to lead with this. Underrated talent of the year. Oh, I am going to savor this because I have no honorable mentions. I pulled a U, bud. I pulled a fucking U with this because I know sometimes you get creative with awards. I flexed on this, my underrated talent of the year.
Way.
I picked the Stardom roster underrated talent.
Okay. That's a good pick. That's a really good pick. That's a good pick. Okay, I thought we got creative in the same way. I thought we were gonna have the same answer. I was about to freak the fuck out.
Dude, our freak out moment of our connectivity was you and I sharing your mom's Christmas present. I still can't believe we did that this year. No, dude, I was hoping you'd be okay with me doing this because I actually took inspiration from you when you're like underutilized NXT call-ups. So I'm like underrated the entire Stardom roster. And yeah, I'll even include the people I don't like because I would put those people above the people I don't like in WWE, and especially, fucking AEW.
I mean, you give me Saya Ida versus Mandy Rose. Saya's going to out-wrestle her 99 times out of 100.
You just made my case for me. I don't even need to say shit. Everybody needs to be watching this fucking product. Like, if you're not, you're wrong. And like, there
are literally 14-year-old children in Stardom who would out-wrestle 40% of the WWE main roster women's division.
Facts. Everybody needs to be supporting these women. Everybody. It is the best women's wrestling in the world to the point where I'm even questioning how I've evaluated Bayley, Sasha, and all them over the years because I want to see them in a Stardom ring. Like, I really, really do. I really do.
See, and the scariest thing about that proposition to me is that they would get better training, so they would actually get better than they already are.
Yes, do it. No, I want everybody to subscribe to Stardom World this year because if we're going to financially support any wrestling company, this is fucking it. Like, and I was even going to joke because I know, like, just Alex has been in here. I know some people by my proclamations.
I don't even know if Alex is still here, man. He hasn't sent a message in chat in a long time.
Yeah, he might have bounced. For anybody that feels called out, I just want to tell you very reassuringly, you should. And that you should definitely fix that. Because that's a very you problem. So, just being my emotionally reassuring self. This whole roster is hella underrated, and I don't want to be that guy, but I'm going to totally be that guy right now. A big reason I say that is when we can so easily say, keep working them, Javaris. Keep working them, Javaris. When people so easily say Bayley and Sasha are the best. Now, do they have a claim to it? You're goddamn right they do, and I would be the last person to fucking threaten that. But you can't have a substantive conversation about it or a fully nuanced conversation about it until you watch these Stardom women. And to be totally fair, just so I cover my bases, people could easily say that to me, like, oh, you don't watch women's wrestling, WWR, when I know we've gotten TWitWoW requests for. You don't watch that regularly. You don't watch Pro Wrestling E regularly. True. So I may be missing out on some gems, but this is the hill that I'm dying on, baby. This is what I'm defending. You can defend that at a separate time. I am saying if we're having a big conversation about who's really defining women's wrestling and who's the best at it, you need to talk about Stardom. I can't take any conversation seriously that doesn't have Stardom. And if that makes me a snob, I'm a fucking snob. I will wear that label proudly. This whole roster and the shit they've been through this year, Arisa retiring, which was a huge fucking blow. She wanted to talk about best in the world. If that woman was still competing, she would have been a huge candidate for non-wrestler of the year to me. Because I honestly, dude, no lie, talking to you personally, I would have expected her to be red belt champion right now. I either she would have had it, she would have recently dropped it, or she would have challenged for it. She would have been associated with the red belt in some way at this point. But she's retired, and that really fucking sucks. Hana dying, no shit. That fucking tore everybody up, even people that probably don't even know what Stardom is. But, like, Jesus Christ, these women are out here having fucking clinics in small fucking venues. It's really got in its own weird way with none of the cringe and the try-hardness of, like, ECW in the 90s. It's this intimate thing that these women are doing together, and thank goodness they got picked up by Bushi Road. And now they can do it with probably more security of, like, oh, they've got our back. And now they're going to Wrestle Kingdom for the second straight year in dark matches. And I guarantee you, soon it's going to be on the main card. Soon. The wheels of justice turn slowly, but I know we'll live to see the day that happens. And man, I adore that fucking roster. Even the people I hate, again, you had the perfect soundbite, Ashton. Take Saya Ito over fucking Mandy Rose any day of the week. So my underrated talent of the year, very easily the entire Stardom roster. I thank you, Ashton, for letting me have that pick and being cool with it, because I was kind of curious what your reaction would be. But now I'm really curious that you kind of dodged a bullet. You thought that I shared yours, who your underrated talent is, unless you have honorable mentions you want to go through first.
I don't have any honorable mentions because this was one of those awards where I looked at it, I thought about it for a little bit, and then I came up with the perfect name that nobody else has been able to touch in my mind.
Who you got?
Well, I kind of wanted to build this up a little bit because this is, you know what? I'm going to give it away right off the bat. A once-in-a-generation athlete.
Oh my God, you didn't.
The motherfucker that people are saying sucks, and he's only good when he's in the main event and he can go 30 plus minutes. And oh, Kenny Omega made him look good, not the other way around. Fuck you, dickheads. My underrated talent of the year is Kazuchika motherfucking Okada. And yes, I like the goddamn money clip.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Amazing.
Name another wrestler in the history of this business who had the most over finishing move in the world and decided to just not use it for a year and still put on bangers of matches.
If nothing else, dude. Sorry guys, I had to hydrate. My throat's starting to hurt. We're really getting to that territory now, I feel like. The confidence that Okada had in himself to do that makes me respect him more than any other top guy in history. Like, on some real shit. But This is your selection, so please continue.
Yeah, dude. Fucking dude had the most over finisher in the world. One of the most over finishers of all time, I'll say. Because genuinely think that the Rainmaker, you can hold that up to Hogan's leg drop or Austin's stunner or fucking Goldberg's jackhammer and spear. And the reactions that the Rainmaker got when he was still using it are up there. They're like, it's genuinely a conversation. It's not just like, oh, please. No, it's up there. And he just decided, you know what? I don't fucking need it. And he was right.
Dude, that's amazing. Yeah. Oh my God.
I mean, you want to talk about big dick energy? Holy shit. This dude is out here putting on 4.5, 4 3/4, 5-star matches without his finisher because now all of a sudden other guys stand a chance against him.
I love that you declared that somebody else was right with the same energy when you declare that you're right about something. That's amazing. That is amazing. It's dude,
like... I'm sorry, but like, there was a point in the middle of this year, right around the time that New Japan decided to put the world title on Evil, that people were like so jaded with New Japan. And like, I heard one dude say, oh, that's the thing about a bad wrestling company is that you don't realize it's bad when it becomes bad. You don't realize it for a few years because you're a fan and you see it through different glasses. And like people who were WCW fans didn't realize it was bad in 1999 and 2000. They didn't realize it was bad until afterwards. And like people who were ROH fans didn't realize that it was bad until it was already too late and most of the wrestling world had passed them by. And they're talking about like New Japan is in that category now. Go fuck yourselves. Holy shit. No, New Japan is doing just fine. Kazuchika Okada is still, I would argue, top 3, maybe top 5 at worst wrestlers in the world right now. And this motherfucker said, I don't need my finisher. I'm just as good as everyone else, if not better without it, and proved himself right. He didn't win his block in the G1 Climax, but he came damn close. He still had one of the most highest point totals in his block. And the only 2 people that he did lose to were the 2 people that were fighting on the final day to determine who would win the block. And like, yeah, like, no, yeah, it's, I've had it up to here with the Okada hate and the New Japan hate in general. I don't love New Japan with the same vigor that I did a year or 2 ago, but I still love New Japan. And more importantly, if you hate on Okada, you ignorant as fuck.
I love it. I love this fucking energy. Okay, you're leading the next category, bud. We got Jobber of the Year, so who you got?
Well, this is another kind of interesting one. So, for my Jobber of the Year, I have so many honorable mentions because these are all people with losing records. These are all people who have lost quite a few more matches than they've won. And the one and only person on this list that I'm not actually an active fan of is King Corbin. And I only have him on this list because he has won a grand total. Are you ready for this, John?
Give it to me.
Of 7 matches this year.
He's gonna turn it around now that I drafted him, though. Oh, man.
He is 7-41-1 for his record this year. He has won 7 matches out of 49.
Jesus Christ.
Now, if that ain't a jobber, I don't know what the fuck is, right? But because I'm not a fan of his, he wasn't my actual choice for this award. My other honorable mentions, though, Shinsuke Nakamura, because Nakamura's record this year was really, really bad. Let me actually see if I can find what Nakamura's record this year was. There it is. He was 9-33-2 this year. So these are like single-digit wins. Drew Gulak was a major jobber this year, winning 3 matches total out of 28.
Wow.
Chad Gable is another one.
Yeah.
Gable this year won 1 match. But granted, he only wrestled 3, so he just really wasn't used all that much. And then we have Shane Thorne, a.k.a. Slapjack.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Who went 5-26 this year. He had a win-loss win percentage of 16%, which is pretty sad. And then you also, the last 2 were Billy Kay and Leon Ruff. Billy Kay finished the year with, 4 wins and 20 losses.
Okay.
And Leon Ruff won 4 matches out of 17, and it just so happens that 2 of those wins were North American Championship matches.
God damn.
So, yeah. But my actual jobber of the year, one, double-digit wins, so not quite as prolific of a loser as everyone else that I've listed so far. I will just say this is a Stardom wrestler who has lost more matches, or actually I should say has a higher loss rate than the likes of Rina, Itsuki Hoshino, Gokigen Death, Saya Kamitani, Layla Hirsch, Saki Kashima, and Mina Shirakawa.
Yeah.
Starlight Kid.
Oh, what?
Starlight Kid is 16-39-1 this year. She has only won 16 matches out of 56. She's lost 39 matches this year, dude. You got to realize that is the second most losses in Stardom this year. Only fewer losses than Saya Ida. Saya Ida has taken the most losses in Stardom this year. Kid has the second most.
That's heartbreaking. I hope that they're starting to turn around with Kid, because I really am starting to invest in her.
I think if you would just focus on like the last 2 months or so, her record would be a lot better. But looking at the entire year, she has had a really, really bad win-loss record this year.
Damn, man, that's low key depressing. Oh man,
she won her last 5 matches of the year, so that's like a really strong streak for her. But if you think about it, though, that just means that she only won 11 matches prior to that. How bad is that?
That's oof.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. She had a really, really rough year. Just trying to win matches. Like she's so adorable too, because she always says, "I'm gonna try my best and I want to win today" and stuff like that. And it's just like, oh, honey, we believe you'll get there. If it's just not happening for you now.
We're the parents that just can't tell their child, "You're never gonna be president, but you can try."
So yeah, as much as it pains me to call her a jobber at all, I feel like this is pretty consistent for me though, because my last few jobber of the years or jobbers of the year have been Bray Wyatt, Samoa Joe, and Daniel Bryan. So like I consistently give this to basically my favorite wrestler with a losing record, with like a starkly losing, like if you're, 28 and 29, I'm not going to call you a fucking jobber, but with like a stark losing record. And Kid has lost more than 2/3 of her matches. So I think that qualifies as jobber in today's terms.
That definitely does. I always love how creative you get with this particular award. Me, however, I'm a basic bitch. Watching Stardom has made my job so much easier. Saya Ida. Two years running, baby. 2 years running.
last year too. Oh my god.
I'm so grateful to you, Ida, that I can just copy paste with your existence. Like, god damn.
She finally won a title though.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like you said to Mark when he brought up the same thing, so did Leon Ruff this year.
I genuinely expected you to have Leon Ruff as your jobber of the year, actually.
Dude, after Saya Ito won the title and she cuts this promo about even if you have to crawl on the ground and even if you're unsightly or whatever, you can still achieve your dreams. And you know what Momo reminded her of? The show after? Yeah, you're still unsightly and you still crawl on the ground. Don't forget your place. So... yeah, Jobber of the Year easily, and if I may just carry this energy over into our next category.
Yes.
Promo of the Year. I was actually proud of my selection for this one as well. Honorable mentions, Bayley explains why she turned heel on Sasha, and the Roman Reigns Drew McIntyre contract signing. Just Roman's whole side of that was fantastic. But Promo of the Year was pretty easy for me because I genuinely got goosebumps from this. Edge, I Have Grit promo. Right before he got RKO'd by Randy, and God, we had no idea how poetic that RKO would be in so many ways. Yeah. The promo preceding it, though, was fantastic. When he said, with all the fire in his voice, and it gave me a chance to go out on my terms. And now, when he gets knocked down, he gets back up. It might not have been a soliloquy. It might not have been the most flowery language, but it didn't have to be any of that. Because it was a guy returning home where he feels most comfortable, where he feels most himself after 9 years. Yep. And we never thought we'd see it. And we did see it, and I wish it would have been better, after the fact. But if you could freeze this promo in time, it's just one of those things where, again, I know we got a question on Q&A. What wrestling event would you have wanted to be at, before you started watching wrestling? Actively watching wrestling, I would have loved a crowd seat to this, just to look into that man's eyes and know what it meant to him. So his I Have Grit promo was an easy choice for me. I'm very curious, though. I'm always curious with these categories where your mind goes and how deep your bag runs. So what'd you pull out, man?
Well, my honorable mention, and I do only have one here, was actually one of yours as well. It was the Roman promo at the contract signing. That was legitimately, that was my promo of the year until I remembered an older promo that changed my mind on someone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because we're talking about how Ibushi won Wrestler of the Year for me, and it's he had a revelation year almost for me, in the sense that I liked him before, but this year really made me an Ibushi fan actively. Well, this person I kind of wasn't that big of a fan of, and then they had an amazing match and immediately cut an amazing promo afterwards that got me fully invested in wanting to see them conquer the fucking world.
All right, who was this?
Momo Watanabe after losing to Mayu on January 19th.
Amazing.
Her promo where she talks about how much that match hurt and how she's going to chase Mayu to the ends of the earth to win that red belt. I've never been so moved by a promo that I couldn't understand.
That's what better way to say it.
Yeah.
I mean, damn. Yeah.
And the difference to me between this promo and the Roman promo is we already knew how good Drew was. Drew's fucking, or Roman. Drew's promo game has been amazing since he come back. The promo they cut there was 3 months into his run since he returned, or 2 months or whatever. I think it was 3 months actually. But Momo though, I really wasn't that into her. We actively didn't like her up until December of 2019. And then she had some really good matches and we were okay, maybe she's not so bad. But this was the promo that made me a full-blown Momo fan. This was the promo that I went from, okay, she's pretty good, to, oh my God, I want you to win everything. I don't want you to have to chase anyone to the ends of the earth. I want them to come to you.
Exactly. Yeah. I love that pick, man. It's a very inspired pick.
Yeah.
All right, heel of the year. You lead this category off. Who you got?
This is actually relatively easy for me. It's Bayley.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Bayley had a great year with heel heat this year.
Yeah, like she's been heel the entire year. She was my superstar of the year, and the fact that she's been a heel the entire year, it's almost a given, right? I feel like I've already praised her about as much as I can for how great her year has been.
Yeah, dude, she really was utterly fantastic.
Somebody's a great heel too when they turn super heel by attacking a fellow heel and turning them face.
Super heel. I'm sorry, that just hit me funny because I know
that's what we called it when Owens turned on Jericho and they were both heels.
Yeah, you're right. We did. I think it got a chuckle out of me because the news obviously has been talking about super gonorrhea recently. So you just adding super to that had me dying.
Oh my god!
And you said it almost with like a doctor announcer voice. And as you can see, Bayley just turned super heel by just beating the shit out of Sasha Banks. That's the second time you've caught me off guard, though, because you caught me off guard with Jobber of the Year, and now you caught me off guard a little bit here, because you're like, oh, this is fairly easy, and I'm like, agree. Bayley, and I'm like, oh, because I do have Bayley as an honorable mention, but I picked Roman Reigns.
Dude, you know what, though? I didn't really pick Roman Reigns for any of the year categories, because he only has been around for like 3 or 4 months.
Dude, I know, and I'm so glad you said that, because I was waiting for us to, like, address that. But he fucking sprinted, man.
Yeah, he did.
I'm sorry. Like,
when you're such a good heel that you create competition for yourself.
Like, I picture us having this discourse and Roman just like, what? So I was supposed to be here all year? Why? Because you told me to? What do you even do? We talk wrestling on YouTube. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's a cute little hobby you got there.
Why are you going out of your way to take shots at us from somebody else's point of view? I feel so attacked. What the fuck?
I know, yeah, that's what I'd be saying to Roman. I'm just saying, like, if Roman was here hearing all this, he'd be like, oh, so I only qualify, I'm here all year. But no, of course, Roman, you do what you want to do. But yeah, me personally, I get that. And I almost wanted to resist giving Roman a lot. And I really don't think I have up until this point. Because I think a lot I did kind of resign to honorable mentions. Yeah. But dude, like, again, he fucking sprinted. He came back. And immediately he was like, oh, yeah, all that comfort that you were having with your lists and everything, I'm just going to upend that. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, you got to earn it. And then they did the Paul Heyman reveal. And then Paul Heyman doesn't even talk. Roman talks. Which, I'll be honest. If Heyman was doing the most of the talking, I probably would have co-signed with you on Bayley. I love that they took the chance to let Roman talk. And he's fucking killed it. Oh, my God. Like, I never want to hear again people bringing up suffering succotash, because that was put in Roman's mouth. That didn't come out of his mouth. That was put in his mouth, and there's a difference. It's like, oh, Roman, if you're just a goofy face, it'll be relatable. This feels like Roman Reigns turned up a bit. Like, I bet Roman is just the chillest, fucking coolest guy. Maybe even exudes that Tranquilo energy. Like, man, I'm fucking Roman Reigns. I got no problems, And he just, like, turns that up a bit. It's amazing. I adore it. I fucking love it. And the funny thing is, I don't even love it like, oh, there goes John again, turning up because he's pro-minority and he wants the destruction of the species, which, I mean, true, don't call me out. But, like, I appreciate it for what it is, and that's just a genuinely good heel. And does genuinely good wrestling. The trash talking he does. And ironically enough, he did it in the most recent feud with the guy that used to do it the best, Kevin Owens. The trash talking he does in matches.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Dude, his heel work does not stop.
No. It's like he's taking out his anger on all the fans that have wanted him to be a heel for all these years. He's just like, fuck you. You wanted me to not make this merch money, and now I'm doing it, and you're going to hear about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, is this what you wanted? And I'm low-key kind of smiling / crying, like, yeah, I mean, keep that energy can.
I love that you added / crying there at the end.
Because I'm totally channeling Paul Heyman. If that man isn't in a domestically abused relationship, I don't know what the fuck is, because that man's fucking faces. And, dude, this is going to be the shittiest thing I've said all year right at the buzzer. I'm sorry. Low-key funniest moment of the year. It wasn't actually what I chose. should have hella been an honorable mention. Him abusing Jey Uso, specifically when he abused Kevin Owens, and Jey Uso helped. And then he hits Jey Uso with the chair, and the first thing Jey could think to say, what did I do? Because Roman just broke him that bad. And then he's like, how many times do I gotta tell you? How many times do I gotta... And he just drives the chair. And Paul's just looking like, Brock, come back. And then Roman just goes to Kevin Owens, and he's like, you had to go for the table. You had to go for my spot at the table. You should have taken the title. You could have had the title. But now I'm going to embarrass you in front of your whole family. Like, this fucking dude. Like, look, I have seen, okay, I'm going to be honest. I've seen a lot of thirst for Roman on Twitter. I don't fucking blame him. I'm thirsty for Roman right now. We've been talking about it. I'm like, damn. Holy fucking shit. So, yeah, like, he hasn't been here for most of the year. But given that he's even being heel in his matches with his trash talk, dude, he's like, I'm going to make... Because how long has it been now? 4 months?
Yeah.
I'm going to make 4 months feel like a year. And Roman's lucky because he's in pandemic time, and you can very easily do that. So Roman Reigns, Ill of the Year, easy.
Yeah, awesome.
Going to Face of the Year, 2 honorable mentions, or 3 honorable mentions, actually. Juice Robinson, Naito, Okada. Also had some stardom names in there. Mayu, obviously, is adorable. Tam, I don't really consider a babyface anymore. Queen's Quest, I consider babyfaces. Like, I think hard work is a babyface attribute, so we fucking stand QQ in this household. But my winner, I gotta give it to him. I've defended him a lot this year. Drew McIntyre. Great look. Great fire. Love his promos. Very sincere. Very relatable, despite looking as he does.
Yeah.
He's had to work really hard. Everybody has, not trying to shortchange anybody, but being the world champion, especially, the spotlight's a bit magnified on you to make compelling programming in a pandemic era. And for me personally, he's succeeded. I just really enjoy Drew. I don't know what his 2021 is going to look like, but it's really nice to see him finally be the top guy. And who would have thought that he was dubbed the Chosen One as a heel, but he really only began to fulfill it as a babyface. So you love to see it. Drew's my face of the year. Not going to talk nearly as much about that as Roman. Brother, how many honorable mentions you got, and who ultimately is your face of the year?
No, that's really cool, though. I don't have any honorable mentions. I just gave my face of the year award to someone that's actually only been a face since May, I believe, but has, similarly to Roman, really sprinted to just overachieving. Somebody that is really, I mean, even before they were a proper babyface, we kind of saw them as babyfaces because they were just so consistently going out of their way to make sure that the fans were entertained despite the coronavirus sort of environment. And that's Asuka. I feel like Asuka has really earned it this year. I honestly, if it wasn't for Bayley having the entire year of amazing that she had, Asuka would have been my superstar of the year. And the fact that she doesn't really necessarily qualify for heel of the year because she was only heel for a few months and she was really likable even in those months, I think it's kind of a slam dunk for me to make Asuka my face of the year. So that's where I went with it. I really enjoyed her work this year. She's really, I would argue, the hardest working woman of the pandemic era in WWE.
Beautifully said, man. Beautifully said. With that said, main roster rookie of the year.
Kind of a limited pool of choices here. I just went with Riddle just because he's pretty consistently entertaining. I like some of his jokes. I like the nicknames that he came up with Survivor Series. I like that he interacted with Omos the way that he did, and his matches are still really fucking fire most of the time. So I just went with Riddle just for lack of better options, really.
I went with Keith Lee, more or less same reason. Plus, he beat Orton in a matter of minutes at, I want to say, Payback, in his pay-per-view debut on the main roster. So, yeah, not going to stay long on this the same way.
And I love Keith Lee. The one reason I didn't go with him, though, is because he just hasn't really been given anything to do.
Exactly. I mean, funny enough, to begin the year, he will be challenging for the WWE Championship. So already his 2021 is looking a bit better than his 2020. Yeah. But we'll have to see how that goes. Rookie of the year, and I get the ball back here. Honorable mention for me, Pat McAfee.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I wanted to just kind of qualify this because we do have a little note here. The Rookie of the Year here is, the last award was Main Roster Rookie of the Year, which was literally person who is new to Raw or SmackDown. Rookie of the Year, though, is specifically new to mainstream wrestling, and I think we define mainstream wrestling as WWE, NXT, AEW, New Japan, ROH, Impact.
Yeah. Although, I guess we'll have to broaden that, because I even talked to you about who I picked for Rookie of the Year, and you seemed to give me the green light on that, if you remember. So, because I did go with a Stardom performer for this. And yeah, I remember I even checked with you, and you seemed to say that was fine.
Yeah.
So, honorable mention for me, Pat McAfee. Because, my God, like, I hope they continue to use him in the future, but if this was all we got from him, he really made the most of it. I mean, even CM Punk, however anybody feels about CM Punk anymore, he was like, yeah, Pat McAfee is like the best thing going on that roster. But my winner is a Stardom performer. It's Micah. A part of a legit faction.
You know what? That even works because she actually debuted for Stardom this year. So that does work, I think.
Yeah, I remember even checking through with you, and you said that exact thing. So I just ran with it because I think she's got a great look, great moveset, part of a wonderful faction where she's not a weak link. She's about to challenge for the world title to start the new year. What was it, January 19th? So, yeah, she's got a world title shot coming up soon. And she just had a great 2020, I feel like. And I can't wait for people to learn more about her and just learn more about Stardom in general. So, yeah, Micah was my Rookie of the Year. I love this one. This is one of my favorite awards we do every year, but you are going to start with this. It's Revelation of the Year. So, who do you have?
Well, I never gave my Rookie of the Year.
Oh, you never did? That's right. I'm sorry. I breezed right past. Who is your Rookie of the Year? I apologize.
Well, I had 4 honorable mentions. And Saya Kamitani and Micah were also both in my honorable mentions list.
Very nice.
Shotzi Blackheart debuted, I believe, earlier this year. And then an Impact debut this year was Chris Bay. And I'm a big fan of his.
Yes, okay. Great stuff.
But, come on, man. Rookie of the Year. You want to talk about someone that shows up and looks like a 15-year pro on the mic immediately and then actually has decent matches? It's Pat McAfee, baby!
Oh my God, yes. Yeah, absolutely.
The Giga Chad himself.
Yes, he said it. You all heard him say it. Yes.
Yeah, it's McAfee. I've literally in my life, I've never seen anybody show up day one as a performer and immediately get the entertainment aspect of pro wrestling the way that McAfee did.
Didn't he straight up call Adam Cole a beta cuck on Twitter?
I don't know about that. I don't think he used those words, no. I think he called him like a maniac or something like that, but I don't think he called him
he called him a beta maniac. That's what he called him.
Yeah,
he didn't call him a beta cuck. He might as well have.
Yeah. No, the only guy that I know of in WWE that's actually used the term beta cuck on actual programming was Corey Graves.
Of course, it was fucking Graves. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And that was in reference to Mike Kanellis when he was literally getting cucked by Maria.
Oh my God. Stop. You know what? That's a whole other tangent. But yeah, Pat McAfee was fucking amazing, dude. Great choice.
Yeah.
Great choice.
Okay, now we get to the word that you wanted to kind of rush to.
Yeah, I apologize. This really is one of my favorites, though. I love these because it's just like, what was the special surprise or the pleasant surprise this year?
And
so I'm curious who you picked.
The Revelation of the Year, which is it's really a very personal award because it can really apply to anyone. You know, if somebody just got into wrestling, then this could apply to literally anyone. If someone just got into New Japan, this could apply to anyone in New Japan, or it could literally just apply to the New Japan roster. Last year, both of us agreed that our Revelation of the Year was Stardom as a whole. So, you know, we are not opposed to getting creative with this award. My honorable mentions, Tokyo Joshi Pro was one of them. Himeka, Shuri, Chris Bay, Takumi Iroha, Mei Hoshizuki, and Shotzi Blackheart are my honorable mentions for Revelation of the Year. But I may have kind of made it obvious who my Revelation of the Year is over the course of the last couple 5v5s. You see what's coming here, John?
Possibly.
It's Maki Ito.
Yay!
Yeah. Low key, probably a candidate for underrated wrestler of the year or performer or whatever it is. Just because people think she sucks in the ring and she's actually really fucking good in the ring. It's the thing is she's just not a 5-star match machine like, like an EO or anyone like that. But like her in-ring storytelling is absolutely on point. Her technique is underrated. Her psychology is amazing for someone with as little experience as her. She's only been wrestling for like 3.5 years, I want to say. And already she has better in-ring psychology than pretty much every woman that's ever come exclusively through the WWE Performance Center. Yeah, Maki Ito is the voice of a fucking generation. I dare you to tell me otherwise. I will fight you.
Whoa. Take it easy, man. I'm certainly not going to fight you on that. Maki, Jesus Christ, what a phenomenon. Here's the thing. I could have picked a lot of people. So I'm gonna say straight away, I only had one honorable mention, but that's incredibly deceptive because I think everybody you mentioned I would share with you, and I'm sure there were many others. I wanted to keep it limited, though, for my own sake, because I'm pretty sure my brain would hurt if I really committed to it. So my one honorable mention was actually from TJPW, Miyu Yamashita, nice. Who is a fucking badass. Jesus Christ. But my revelation of the year is Big is Cute, Himeka from DDM.
I'm shocked that it wasn't Shuri. I really thought it would be Shuri.
Dude, maybe it should have been Shuri at the end of the line. You could add her as an honorable mention. But to me, Himeka, because wasn't she like, well, Natsupoi I think was added last, right? But Himeka was second to last in DDM. And I remember when Himeka got added, I'm like, okay, they want a powerhouse. Because I got scared for DDM every time they'd add somebody. Because like you, I love the synergy, and I'm committed, like you now, that there's no weak link in the group. I didn't want them to get their own designated jobber. I'm like, everybody else already has one. DDM really shouldn't have one. That would really make them different. Like, oh, there are no weak links in our team. We all pull our fucking weight. Yeah. And I was worried about Himeka because I'm like, oh, she's just going to be big and have the size, but she's really going to be clumsy or, a klutz or, whatever. I expected her to be more like where Lady C is right now, right? And God, was she anything but. This woman, first of all, I ain't gonna lie, I've been honest about it every time. She big is cute. Like, Himeka absolutely is fucking adorable. I love her personality, as Mark Schoeneman has become fond of saying, our student council president. And she can go in the ring, man. I'm telling you, she gives me such fucking Batista vibes. I really do think one day she could be a world champion. I honestly believe that. I really think that she could get to red belt territory. I don't know how long it'll take her, but she's really got it all put together. And yeah, I'm so happy to have her here. Her running powerbomb finish is great. Her torture rack spot where she carries two people was fucking inspired. And like, again, this isn't a woman. You're never going to see her like do a triple 450 or anything crazy like that. She's just a really good powerhouse. And that's why she really hits different on this list for me, because when you think about 2019, like you said, we both had, Stardom roster, big revelation there. 2018, though, I had Ishimori, who does fit more that mold. And I think even before that, in 2017, I had Dante Fox. So you see there's kind of a pattern with me here. Himeka shatters that pattern, and she does it in the best way. So really loved watching her this year, and I'm really excited for her 2021. So Himeka for Revelation of the Year, one of my favorite awards that we give out. Really grateful to have witnessed her. So awesome. Good shit.
All right, time for face turn of the year.
This was so awkward because it was even really hard to like categorize like how did people turn face or whatever. Yeah. EO was an honorable mention for me. I think you could almost argue that that Drew had a face turn like in the Rumble this year. So Drew would be an honorable mention for me. But my winner ultimately is Asuka. Because as far as I'm concerned, she turned face the night that Becky presented her with the championship. Yes. And that's probably the most emotional face turn that we're going to see, at least this year. Because it was because, the top star got pregnant, wanted to be a mother, and Asuka apparently didn't even know that was happening. Yeah. And her reaction was 100% genuine. So the idea that Asuka was that supportive. Yeah. And then just they turned Kairi face the same night. And we got face Kabuki Warriors, which...
Yeah, when she was playing the recorder.
Exactly.
Oh, exactly. I miss her.
I know. But Asuka, definitely the most memorable face turn, I think, just because of the circumstances of the year. So this is a pretty easy pick for me when I really put my mind to it. Who's your face turn of the year?
For honorable mentions, I have Io as well. I also have Asuka and Kairi because again they both kind of turned face. I also have Sasha just because of the moment, with Bailey beating her up and then her actually trying to get revenge on Bailey. Ashante Adonis I have on here because of the time that he randomly helped Swerve. That was pretty damn hype actually. You and I both got pretty excited about that. Undisputed Era, because literally all 4 members turned at basically different intervals. Like Cole turned first, then O'Reilly, then eventually Fish and Strong. And finally, as honorable mentions, Damian Priest had a face turn this year. But my actual face turn of the year, though, I feel like is the one person that legitimately had like a classic wrestling face turn where they got tired of a heel shit and beat the shit out of him for it, and that's Murphy.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. They really did it by the book with him as far as turns go. You're absolutely right about that.
Yeah, everyone else, it was like a slow burn or it was forced upon them, like Sasha. Like, I feel like there were very few classical face turns in 2020. And Murphy is just the one that stood out to me as like, yeah, this is the kind of face turn that I expect from a goddamn face turn.
Yeah, facts. Really, just all the way down facts. I completely agree.
All right. Next up, we have heel turn of the year. This is a little bit more fun. We have more like actual like moments in this one. Honorable mentions. I hope I don't name your actual award here. Assuming we just share one. We probably will though. But honorable mentions for me: El Hijo del Fantasma becoming Santos Escobar by attacking. Was it Jake Atlas that he attacked? I don't remember.
It was Drake Maverick.
Drake, that's right. Oh, of course. No wonder I don't remember. And then removing the mask, revealing that he was the one behind the kidnappings of Raul Mendoza and Joaquin Wilde, and that they are now in his group and under his employ. Cedric Alexander joining the Hurt Business. Mustafa Ali being revealed as the leader of Retribution, and Pete Dunne joining For the Brand. But I really hope we share this one because it feels obvious to me. Heel turn of the year, not only because of the moment that he turned heel, but the fucking result of him being heel is Roman Reigns.
Yes. Oh, thank God. Because when you were putting all that pressure on me of like, I hope we share this, I'm like, oh God, do we? We do. We do. We 100% do.
Awesome. Yeah. I mean, it's easy, right? Like, he returns, beats the shit out of 2 other guys that are kind of heelish that I think we were supposed to think were faces, but then the next time we see him, he's paired up with Paul Heyman and it's obvious. It's like, oh my God, this is real. This is happening. Everyone lost their shit that night. It was lit as fuck. Who are your honorable mentions so that we can move on to our next award?
I only have one other one that you didn't have, and I only put this there because I genuinely didn't see it coming, and I don't think you did either. Tucker turning heel on Otis.
I give you credit for even remembering that. I think I might have thought of it and just been like, yeah, but it worked out poorly for both of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Now Tucker's taken losses in 24/7 matches.
Yeah. Like you said, though, Roman's heel turn was impeccable because when he returned, you would have thought that he was just a babyface with more of an attitude. But when they did the slow camera reveal for Heyman, that's like, oh my God, they're committing. Holy shit. Yeah. So that's great. I'm actually excited that I get to lead this one. Most improved. I have no honorable mentions for this. My most improved is Jay White.
Ooh.
I think he had a really great fucking year this year.
He did.
And I knew he was going to win this award for me because there was a comment I kept making to you throughout the G1 that was like the result of him winning this award. And that's that his moves have got a rhythm and a snugness to them now that I feel like they didn't before. He really feels complete in the ring now. Like, just the way he transitions in sequences and stuff like that. He's always been great on the mic. He seems like a genuinely cool fucking dude. And, like, it's fitting that he was most improved for me this year as he's getting ready to main event Wrestle Kingdom in just a few nights for 2021. Like, I really feel like he's finally ready to main event Wrestle Kingdom, and that's why I'm so happy he's doing it. And he's doing it in the most unconventional way, at least by New Japan standards, because he won the fucking contract off of Ibushi. Yeah, Jay White, and again, the most improved really does come in the in-ring. because his flow and his execution and just everything, he's really rounded himself out as a performer. I breathe with the Switchblade and I perv on all the fucking knives. Jay White, easily most improved for me. I'm curious who you picked, though, for this.
I actually went with somebody who I've always kind of liked. I've always seen something in, especially like before we even started really getting into Japanese wrestling. I saw like a highlight clip of this person and thought like, oh wow, that person, they move pretty well. There's some potential there. There's a lot there, especially knowing how young they are. And like last year when we were really, really getting into it, this person never really stood out to me that much. And I kind of felt like this person was even falling behind some of their peers a little bit. And then this year hit, and the beginning of the year, they didn't really stand out. But these last few months, dude, I mean, and really even a little bit over the summer to a lesser degree, but especially the last like month and a half, holy shit, has Starlight Kid been turning it the fuck on.
Yes, dude, I love this pick. Love this pick.
I do have two honorable mentions here in Taichi and Tam Nakano, both of which I really think have either improved or have really just like gotten in better light in my eyes. Tam, again, multiple matches of the year candidates, and I never would have seen her as someone like that before. Taichi with some of the really genuinely great performances in the G1 this year, plus the awesome reign as tag champs with Zack as Dangerous Techers. But Starlight Kid, holy shit, has she been on fire lately? It is actually crazy. Like, if you would have asked me a year ago at this time where I thought Starlight Kid would be in a year, I would have said, oh, maybe high speed champion, maybe, vying for the artist belts with Mayu and Tam or something like that. Never for the life of me would I have imagined that she would have been snatching mics out of Julia's hand and talking shit to Yoshiko. Holy fuck.
Yeah, dude. It's amazing.
Yeah. It's crazy to me how much she has improved. And really, I think the improvement is across the board. Her promos have more fire. Her in-ring work is more snug and it feels crisper. Her confidence is up. She even feels more charismatic. It's like because she's more confident, she's gained more charisma as well. She has just really, like, she's gone from like a 6.5, 7 out of 10, good performer, but nothing special, to like an 8.5, maybe even bordering on 9 out of 10, like must-see performer right now.
Dude, I'm so happy you feel that way because I'm telling you, man, like I am so excited for her 2021. Yeah. Like I am so excited for this coming year for her.
I think she's probably going to hold the high-speed title for the first time, I want to say. I don't think she's ever held that before. But I want her to get an opportunity. Now, I don't think she'll actually win it, but I want her to get a shot at the white belt in 2021.
Yes, dude. I mean, I agree with you, white belt, so I'm not trying to challenge it and be like red belt, but like her interacting with Utami in that one tag match where she actually got a few like hope spot near falls on her, I'm like, oh my god, you could put this woman in big belt situations and she could do it. Yeah. So absolutely white belt. You and I are in complete agreement. I love your award choice. I stuck with Jay just because I really liked it just after watching the G1 and I didn't want to back down, but that's a great pick for you, dude. I love that. Love that. So we've got Best Talker now. Who do you have? Who are your honorable mentions and who was your award winner?
Is there really any question here who the Best Talker of 2020 is?
I mean, we do have an award, so maybe.
Okay. Maybe it is a little bit contested. I'll give you. Maybe it is a little bit contested because, there are some genuinely good promos. I'm not trying to bury the field. But it's Pat McAfee, baby! Come on!
It was the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen him talking about Undisputed Era going to that restaurant, drinking boxed wine, seated in the back, so the restaurant wouldn't even have to say they were hosting the Undisputed Era. Oh, God.
Oh, my God. Just so good. Just so fucking good.
Yeah. Do you have anything you want to add, or can I take the floor? I don't want to step on your toes.
Sucks to suck, and it's great to be great.
Yeah. Best talker for me. God, I feel so called out. Honorable mentions: Roman Reigns, Cameron Grimes, Jay White, Sami Zayn, Ali, and yes, Pat McAfee. I did go, though, especially after my passionate defense earlier, Juice Robinson. Juice Robinson is honestly the only guy, when New Japan uploads their backstage comments, the only people I actively watch that I recollect, Kenta, Suzuki, because he keeps it brief but he's menacing, and fucking Juice. And Juice just constantly fucking steals it. I want him to close a show, dude. Like main event in a big arena and do the ending promo like you see a lot of guys do.
Yeah.
I want Juice to get that nod because, like, Moxley's gotten to do it. Okada, obviously. Jay, obviously. All those guys. I want Juice to be able to fucking do it because that dude is so fucking sincere. And dude, the only good thing about Juice's year this year to me, because I still put him as underutilized way earlier in the show, the crowd still loves him and his crowd control is still fucking, like, top. Like, he can absolutely get that crowd in a wave of emotion. I love him on the mic. I can't wait for Juice promos in 2021. And yeah, I want so much for him. You talked about you want Starlight Kid challenging for the white belt this year. I've already said I want Juice challenging for the Intercontinental title in 2021. Hell, dude, honestly, in a perfect world, he'd win the Intercontinental title in 2021. But one step at a time.
I have a bit of a monkey paw, corrupted wish for you.
Sure.
Would Juice challenging for the IC title be worth it if he had to turn heel to do it?
No.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that.
No. No, because that man is top babyface potential, and you don't compromise that for shit. No. I
want Suzuki. I want Suzuki to win the IC title and have Juice go after him.
Perfect. I can't. Yeah. So next, I get to lead with this one. Pop of the year.
Yeah.
Only 2 honorable mentions for this. Drew McIntyre wins the Rumble, and Edge returns at the Rumble. So Rumble was the venue for pops. So my winner is Drew McIntyre lays out Brock Lesnar with 3 claymores and then poses with the WWE title. That was one of the last Raws with crowds, and that crowd was fucking insatiable. They were just over the fucking moon at Drew putting Brock down, and yeah, it was a loud fucking pop. And when he lifted the title up, you would have thought the roof went off the goddamn place. So Drew kind of standing over Brock, kind of dominating Brock, easily pop of the year, and honestly one of the best moments of the year in 2020 because Drew was such a fucking badass doing it too. So yeah, pop of the year. I'm curious what you chose though, man.
I actually had the exact same 2 honorable mentions that you had because I feel like in my mind there were those 2 moments and the one that I had as my actual award that I was even considering. I actually completely forgot about the moment that you mentioned, so I'm so glad that you brought that up because that's like a forgotten moment otherwise. And again, it's Drew eliminating Brock Lesnar from the Rumble in the first place.
Yes, dude. They constructed that so well. Really, when you think about that Rumble, I understand why a lot of people look at that Rumble so favorably, and even some call it the greatest Rumble ever, because it really told a great story. And I think they timed the moments well because you had Brock get the heat in the beginning, and then you had Drew get the elimination, which got your award, which got a huge pop. But then after you get rid of the big heel, then you're able to just get pop after pop because Edge returning came after that too. Yep. So I feel like they structured it really well, dude. And then Drew eliminating Roman last to fucking win it. Like, amazing. It really was a great Rumble, especially in hindsight with how these characters kind of splintered off. Great stuff.
Yeah. All right. That was easy. Upset of the year, Leon Ruff beating Johnny Gargano for the North American title.
I had that as an honorable mention. My winner was Micah beating Momo in the 5-star.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a really good one.
Yeah, neither one of us saw it coming. So I thought it was the best choice. Let's see what comes after this. Oh, gimmick of the year. I am so proud of my pick for this. I wonder if we share this one. I have no honorable mentions because I couldn't in my heart give it to The Fiend again because I've just hated the whole Alexa direction. My winner for gimmick of the year Timothy Thatcher as a wrestling instructor with Thatch as Thatch Can.
Nice.
I have loved this. I even said to you that is probably like it's a bit of an uncomfortable gimmick to kind of work, again because of speaking out and everything. But the segments where he's even doing them live in the ring now, he hasn't done it in a minute, but those have been great. The vignettes were great, leading up to that. And yeah, like in an age where we know how like fucking seedy wrestling culture is with trainers and stuff taking liberties, the idea that Timothy Thatcher turns that into a gimmick and has the legitimacy to make it a gimmick, it's perfection all the way down. So Timothy Thatcher, Thatch as Thatch Can instructor, is my gimmick of the year. What's your gimmick of the year?
My honorable mention for gimmick of the year, and because I like to look at gimmick of the year, and the reason that I didn't even consider Thatcher for this is because I guess, again, it's like different interpretations thing. I like to look at gimmick of the year as like, whose gimmick made them? And to me, Thatcher doesn't need the wrestling teacher gimmick. He's just a fucking amazing talent, right?
Right.
My honorable mention is Death Yamasan, aka Gokigen Death, because as much as I love Kaori Yonayama when she wrestles as just herself, and when she used to wrestle as just herself, the Death Yamasan gimmick is eternal. She can wrestle as Death Yamasan until she's 60 if she wants to, and it's never going to get old. And it hasn't gotten old yet, so why would it ever, right?
Exactly, yeah, for sure.
But my gimmick of the year goes to Karrion Kross, because I don't know what the fuck you want to call his gimmick. Demonic Time Lord is what I have written down here. But, like, the gimmick covers up for his lack of everything else other than the look. Like, his look and his gimmick are everything that he has, because his in-ring is okay. His mic work is pretty good because of the intensity. But, like, the gimmick is what makes him him. Like, the gimmick is everything for him.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I completely agree. I think that's a great choice.
Yeah. So now we can move on, kind of lighten up a little bit here. Funniest moment of the year.
All right, what did you give it to?
Honorable mention to... Oh, actually, I didn't have any honorable mentions to this because I did have a note here, but it wasn't an honorable mention. It was clarifying. Shotzi Blackheart running over Robert Stone with her tank for the first time.
Yes. Absolutely. That was fucking great.
Him freaking out. Oh my god! My leg! I'm dying! That whole thing.
Yes. So this was just your award winner. You said you had no honorable mentions,
Correct,
right?
Yes.
I will say, too, that was my award winner, so we share it.
Oh.
I fucking died. I've rewatched that several times when it first happened. And you never forget the first time it happens. I know they tried recapturing the magic or repeating it, and it doesn't beat the first time. I will say that I had honorable mentions for this. Only two. Cameron Grimes hitting on Dexter Loomis's sister in that haunted house match. Like, just the idea that you make time to do that when you're freaking out was hilarious. And, of course, I wouldn't be me if I didn't have this for an honorable mention. Seth Rollins vinegar stroking while he's taking out Rey Mysterio's eye. Because Seth Rollins, for whatever reason, when he wants to, he can make the most memeable fucking faces, and I don't understand it. The way that man's able to get his eyes to bulge out of his skull, it's kind of eerie how good he is at it. So, yeah, those are my honorable mentions. So now we go to quote of the year, which I'm taking the lead on.
Yeah.
Honorable mentions, and you don't even go here, Bianca Belair to Charlotte when they had the
I forgot about that being this year. Wow, this year's been long.
But my actual quote of the year, I know you really like this on this one Raw, and it's so weird that this comes from a random episode of Raw. AJ Styles and the rest of Team Raw believe that Retribution are nothing more than mere pawns. You know, all it takes is one right move, and even a pawn can dethrone a king. And this was Ali on Monday Night Raw, November 16th.
Wow.
Love the quote.
This was your actual quote of the year, not just an honorable mention?
This is my actual quote of the year, yeah. And I figure it's more words than a catchphrase, so it counts.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
Yeah, I know you really liked it, because I think we even reviewed this Raw. We either reviewed it or live read it or something. I know you really liked that line. And Ali delivered it with conviction. He should be world champion, and I'm rooting for him in 2021, so let's fucking get it. What was your quote of the year? I'm really curious.
You will always be my favorite number 2.
Amazing. Amazing.
Roman Reigns to Drew McIntyre. Imagine looking a man like Drew fucking McIntyre in the face and saying that you're my favorite number 2. Wow, the balls on this man.
I was literally about to be like, the balls.
Yeah.
Oh, great. All right. Catchphrase of the year. What do you got, bud? Any honorable mentions, and who was your winner?
I didn't have any honorable mentions because I honestly couldn't think of that many catchphrases this year. But the one that just perpetuated in my head was Shuriya no koto ga skide skide tamara naisha-kun.
I love it. Great pick, dude. I actually blanked on that, to be honest. I should have remembered that because that's so good.
I say it along with her for every promo.
Yeah, it really was the only one for your awards that could actually work. I kind of feel a similar way about mine.
I love DBK. Yeah. We're the greatest. You all suck.
Yeah. It's funny because catchphrase of the year for me, Pat McAfee actually is my honorable mention. It's great to be great, and it sucks to suck. But my winner for catchphrase of the year, I think, because only we were talking about it just recently, Bianca Belair, girl. I say it a lot. I say it a lot when talking about Bianca. So I'm a lot like you with the Julia stuff. She says it in her promos, I feel like, mostly every time. I'd be surprised if it's not on a t-shirt, and if it isn't on a t-shirt, I mean, fix that. Yeah. And yeah, just very straightforward. I think it's a great catchphrase, just to be like, no, this is my time, back the fuck up. So we go from that to commentator of the year. Gonna keep this real short and sweet. I have Tom Phillips. Who do you got?
Same.
Awesome. Moving right along, theme music of the year. Who were your honorable mentions, and who got your win?
I only have one honorable mention, and that is Dexter Loomis's theme song, which reminds me of Stranger Things.
Fair enough. So who won your award?
Hurt Business, baby.
Excellent. Love it.
Dun, dun, dun. I love it. It's like a combination of Jaws and that one fucking Metallica song. That's the... I don't even know the name of the song. I just know that it kind of reminds me of that and Jaws at the same time, and I love it. Every time it hits, I'm like, oh shit, it's about to go down. I love this.
Hell yeah. So my honorable mentions for this, let me just look through here. Bailey's heel theme, Tam Nakano's
theme. Oh, I should probably qualify. I only will use a theme music of the year if it actually came out in 2020. So, like, if we're talking about my favorite theme song in all of wrestling, it's Shayna or, like, Corbin without the King theme mix or like, Andrade. But I didn't have any of them listed because all of them came out in previous years. I try to exclusively use themes that came out the year that we're doing awards for, which is why I only had the one honorable mention and then the one actual award. So anyway, your honorable mentions, start from the beginning for me, please.
Bailey's heel theme, Tam Nakano's theme, and you know what? I'm glad that I get to stand this publicly. Mina Shirakawa's theme. I fucking like the accordion. I fucks with that shit. In fact, somebody got like an isolated clip where they mostly like cleared it up. It's like 1:20. I put that shit on a loop. By all accounts, that should have won, but I went with a different direction for my theme of the year. And somebody even commented, and I'm only bringing this up, even though it's an honorable mention, just because I think it's important. Somebody was like, oh, Mina Shirakawa's theme doesn't fit Stardom at all, and they should change it. But then, like, so many people rush to defend it, and I agree, but that's exactly why I want her to keep it. It's just so different from most of the sound that I think Stardom is comfortable with their performers using. Yeah. And this woman's coming in with the fucking accord. Like, I don't know. I'm a weird egg. I live for that shit. But my winner... I just titled it Julia's Final Boss Music. I mean, because holy fuck, every time that music hits, you know one of the top tier performers in Stardom is getting ready to compete, and you're probably not walking away with her treasure, that being the white belt. I'm really curious, dude, who ultimately is going to beat Julia for that championship. And I hope she does actually lose it to somebody, and it's not some weird shit where she's going to have to forfeit it or whatever reason. But that music, you know shit's going down every time you hear it. So easy pick for me. You again pick the Hurt Business. So going from that to finisher of the year, Ashton, I'm going to let you know right now, bud, I have the most honorable mentions for this than any other award category.
Awesome. So I want to hear them. Let's go.
Konami, the triangle arm lock.
That was an honorable mention? I thought that would win for you.
No, because I actually did think, and some people will probably think my actual winner to be weaker than my honorable mentions, and that's totally fair. But I'm a weird egg. Drew McIntyre, the Claymore.
Yeah.
Tam Nakano, Twilight Dream. Shuri, the Blue Dragon. Got to give this one the proper treatment. Okada, the Money Clip. Bailey, the Rose Plant. For Mayu, you can give her both the 2-stage Dragon Suplex and Sleeper. And I put the Sleeper second because that's legit as shit. And Ibushi's Kamigoye, which for the longest time was my winner. But then I thought about this person, and I actually really liked it because it's simple, it's straightforward, and you buy it. It's very classic. And that's Bobby Lashley's The Hurt Lock. I believe it. A guy that size doing a fundamental full Nelson, getting wins, winning championships, and tapping out people that WWE, and maybe rightfully they have the distinction. I'm not going to try and take the piss. Guys like Jeff Hardy tapping out to it and everything. Yeah, it's dominant. They've built up that move so fucking well, it makes me want the Brock Lashley matchup even more now, because I want to see how much Brock Lesnar would struggle against the Hurt Lock. So I went with Lashley and the full Nelson. I think, again, it's very simple, straightforward, and it fucking works. And you know what? Basic moves with guys that look like he do, that Lashley does, that's how you get box office matches. F5 versus Hurt Lock, I'm fucking there. So I'm curious who got your award and how many honorable mentions you had for this.
I only have 2 honorable mentions for this. And those 2 are both Stardom finishers. One of them is Twilight Dream, just because I will tell you straight up, Twilight Dream would have won this for me if it had been used more than twice this year, but it was only used twice this year. So, you know, I don't feel comfortable with giving it a move finisher of the year if it only gets used twice in the whole year. But then the other honorable mention is the Glorious Driver and its variations, because that has been Julia's fucking bread and butter this year.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
That said, though, my finisher of the year is the Kamigoye, and that is because Ibushi has used it with great success, but it has fucking infiltrated the wrestling business. The fucking Young Bucks use a 2-man Kamigoye. B. Priestley has started using what we affectionately refer to as the Kabigoye. Buddy Murphy uses a version. Like, it's fucking everywhere. And who really, I don't want to say innovated it, but who popularized it? Kota fucking Ibushi, the original motherfucker.
Yeah, that's the original reason for the longest time that Ibushi was winning that category for me, and then I made like a last-minute adjustment, but you're 100% right, just all the way down with that. So, go from that to title reign of the year. Who you got, bud?
Yeah, I really wanted to give this to Julia's white belt reign, but she ended up as an honorable mention for me, because my title reign of the year, looking back on the entire year, it was Bayley's SmackDown Women's Championship run.
Same. We share that. I mean, again, when she pulls a great match out of Tamina as part of her run, I don't blame you for making Julia an honorable mention.
Did you have any honorable mentions here?
I did. I shared Julia with you, and I also have Mayu's World of Stardom Championship reign. But yeah, Bayley owned title reigns this year. It was what did CM Punk call it? It was the Pam-demic.
Yeah.
It was the Pam-demic this year, and you're goddamn right.
Yeah.
So, faction of the year. All right. Honorable mentions for me. Queen's Quest. Legado del Fantasma. Undisputed Era. The Hurt Business. Donna Del Mondo. I do the fucking pose with them. I say the phrase with them every chance I get. Their aesthetic is on point. They have fucking Shuri on their team who is certifiable with how she murders people. Julia, who's legit as shit. Micah, who's on the come up. And Himeka, who, again, I've likened to like 2005 Batista. I think she's so ready to explode. Yeah. DDM. Donna Del Mondo.
I did it! I didn't do it right at the same time as you, but I did it!
You know what? I'm so happy that you participated. I want you to know that. So, yeah, just an amazing fucking faction. Brother, who's your faction of the year, and do you have any honorable mentions?
I don't have any honorable mentions, but if I had to, if you wanted to hold a gun to my head and say you have to have an honorable mention, motherfucker, you can't just list one goddamn faction, you piece of shit, I would say Donut Del Mundo. But my faction of the year is Queen's Quest, because of course we have to be feuding constantly.
Yeah, dude, you know what though? That's how I wanted it, because somebody needs to stand Queen's Quest hard in this household, and it really, really should be you.
Yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. I mean, they held the tag titles for a pretty solid majority of the year. Utami entered the year as the Future of Stardom champion. Momo has had multiple match of the year candidates. Utami has had a couple. Azumi is the high speed champion, and now to top it all off, Utami World of Stardom champion. Not to mention multiple match of the year candidates as a team. Like, I've never seen an instance of a faction before that had this kind of tag team chemistry and it doesn't matter who it is. You could do Momo and Azumi, you could do Utami and Saya, you could do Momo and Saya, you could do Azumi and Saya, you could do anyone and anyone in this faction. You could do pick any two, pick any three, or just go with all four of them. It don't fucking matter, because they all are amazing at tag team wrestling, and they will put on bangers for tag team matches every single time. That again, like kind of going back to the QQ versus DDM winning my feud of the year, match quality, baby. QQ is the top of the line.
Yeah, I love it. I love it, dude. On-screen relationship of the year, who you got, bud?
I really, really, really wanted to get creative with this, but I just went with Otis and Mandy.
I went with Bayley and Sasha Banks, golden role models.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. You want to talk about getting creative? Oh, man, I can't believe I got to go first on this one.
Oh, you know what, though? I actually, now that I think about it, we could probably do, like, Tam and Mayu for on-screen relationship of the year.
I still think I'd give Bayley and Sasha Banks the edge this year, but yeah, that's, like, the strongest honorable mention, because I didn't even have any honorable mentions.
Okay, you know what, then? Fuck it. I'm replacing Otis and Mandy with Tam and Mayu, and I'm going to make Otis and Mandy an honorable mention.
Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah. What the fuck moment of the year, aka the Gobbledygooker Award.
You know what? I do like who I gave the award to, but I want to talk a little bit about my last honorable mention, if that's okay. So WTF moment of the year: Otis wins Money in the Bank. MJF.
Oh, wait. These are honorable mentions, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Otis wins Money in the Bank. Keep going.
MJF and Chris Jericho duet on Dynamite.
Yeah, that was fucking garbage.
And I didn't go with this because I didn't want to kill the mood. And I want to stress that. But my last honorable mention, because I felt the need to say something, hashtag speaking out for WTF moment of the year, with emphasis on why the fuck are you still platforming Velveteen Dream? And dude, when we saw Velveteen only like 2 weeks ago, you have no idea how tempted I was to revert and actually make Speaking Out my award winner. And just go on a rant about how they could platform that fucking dude when he was never even formally investigated. Fuck Velveteen Dream and fuck NXT, honestly, for their behavior. But I don't want to kill the mood, because we make this the positive side for a reason, but I still got creative as fuck. I'm so proud of myself for this choice. My WTF moment of the year, the Firefly Funhouse match between The Fiend and John Cena at WrestleMania. Because nobody knew what the fuck they were watching. Not even Titus, who was the host, who literally was like scratching his bald head and saying, I don't know what we just saw. The ultimate WTF moment in the history of our awards here, because I even look back to, and the funny thing is, I'm keeping that energy, because in 2019, Firefly it was the debut of the Funhouse.
Yeah.
Keeping that fucking energy. So yeah, the whole Firefly Funhouse match between Fiend and John Cena is a big WTF moment of the year for me. Again, on the serious side, if I was to make a very liberal interpretation, it would be Speaking Out and WWE's handling of it, and really New Japan's as well in some parts. I gotta be, fair is fair. But I'll keep it light. I'll keep it creative. I'll say Firefly Funhouse match. So what did you pick for WTF moment of the year?
My honorable mention, my one and only honorable mention, was Casey Catanzaro randomly returning for a battle royal after we thought that she fucking retired from wrestling.
Yeah, that's a great pick. Actually, I forgot that happened.
Yeah. But my actual what the fuck moment of the year stems from my worst pay-per-view of the year. And that is the Viking Raiders Street Profits segment at Backlash.
Makes perfect sense. makes
I literally have an entire note about this. I have in my notes here. This was the clusterfuck where they fought all over the parking lot, came up against Tozawa and his band of ninjas, including Big Jordan, for the first time, teamed up to fight them, fought on top of a production truck, jumped off of it into a dumpster, and awakened a fucking tentacle monster. Just an absolute disaster of a segment that didn't even go down as a proper match.
Yeah, I'd say your notes capture that perfectly. So now we go from that to Botch of the Year, and you do start with this. So yes. What got your win here?
So my honorable mention for Botch of the Year is Oni Lorcan's dive onto Ridge Holland, absolutely exploding Holland's knee and leg.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate choice, because it happened, but it's a great choice as far as the awards go.
I mean that's an unfortunate choice, but my actual Botch of the Year is also very unfortunate because it's Matt Hardy's concussion against Sammy Guevara in the Broken Rules match that ended up leading to that being the worst match of the year.
Yeah, actually, that's a great pick, dude. You totally blew me out of the water. I got a bit cute with my Botch of the Year. Honorable mention, Adam Pearce calling Drew McIntyre Drew McInfart. And then my actual winner, fuck you, Podswoggle, for outing me here. Matt Sydal, Shooting Star Press Botch at AEW All Out 2020. I genuinely was worried that man broke his fucking neck. And it got gifed everywhere on Twitter. Pretty easy choice. I took the layup. Nice. That's that. I think Javaris is going to appreciate my spot of the year, but we have, actually, no, we don't have any honorable mentions because I didn't clear these out from last year. God damn it, me. So I'm just going to go right to my awards then, I guess. Spot of the year for me. Easiest fucking choice of all my awards. Suzuki's La Mystica Sleeper to Will Ospreay. At 52 fucking years old. Like, do I need to say anything else? I don't think I do. What's your spot of the year?
I actually do have an honorable mention here, and it is the Will Ospreay Hiromu spot from Wrestle Kingdom Night 1, where Ospreay went for a Sasuke special, Hiromu avoided it, Hiromu went for a German suplex on Will, Will went through the ropes, landed on his feet, hit the ropes on the opposite side, and said, fuck you, I'm doing it anyway, with another Sasuke special that actually connected.
Yeah, fantastic.
That was nuts, but my actual spot of the year is literally the most hype I think that I have been on our live reactions this entire goddamn year. I was literally out of breath after this, and that is the Azumi Mei Hoshizuki pin exchange to close out their match.
Perfect. Amazing.
That was the craziest shit I have seen in a while. And there were no, advanced maneuvers used in that at all. It was literally just pins.
Yeah, dude, fucking incredible. And speaking of fucking incredible, we're now talking about the best moveset of the year. You go first on this. Do you have any honorable mentions, and who is your award winner?
I don't have any honorable mentions because I actually really struggled to come up with something here. But at the end of the day, I went with the one spot that consistently makes me wince, and that's Mayu Iwatani selling German suplexes.
Great pick. I got very specific with
every single time Mayu gets German suplex, she goes out of her way to make sure that she lands on her fucking neck. It kills me.
Yeah. It's funny that you and I are sharing that energy about next, because I too don't have any honorable mentions, but I got very specific with mine. My award winner, G1 Climax 30, Day 3, Ibushi headstand sell from the Blade Runner. He literally, when you go back and you watch it, he does a headstand before falling on his back to the canvas for the 3 count. It's fucking sick. If anybody's got New Japan World and they have easy access, go. We won't fucking wait. But you'll see that, easy move cell choice. Ibushi's ridiculous with his next spots. A lot like Mayu is for Stardom. So again, you and I are definitely sharing that energy.
Nice.
Mark out moment of the year. I'm leading this. I've got 2 honorable mentions. Utami wins the World of Stardom Championship, because I remember genuinely freaking the fuck out when that happened, especially because our preview predictions really didn't inspire much confidence, because you were like, I think Mayu's retaining. And Konami makes both top champions in Stardom tap out in the 5-star Grand Prix. I was so fucking happy for her, and that was insane. My mark out moment of the year, I struggle with whether I should make this spot of the year or mark out moment of the year. I did decide on the latter. The 2.98 count, Sonata almost wins the G1. That was such a well-executed fucking spot. Everybody was losing their shit, and even me, because I was in the throes of play-by-play with you on this, I thought Sonata won the fucking tournament. I was losing my goddamn mind. This was easily mark-out moment of the year because these two, in terms of near falls, put on a masterclass that I don't know if it's ever going to be replicated or even challenged. This was unbelievable. I can't believe those two pulled this shit off. So, yeah, you already talked about the mark-out moment of the year for you.
No, I didn't. What are you talking about?
Oh, no, you did. You know what? I blanked because you mentioned the pin sequence and you were talking about how excited you got. So I was just thinking about you marking out. But what is your mark-out moment of the year then? And what are your honorable mentions?
So my honorable mentions are Suzuki's La Mistica to Will Ospreay. The Usos returning to SmackDown to save Roman Reigns from Baron Corbin before Roman left for the pandemic. And Ibushi no-selling and beating the fuck out of Okada at Wrestle Kingdom.
Yes.
But from that same match, my mark-out moment of the year was Ibushi kicking out of the Rainmaker.
Yes, dude, that fucking match. What?
Yeah. So,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I feel like we're probably going to be on the same page for this next one. It almost feels rudimentary at this point. Brand of the year, Stardom.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. If you have anything you want to say, because I feel like I already said everything about Stardom for my underrated talent of the year.
It's funny though, because you actually picked Stardom for your brand of the year last year before I did. Because last year, my brand of the year was just NXT. You had Stardom, and NXT was also my brand of the year before that, but we shared that. And then prior to that, it was just Lucha Underground of the year because it was fucking amazing. But yeah, this is my first year picking Stardom as my brand of the year, just because we only watched half of a year's worth of Stardom last year, and I didn't want to have recency bias, and I didn't want to I was trying my best to be as level-headed as possible. But this year, we got to see Stardom all goddamn year, or at least as much as any other wrestling promotion all year, given the pandemic. And they blew it out of the water. You can't, look, they didn't win my match of the year, but they had the most honorable mentions in my match of the year out of any promotion. They didn't win my underrated match of the year, but they had the most honorable mentions of every promotion in my underrated match of the year. Stardom has just completely become my favorite wrestling promotion on the planet. I love New Japan. New Japan is a definite number 2 on my favorite promotions list. It has 100% surpassed NXT by this point. And not just because New Japan's great, but because NXT's also kind of fallen off the wayside as well. They're number 3, I would say. But Stardom just does everything right now. They are in such a the main event scene is popping. The tag matches are so consistently great. The high speed division is really interesting right now with Natspoi being in line for a shot and Kid really blowing up and Saki having a great run and Azumi being an amazing champion. I really feel like they're and even at the very bottom of Stardom's roster, we already mentioned this earlier. You put Saya Eden in the ring with anyone in the WWE roster, she's better than 40% of the women on WWE's roster. And she's a shitter in Stardom, right?
Yeah.
Stardom is the best shit going right now. If you're not watching Stardom, you're missing out heavily. And if it wasn't for Stardom, it would be New Japan, but I genuinely think Stardom was way better than New Japan this year. And for me to say way better, I'm not even going to take that back. I genuinely do feel like it was significantly better than New Japan this year.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I just consigned New Japan to an honorable mention. I did also include NXT, but I'm going to be truthful with everybody. They just barely held on to the cliff. NXT, it's sad to me how they've fallen off, but Stardom, man, they be fucking flexing right now. Holy shit. I feel like ever since that Bushi Road deal, those women are we're going to prove to them that they made the right choice every fucking show, and they have not failed. They have not failed. If anything, if I'm Bushi Road, I'm oh my God, we should have picked you guys up forever ago. What the hell?
Yeah.
Amazing. Most anticipated 2020 debut. You go first on this one, right?
This is actually most anticipated signing.
Oh, I have that last. Oh, did we? Okay. Most anticipated signing. Do you go first on this or do I?
Just to kind of clarify here, the most anticipated signing is basically somebody who's currently a free agent that you're excited about signing with a major company.
Yeah. So again, is this me going first or you? I need that clarified.
It's you.
Okay. I'm going to say again, because these are always the hardest awards. This one and the most anticipated 2020 debut are always difficult, although this was the hardest one. I think it's always the hardest one for me. I just said Priscilla Kelly, either to AEW or WWE, because I researched. I don't think she's signed with any major company yet.
Nope.
Honestly, I could see Impact picking her up, because Impact does seem to be that place for their women's division where they'll get like a lot of the outliers and stuff and really do something with them. Priscilla Kelly deserves to be with a major company. Yeah. She's still young as shit. She's got a great look. I know and do I want to rant right now? You know, yes. we're really kind of going through these real quick. I think we've given ourselves a wide berth to do a rant or two if we wanted to. I thought it was incredibly sexist, the shit that she got from people for like the quote unquote gross spots with like the tampon and stuff. Cause like, I'm pretty fucking sure that male competitors have done gross spots and we just stop it at, like gross. But I feel like people really gave Priscilla a hard time. And that kind of pissed me off.
How many times have we seen male wrestlers wipe someone's blood off their forehead and lick it?
Exactly. How many times has Joey Ryan done the fucking dick spot? And I bet that really didn't fucking age well for a lot of people.
How many times has Joey Ryan pulled a fucking opened lollipop out of his trunks and given it to a fan?
Exactly. So, yeah, fuck off with all that. I think Priscilla Kelly, especially again, and I've said this before on the podcast, my tastes have shifted somewhat. I'm not really so much about the work rate anymore. I'm more about the characters, and Priscilla Kelly is all character. And I'd like to see more of her, but I'm only really going to see her in a major promotion because, you know, time is limited and, you know, we cover certain things and we opt out of others. I'd like to really see her somewhere. And something tells me she's going to be on Impact in 2021. I just got.
I know she has worked TJPW before briefly, but I don't think she was there for long.
Right. I just think she's a great get for him, man. And again, because this is always a hard category for me, I really can't talk much about them. I just had to go on that quick sidebar of like, fuck people giving her a hard time for being controversial and stuff when I'm pretty sure those people probably ate up the Joey Ryan shit. So
yeah, dude, the thing is, I honestly would not be surprised if that is the reason that she hasn't been signed by a major company yet. I genuinely feel like, because she does everything else right. She's a great worker. She can talk. She's got an amazing look. She's tall, she's young, she can move. Like there really aren't any reasons to not sign her if you're a major wrestling company, unless you're AEW and you don't want to upset Darby Allin signing his, you know, ex-fiance or whatever. Or if it's the fucking tampon spot. And I'm convinced that tampon spot is going to be a black mark on her until some wrestling company grows the balls to be like, you know what, who gives a shit? You know, let's fucking move on and sign this talent, right?
Exactly. Dude, I'm waiting for it, man, because I'm like, what the fuck are you guys waiting for? Especially when women's wrestling, I think, still is the hot button thing, and I hope it continues that energy in 2021. Priscilla Kelly has absolutely every right to be a part of that. Yep. Just every right to be a part of that. So who is your most anticipated signing? I'm always curious for you with these final two awards where your head's at. So,
I don't know if you remember last year, but last year I gave it to Jamie Hayter, and it didn't work out so well. And the year before that, the year before that it was a different award. So I'm not going to worry about talking about that. But my most anticipated signing in 2021, and again, this could be like last year with Jamie Hayter, where it just doesn't work out, where this person just doesn't sign anywhere, and I'm just kind of left hanging. I really hope that Saudi Ano decides to sign with either Bushiroad or Cyber Agent, and we get her in either TJPW or Stardom. If she goes to TJPW, that means she can work AEW eventually. I really want her in Stardom, though, because like apparently, because she wrestled in Stardom really early in her career, when she was first getting started with Actress Girls, but there were like rumors that there were backstage issues with her and management. But those rumors also included Natsupoi. The rumor was that Saudi Ano and Natsupoi both had issues with backstage management in Stardom, and Natsupoi's back. So my hopes are fucking sky high that we're going to get Saudi Ano in Stardom in 2021. I would be so fucking happy.
Dude, absolutely. All right. Final award, most anticipated 2020 debut. Do we need to qualify
2021 debut.
2021 debut. I really needed to fix these a lot. But yeah, you get the idea, guys. So what's the nature of this award, just to make it clear to everybody?
this is basically any debut of somebody that we know is already around. So this could be somebody in NXT debuting on the main roster. This could be somebody that signed with a company making their debut. This could be, even as something as simple as like somebody in a company that is partnered with a company that's like overseas that you just want to see debut in the just as like an example, we know that TJPW and AEW have a partnership because Yuka Sakazaki worked for AEW a few times, Shoko Nakajima worked a few times, so we know that there's like a partnership there that they're willing to work together. So a good example of this would be if you wanted to say Maki Ito debuting on AEW would be an option. Even though it's not a guarantee, it's an open possibility that could happen. But I didn't go there. As much as I love Maki Ito, I really, I can't look forward to anyone debuting on AEW because I probably won't see it because I don't watch AEW. So I ended up being a little more tame with mine, but something that I'm still very excited for. We've been talking about tag team wrestling lately. A lot in NXT because of how kind of neutered the tag division is. Because, I've been, the grizzled young vets have been around for a little bit now. And I've been talking about how much I want to see them against a compelling team and how, excited I was for Breezango this week because it's like, oh my God, finally they're giving me what I want. But I just wanted more good teams in NXT's tag division. Well, as it turns out, in November, they signed a damn good tag team that I feel like was absolutely amazing when we watched them in PWG. And then they had like a weird Impact run where their entire gimmick was that they were stoners. But right now, I want to see the Rascals debut in NXT.
I love that, Peg, man. That's a very inspired choice to punctuate your side of the awards. I, however, am a basic bitch. And I am not going to fucking stop saying it. And I really kind of gave my hand away on our last NXT review just yesterday. Undisputed Era to Raw or SmackDown, man. Like, it's always going to be Undisputed Era to Raw or SmackDown. Just to kind of retread my rant a bit, I like Undisputed Era. I do, but there are two problems when you stay on a brand for way too long without a shake-up via a draft. See how I separated the two, WWE? Fuck you. One, it gets tedious. It gets tedious because you want to see other acts where they're at. And two, and this is something I didn't really talk about in the review that I was kind of saving for here, in a weird way, I've forgotten how good Adam Cole and company are.
Right.
Like, I just accept that they're a part of the fabric of NXT, and it's like, oh, they're doing their thing. I want to be reminded that that's Adam, suck my fucking dick, Cole, baby. That's the Adam Cole I want, which isn't to say that I don't even want him as a babyface. I like Cole as a babyface. He's just a very endearing guy. I mean, with that jawline, Jesus Christ. You could do whatever you want. You could do whatever you want. It's a very tired, played-out act. I want to see. I mean, Adam Cole, I stand by. I don't care what anybody says. That dude can be on the marquee of a Mania, and I'd buy it. That dude can be WWE champion. I'd buy it. Universal champion. Buy it. Say the same thing about Kyle O'Reilly. Kyle O'Reilly, definitely WWE champion. I don't know about Universal champion because I think WWE has a certain idea for that title. Don't know if Kyle's there.
Neat.
Future Shock tag champions. Him and Bobby Fish tag champions. Roderick could absolutely be an IC or US champion. I mean, that is a mid-card.
I mean, hell, he already beat both the IC and US champions in that triple threat last year at Survivor Series.
Exactly. I want these guys to go to the main roster and fucking own it. I don't think they will, though, because with NXT now being kind of recognized as a third brand, mostly, I think they just want to stay there and build it and be like, yeah, we built it, we are NXT, that whole thing. Yeah. And yeah, that's cute, but you did. You did. Like, what else are you supposed to do? Really? Like, what else are you supposed to do? Besides what? Break up and feud just to drag it out for another 2 years? I'm not interested. I want to see Drew McIntyre versus Adam Cole at a WrestleMania. I want to see Adam Cole stepping up to an AJ Styles at a Mania, if AJ's around that long. I know AJ's been talking about retirement more, like in the last 2 years. Adam Cole, Seth Rollins, so on and so on and so forth. Kyle O'Reilly getting a few nods here and there. They can do it, and it could be amazing. And I am thinking we will get crowds back this year. So pull the fucking trigger and really give them something. I don't know. I just think NXT's played out. I want to care about Adam Cole again. I mean, really care about Adam Cole again. Not just saying on commentary, yeah, it was a good match by Cole. He's great, this and that. No, I mean getting excited. I mean with my whole chest saying Adam Cole Bay Bay, which I feel like I haven't been able to say in months because I'm tired. And I want to see Adam Cole, the guy that's talked about what brought him into professional wrestling. I think it was like a grandmother or an aunt that passed away, got him in wrestling and believed in him, and he's still young as shit. Is Adam Cole even 30 yet? He might actually even be 31. Let me see.
He's in his 30s already, yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
31
though. He's 31 though. That is a young 30. Yeah. And like he's been around a fucking while already, and he's just he's gained so much experience. And being a young 30 with his like indie experience, you could step him in as WWE champion tomorrow, and I'd buy it. I'm ready. I'm ready for Adam Cole to do what I know Adam Cole wants to do, because I can't believe, and if it's true, that's his business and I support him, but I can't believe that Adam Cole is just content being in NXT, and if he is content, I guarantee you it's just because he gets to be with his boys every week. That's it. I get to be with my boys every week, and that's a great fucking gig. If it's just Adam Cole, the wrestler, you can't tell me he hasn't thought about when am I going to be at a WrestleMania? When am I going to be in another Royal Rumble? When am I going to work with AJ Styles? When am I going to work with these people? Like, I want to believe that Adam Cole is asking the same questions that I'm asking, and I'm going to be that pain in the ass that constantly says for every year, the Undisputed Era to the main roster. Because the fact that it hasn't happened already...
I mean, dude, you're saying that like you've said that before, but this is the first time that you've ever had this.
This is the first time I've ever had this, to be fair, and I think it's only because I never really took seriously that we'd be stuck here this long.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm talking, like, in reviews, at year-end awards, for as long as this is going to continue, because it's been a thing for way too long already, I'm just going to keep going on here and being like, let's be there in the main roster. Because it's a cruel joke to me that it hasn't happened yet, and it's amazing to me that it hasn't happened yet, because NXT is the only dick brand that doesn't split up people that care about each other. And maybe that's why they don't even want to get called up, because I almost don't even blame them. The writing is so fucking inept. They just split up the New Day. Who's to say that in like a year or 2 years, they don't split up the Undisputed Era and they push the wrong guy as a single star? Because they'd absolutely do it. They'd see Bobby Fish and be like,
no,
that guy's
no, there's no way. There's no way Bobby Fish is going to be a singles. Like, I know that they have dumb taste, and I know that they push dumb people. I mean, if you want to make the argument that Bobby Fish wins a mid-card title before Roderick Strong, I'd be like, okay, yeah, you have something there. They're not going to make Bobby Fish a fucking star.
I was being deliberately hyperbolic to flesh out the further point that they are creatively inept.
Okay. That's fair.
You know, it's just, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, because I'm tired and I want to see them do something else, but if they do something else, WWE risks fucking them up. That's what makes this award choice both perfect and hurt so much, because I want it, but do I even really know what I want? Because if you pay attention to history, am I even really asking for something good here long term? And I don't know. And it scares me that I have to say I don't know about Adam fucking Cole. What a goddamn joke. But if they do debut in 2021 on the main roster, I would hope that, you know, within the first 2 years, Adam Cole would be WWE champion. He's world champion written all over him. Yep. So that's my most anticipated 2021 debut. And that rounds out way before midnight.
Yeah.
Our year-end awards. Dude, that last several awards, it was like a lightning round. What the fuck? We really crushed
I will say,
it,
too, looking at this last award, we've actually been pretty good about this award. Back in 2016, you had Matt Riddle. I had Tommy End, which obviously ended up being Aleister Black. 2017 was a bad year for us because you had Emma and I had Priscilla Kelly, and obviously neither one of them are actually fully signed, like full-time to a company right now. Even 3 years later, neither one of them have really been signed to any company yet. But then 2018, you had Shane Strickland, a.k.a. Isaiah Swerve Scott, and he's killing it. I had Casey Catanzaro. I don't really know where that came from. But then I also, in my honorable mentions, had Eric Bugenhagen and Chelsea Green. And then last year, you had Malcolm Bivens, and with your honorable mention, you also had Jorge Bali and Rick Boogs. I had Jorge Bali, and then in my honorable mention, Eric Bugenhagen. Where the fuck is he? Where the fuck is he, Triple H? Where is he?
He's going to get released, dude. I'm telling you. I feel it.
You're probably right. I feel like I would feel better about him not being on TV if a news story dropped like he was the one that was throwing those COVID parties. Like I'd be like, you know what? God damn it, Boogs. Like I don't know if I can not like you, but fuck you for that.
Yeah, Tyra Banks. We were rooting for you. We were all rooting for you.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Pretty much. Yeah. But like that's the kind of thing that it would take though for me to not be like, what the fuck's going on? Because like if Triple H wants to be like, oh, well, he still can't go yet in the ring. I'd just be like, fuck you. Put a mic in his hands and let him talk every week.
Yeah, dude, I just looked. He turned 33 like this month.
Yeah.
His birthday's December 1st. So like he's already in his 30s. You're not using him. Clock's fucking ticking in the wrestling business.
At this point, I say fuck NXT. Put him on the main roster and give him an Elias type role.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly,
Just give him a segment on TV every week. It can be 10 minutes. It can be 5 minutes. I think he'd get the most out of it. I think he'd become a star really quickly.
Stop dicking around and just fucking push him. Like, yeah. I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's already debuted in NXT, so I couldn't list him there, but it might as well be a new debut at this point, considering he's got a new name. He went from Eric Bugenhagen to Rick Boogs. He might have a new gimmick at this point. He might go from, like, rock star to fucking power lifter for all we know. Like, it really, like, it might as well be a brand new debut for him at this point because of how long it, like, literally, it's going to be 2 years in, like, a month or two since his debut.
Yeah. Dude, I can't fucking believe they've mismanaged him that hard.
Yeah.
Like, there has to be something, dude. Because you even mentioned in the COVID parties really got me thinking, like, what the... I mean, dude, he had one of the funniest lines this year. In fact, that should have been an honorable mention for my funniest moment of the year. Bask in his ass! Yeah.
Oh, even from the crowd, Rick Boogs is star.
He was the best part of that match, and it had fucking Keith Lee and Karrion Kross in it. What the fuck is going on here? Oh, God. Dude, I'm looking at a pic of him. From October 22nd that he put on Twitter. Tell me he does not look like, even if you wanted to give him the stupidest fucking gimmick, tell me he doesn't look like a fucking, I'm going to send you this on Facebook. Actually, no, I'm going to post this in the chat for anybody that's still left. He looks like a fucking Macho Man Randy Savage super fan. He looks like a fucking Randy Savage super fan. Holy shit. Like, and maybe mixed with a little bit of Bret Hart with the sunglasses, but like, yeah, like, what the fuck? You look like that, and you're in the crowd. I don't know pro wrestling anymore. I'm like those old conservatives. I didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left me. I didn't leave wrestling. Wrestling left me. Make it make sense.
Did you hear my mom?
Yeah, maybe they're just intimidated by him.
No. She specifically said Triple H is intimidated by him.
Oh my God. Well, yeah, because that dude, if everybody's looking at the pic, that is Cyrus Sun energy right there.
I was going to say the same thing. I was literally about to say Triple H looks at that dude and is just like, fuck, that's a lot of testosterone. I bet he has boys.
Yeah, right? Dude. He has to be just completely inept. Like, he has to be, like, either totally irresponsible, a piece of shit, or something, because that is the only thing that makes fucking sense.
Even if he is a piece of shit, that's not even an excuse. They platform Dream.
That's true. Like, what? Like, Boogs is like, so wait, I held COVID parties, this dude grooms minors, he gets TV, I get my own Twitter account. What is happening here? I don't know.
You know it's bad, though, when we have to try and make excuses for NXT to not be using someone. That's bad.
Yeah. Javar's the late right. The fuck is wrong with NXT, brother? We've been saying. I look at this and I'm like, dude, he is straight out of the 80s, and I mean the best part of the 80s.
Dude,
like that.
I want to show you. This is one of the most impressive things I've ever seen in my fucking life. This dude lifts 400 pounds up from behind, lifts it up over his body, like across his back, up over his head, and then drops it down in front of him. Can we have him come in to like slam? Literally, have him debut on Raw and body slam fucking Braun Strowman on night one. He's over instantly. I don't give a fuck. He's John Cena 2.0.
Dude, You know how they do, like, the vignettes with Shotzi, like, riding around her tank and shit? You're seriously telling me, dude, you couldn't record a bumper of Boogs? Because you mentioned this earlier, and I want to bring it back, where he's doing the weightlifting while playing the fucking guitar. You're telling me you can't do a bumper of that for 30 seconds?
I know, dude, right? Like, literally, do you know how you really treat this dude right? You debut him on Raw. Actually, no. I'm taking a few steps back. You have Braun Strowman. You want to start building Braun Strowman back up a little bit, but it's a fake out in the end. But as far as anyone's concerned, you're building Braun Strowman up a little bit. You have Strowman start running through NXT talent, but like the low end, like the jobber types, like Leon Ruff, Ashante Adonis, Denzel Dejournette, whatever his new name is, fucking like Drake Maverick, like the lower card of NXT, right? And eventually we get to Rick Boogs. And Rick Boogs lifts Strowman. He doesn't slam him yet. He just lifts him, and Strowman would have to sell it really well. He would have to elbow Boogs to get him to make him drop him, and then hit him with the running power slam right away for the win. And then afterwards, he would have to like keep side-eyeing Boogs, like, what the fuck was that? Holy shit. And then immediately you've got people into it, and you can lead that into eventually the match where Boogs gets Strowman up and fucking slams him. Like, it's really not that hard. Like, somebody that's that freakishly strong. Powerhouses are the easiest thing ever to book in wrestling, especially when they're not like big fat guy powerhouses and they're ripped to shreds.
Dude, like, what a fucking fumble. Like, because I'm even going through this dude's Twitter feed, and a lot of it is him shirtless. He's earned the right. Yes. I'm playing the guitar, and I'm like, you really can't turn these into... It's the same exasperated energy that I would have, and dude, if we really wanted to pad out time getting to midnight, I think we found our topic, Rick fucking Boogs. Because it's the same exasperated energy I have when Gable would do those amazing Twitter promos, and I'm like, why isn't he able to do this on TV? Except it's 10 times worse, because at least Gable's been like a tag team champion and like all this stuff, for better or worse. Yeah. Boogs hasn't done shit. Boogs' best moments have been from the crowd. I mean, again, I'm looking right at the clip now. Basket his ass! And every time I hear it. I mean, this dude, he really is like the best of fucking Ravishing Rick Rude, fucking Macho Man, and just like every 80s like hero kind of wrestler, except maybe a Hogan, but I bet you he probably even has a little Hogan in him with like the charisma. Yeah. Like, this dude is straight out of a cereal box in the best fucking way, like the most sugary fucking cereal.
Dude, and like, we talked about it earlier. The best looks in pro wrestling are the people who look like they could come out of a comic book. For baby faces, it's the ones that look like superheroes, and for bad guys, for heels, it's the ones that look like super villains. And if Rick Boogs doesn't look like a goddamn superhero, I don't know who the fuck does.
Do you know how desperate I am to like have Rick Boogs fucking do something? What? I wish I had Time Lord powers, because I would have resuscitated Saturday Morning Slam. I would have created a Saturday Morning Slam championship.
He would have been the face of that show. He would have been the star of that show. He would have been
the fucking face of that show.
Yeah.
That's how desperate I am to get Rick Boogs worse. I will alter the course of fucking time.
See, and if I had Time Lord powers, I would just fast forward to find out when the fuck he shows up again and see what they do with him.
Or his release notice at this fucking rate. Yeah. Christ. This dude, I really, and this goes back to Boogs too, I'm amazed this dude hasn't quit. I'm amazed this dude hasn't said, hey, like, I'm 33 fucking years old. I'm ripped to shit. I play the guitar. Sounds like somebody else.
Better than Elias.
Yeah, really. I've heard him play the guitar. It's legit, okay?
He shreds.
If he's not an Olympian, he's an amateur fucking athlete, very accomplished on the collegiate level.
Yep.
So what the fuck else do you need? Like, and dude, especially, because we'll never know for sure, but especially if he isn't a fucking creep, which again, all you have to do is say, Velveteen Dream, your argument's invalid, which that crushes me, but you're right. If this dude isn't a fucking creep or problematic in any way, then you deserve to fail. You deserve to fail. You deserve to fail, and I don't care, because It makes no sense. And I'm sorry. I know it's belaboring the point, and I really promised, like, we weren't going to do that. But, like, it boggles my fucking mind. How has this dude not even been the victim of a squash match?
I know.
What are you waiting
How
for?
has this dude not been showing up in 24/7 segments at this point?
I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't. And again,
can you
that's
imagine
why I'm
the
stuck
excitement of him winning the 24/7? Like, it's a meaningless title. It means literally nothing. There's no actual like level of excitement for anyone winning that title anymore because it is just. I mean, to call it a prop is to give it too much credit. It's a scrap of trash. It's nothing. But Bugenhagen winning it and celebrating winning it would be one of the best moments of the year.
Dude, it's so funny you say that because I want everybody that's still left listening to this diatribe that I'll admit is going on a bit long about Boogs. I want you guys to hold our feet to the fire because if one of us, if not both of us, and I really do think it should be both of us, doesn't have Rick Boogs finally competing as our markout moment of the year, then we fucked up. Because it really is like... It's something we are clamoring for at this point, and when he finally gets in a ring, and hopefully he's the one doing the squashing, it is going to be the greatest fucking vinegar stroke I've had in a long time.
I feel like I want to wait until the next takeover and try my best to get into that conference call. And literally Triple H picks up and he's just like, "Hey, how you doing?" And I was like, "Oh, hey, Paul, how are you?" And he's just like, "Oh, I'm doing well. How about you?" And I'm just like, "Yeah, I'm pretty good. Where's Rick Boogs?"
Yeah, dude. It's funny you say that because I have actually given thought at times to like, would I ever want to write articles for No DQ? Because that would be the hub that I would go for because I know they put out calls for writers. Would I ever want to get on No DQ and then try and get press credentials for those conference calls? And you're right, that is the only legitimate use of that power. That and asking like, why the fuck does Velveteen Dream still have a job? But other journalists have already been diligent and asked that. So yeah, definitely the best use of the power is, where is Rick Boogs? Why haven't you used him? What's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what, though? I feel like we would get a cryptic answer like, well, he'll be on TV when he's ready. Right? That's such a Triple H answer. He's such a good question dodger. He's a politician, bro.
He was groomed for this shit.
It's sad but true.
I'm calmer too now, Javaris. The horse is already dead. But yeah, Boogs would make my 2021 easily if he just had a fucking match. Christ. Anything, yeah.
I feel like your bar's too low. I want him to be like a regular competitor. And even if not competitor, just have him show up on my television, please.
Can you blame me that the bar is so low when they literally took it off of its prior setting and beat me to death with it? Like, Jesus Christ.
I'm looking up his cage match. I want to know when his last match was.
I bet you he's done like well, they can't even do house shows right now because of the pandemic. Oh, he is fucked.
Well, they did do house shows at the beginning of the year, but I'm more thinking specifically about his last televised match.
I don't even remember him having one, dude. All I remember are those air guitar segments.
Those are dark. Okay, dark matches. He was apparently a part of the Worlds Collide Battle Royal in 2019, in April of 2019.
Oh my God.
Here it is. Drew Gulak defeats Eric Bugenhagen, January 30th, 2019.
Really? I think it's a combination of him not being used since in pandemic time that really feels like 5 lifetimes ago.
It was it was almost 2 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, really, if you think about it, January of 2019, the Forgotten Sons were still in NXT at that point.
Yeah.
Kairi Sane was still in NXT at that point.
Yeah.
It was a simpler time.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. Wow. So do you have anything else you want to say as we've got 20 minutes until the new year?
Oh, man.
And we aggravated Javaris again. He just got calm, man. God damn it.
I didn't mean to aggravate you. I'm sorry. Do you remember who won the Royal Rumble in 2019, John?
Oh, God. Drew was this year. What? It wasn't Reigns, was it? We say Reigns every year.
No.
Was it Nakamura?
No.
Who was it in 2019? Because I already forget.
Seth Rollins as a babyface.
That's right. Oh my God, that's right. Shit.
He would go on. He would go on to beat Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania.
Yeah.
With the help of a low blow.
Life comes at you fast, man. Life comes at you fast.
Ronda Rousey was women's champion at the time.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh jeez.
This was the state of the WWE when Rick Boogs had his last match on TV.
Yeah, 2021 is going to be, I'm just going to be a full-blown Huro snob and just keep it to that Japanese wrestling. Like, you pedestrians are talking about Miz, but have you watched Misawa's clone versus Okada? Like, that's just going to be my fucking energy. Yeah, I don't know. I guess if we did want to, like, ring in midnight with these guys, what are we, I mean, we already...
You know what, dude? I think I would like to do, like, an outro, and then maybe we just, like, go live on Twitch.
Sure, we can do that. Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, just because, you know, like, the hardcores will still be there with us. Or maybe, I feel like everyone that's here right now is already in the Discord, so maybe we just get into a Discord call and celebrate the new year with the boys with some Among Us.
That sounds great to me, man. Fuck yeah. Guys, for those of you that stuck it out, you're amazing. You've been amazing this whole year. Really thankful for you guys. And I just really, really am grateful to ring in the new year with you all. I think the content's going to be amazing in 2021. More Stardom, more New Japan, all the best shit. Really, really excited about it. And just thank you guys for supporting us. I know it's been especially hard with the pandemic, as well as, you know, everybody's got their personal crises. You never know what somebody's going through. So for anybody that got a little bit of levity from TWitWoW, for anybody that felt their day was made better by TWitWoW, and it's always meant a lot to me when certain people have said that. I'm not going to say who, that's their business, but it has meant a lot to me to get remarks like that. And we want to keep that energy in 2021. Thank you for making it the best wrestling podcast on the web today. Can't wait to play Among Us with the boys. It's going to be great. So thank you. Leave a like as you file out. Check out all of our media. Subscribe. Click the bell icon so you can ring in the new year right by never missing any of that TWitWoW goodness. And yeah, we will see you guys. How soon will we see them? Because I think Saturday, right, we're doing Wrestle Kingdom preview and predictions at 9, right?
Yes. Yep.
So Saturday will be the next time we see you at 9 p.m. Eastern time, previewing Wrestle Kingdom. It's going to be fucking hyped. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to hand it over to you, Ashton, to take us home.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you all enjoyed our year-end awards. I can't believe that we actually managed to keep it under 5 hours this time. It's kind of amazing for us. And not just a little under, because I think last year we went like 4:55 something. But like way under. Like if we wouldn't have gone on like a 10-15 minute rant about the misuse and really lack of use of Rick Boogs, we would have been able to keep this thing under 4.5 hours. And that's pretty goddamn impressive if you ask me. But it was still a hell of a deep-seater. We hope that you all enjoyed it. We hope that you all kind of had fun coming up with your own awards using the template that I have in the description that I tweeted out a few weeks ago. And of course, we hope that if you did enjoy it, you'll like the video, subscribe to the channel, click the bell icon if you haven't already. Follow us on Twitter and Twitch, subscribe on Twitch, buy our merch on Teespring, donate to our Patreon, and share this video and this channel with all your wrestling fan friends, and let them in on the best kept secret in the YouTube and Twitch wrestling communities, because we are TWitWoW, and we are the workhorses of the Y and TWCs. As John said, we will be previewing and predicting Wrestle Kingdom 15 on Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Then Monday, Tuesday will be live reactions to Wrestle Kingdom at 3 p.m. Eastern Time on both days. Nothing Wednesday other than our NXT review late at night. Thursday is going to be a double header. One is obviously going to be the New Year Dash show for New Japan. The other one is going to be a Stardom show. Probably more Stardom on Friday, but that's TBD. We will figure it out by then, but we hope that you're looking forward to all of that. And most importantly, we hope that you're all able to remember to stay tuned.